This monstrous story will not leave anyone unimpressed. A 14-year-old girl went for a walk and vanished without trace. She was searched for over a month, and this was the most extensive investigation in 9 years. Hundreds of police officers and surveillance personnel helped solve the mystery, but the truth was far more confusing and shocking. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Alice Gross. Alice Gross was born on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2000 in London. She grew up in a large, loving family. She also has an older sister. The girl showed an interest in creativity from a young age. She enjoyed drawing and playing the piano and violin. Later, Alice started writing her own beautiful songs and performing them to her own music. In addition, the girl enjoyed clothing design and, at the age of 11, even made herself a dress to wear at a school graduation. When the girl was 13, doctors diagnosed her with anorexia and depression. Despite this, Alice continued to pursue her creativity and had a great chance of future success. On August 28, 2014, Alice informed her mother that she was going on an outing. She had plenty of free time during her school vacations. The girl enjoyed walking along a small water canal and river near her home. Her family lived in Hanwell, a London suburb, and her usual route was about 4 to 5 kilometers. The girl left at around 3 p.m., promising her parents that she would return around 6 p.m. Alice later texted her father that she would be home soon, but she did not arrive at the scheduled time. When it was already 7 p.m., her parents became concerned. They tried to call her, but her phone was turned off. Alice's anorexia and depression exacerbated their anxiety. Her parents were concerned that something would happen to her as a result of her physical condition. She was constantly weak and had the potential to faint. Her parents contacted some of her friends in the hopes that Alice would be with them, but no one had seen her that day. Her mother and father decided to contact the police. They immediately began their search, starting with an investigation of Alice's usual route. Her relatives and family friends joined the search. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate the girl, but detectives did discover several witnesses. Because of their testimony about where Alice had passed, the police were able to more accurately determine her route, allowing them to narrow the search area and identify several street cameras that could have captured her. After reviewing the footage, detectives found Alice almost immediately after leaving the house. She was caught on the first camera heading down the Grand Union Canal. A short time later, she was discovered in the Brentford neighborhood, which was further down the canal. The last time the camera captured her, she was on her way back home. The girl was walking near the Trumpers Way Bridge. The police also reported the missing teenager to the media, and the case was widely publicized in London within hours of her disappearance. As a result, detectives received numerous calls from witnesses who saw Alice. Unfortunately, none of this moved the police closer to finding the girl. According to camera footage and witness accounts, she vanished on her way home, having taken the majority of her usual route. However, her fate remained unknown. 3 days passed as police investigated camera footage from nearby neighborhoods and surveyed local parks and other secluded areas. At the same time, patrol officers went door to door in homes along Alice's route, questioning residents. On September 1st, the girl's relatives sent her a video message begging her to return home. They also asked anyone with information on her whereabouts to contact the police. At the time, the investigators were considering several theories. The first and most concerning was the kidnapping version. Despite the fact that the majority of Alice's route was through city streets, there were numerous remote and hidden areas where the girl could have been attacked. Furthermore, London police frequently encountered situations in which people were kidnapped in the city center, let alone the suburbs. The second theory concerned running away from home. Alice's parents feared that the pressure had driven her to make such a decision. They did not rule out the possibility that the girl committed suicide due to her illness. However, the police considered this version unlikely. At 14, Alice was unlikely to be able to flee and hide, especially without assistance. And if she had committed suicide, she would almost certainly have been discovered by this point. The case drew increasing public attention, and on September 3rd, it was turned over to Scotland Yard's special unit. Although they usually only worked on homicides, the detectives realized they had a good chance of bringing the girl home. Scotland Yard launched a large-scale search, which was quickly joined by hundreds of volunteers. Concerned Londoners scoured the area from early morning to late at night after seeing her parents' and sister's heartbreaking appeal in the news. The following day, detectives announced the discovery of the first tangible clue. They found Alice's backpack, which contained the shoes she had worn that day. It was fairly close to her home. This discovery helped the police narrow their search, focusing on a small area near the canal. Investigators realized it was unlikely that the girl had removed her shoes, thrown them into her backpack, and fled. She did not have a change of shoes with her, so the situation became increasingly complicated. Scotland Yard has decided to release all available surveillance footage of Alice. The backpack containing the shoes indicated that the girl could be in serious danger. The main version remained an abduction, but investigators did not rule out the possibility that the girl had committed suicide. As a result, they attempted to locate her using every resource available. The release of the recordings may generate more public interest, and someone may recall seeing Alice that day. In addition, several hundred more people from various agencies joined the search, and there were already 600 people working on the case. As a result, the investigation involved the most police officers since 2005. Some of them were directly surveying the area, while others were looking through footage from hundreds of cameras that could have captured Alice. Scotland Yard also offered a PS 20,000 reward for any information that could help them find the girl. Although police were unable to locate her phone, they contacted the cell phone company for information on its last known location. It turned out that Alice had sent a message to her father from almost the same location where they later discovered her backpack. Everything indicated that the investigators should concentrate on that particular location. It was decided to conduct a thorough inspection of several square kilometers. Each meter of land and water was manually inspected. Police teams literally searched the river and canal bottoms for evidence. 2 days after the backpack was discovered, it was revealed that police had arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of murdering Alice. The next day, they arrested another man, but refused to comment on the situation until all the facts were clear. Both suspects were eventually released, and Scotland Yard stated that they were unable to establish their involvement in Alice's disappearance. More than a week passed with no progress in the case. Only on September 16th did the police issue another statement. They said they were looking for a 41-year-old man named Arnis Zalkalns in relation to Alice's disappearance. He relocated to England from Latvia 7 years ago. He lived in the neighborhood and worked as a construction worker. Scotland Yard became interested in him for two seemingly unrelated reasons. First, Arnis' co-worker reported his disappearance to the police on September 3rd. The man did not show up to work, did not answer his phone, and was not at home. It appeared that he had simply vanished. Second, detectives discovered that Zalkalns' route from home to work was nearly identical to the one taken by the girl on the day she disappeared. All of this was insufficient to draw any conclusions about the man's role in the girl's disappearance, but detectives soon discovered something extremely disturbing. One of the camera recordings showed a middle-aged man riding his bicycle across the bridge where Alice had just passed a few minutes before. This man was later identified as Zalkalns. A short time later, he approached the next camera, where the detectives noticed an unusual moment. The journey between these cameras should have taken only a few minutes, but the man on the bicycle rode down this road for nearly an hour. A reasonable question arose: what was he doing with all that time in such a short period? The police investigated the area and determined that he could not have taken the longer route to the next cell because there was none. Even more disturbing was the fact that all of this was taking place in the same location where Alice's path was allegedly cut off. The police also determined that the man's clothes were wet when he pulled onto the road. Continuing to examine the cameras, detectives noticed Zalkalns riding his bicycle back to the same location 2 hours later. After riding back out 50 minutes later, he was not caught on the bridge's camera. This indicated that the man had spent the entire time inside a small blind spot. Besides, he was already dressed differently. About an hour later, he was caught on camera buying beer at a nearby store. The next morning, the same thing happened again. Zalkalns returned to the same location between the cameras around 7 o'clock and again in the evening. All of this was enough to obtain a search warrant for his home. The man lived there with his girlfriend and their 2 daughters. His roommate had no idea where Zalkalns had gone. When she learned that he was suspected of killing the girl, she stated that Arnis would never do such a thing. She referred to him as a caring and loving father. Along with this, Scotland Yard investigated the man's biography and discovered a truly creepy moment. Zalkalns was discovered to have a lengthy criminal history. in 1998. While in Latvia, he murdered his wife in cold blood and dug a grave for her in the woods, for which he received only 7 years of prison. After serving his sentence, he moved to England, and local law enforcement agencies were unaware of his criminal record in his home country. Police officers searched Sultan's home and discovered a recently excavated plot of land on his property. They did not say whether they found any evidence, but they did discover a significant find in their basement: a broken back panel from a white iPhone 4S. Alice owned the exact same phone. After examining the contents of his computer, the police discovered that the man had searched the internet for information about Alice Gross's disappearance a few days later. Arnes Salkans was added to the wanted list as a result of all of this. Scotland Yard was concerned that the man had fled to Latvia or another European country, so they searched throughout the EU, but law enforcement officials were unable to locate the suspect. Meanwhile, a month has passed since Alice went missing, and on September 30th, police released a depressing statement. A body was discovered in a river near where the girl went missing. At the time, the identity was unknown, but police did reveal one eerie detail: someone had gone to great lengths to arrange for the body to remain underwater and not resurface. Only the next day, law enforcement confirmed that the deceased was Alice Gross, but no one questioned it anymore. The scene was exactly where she had disappeared. The cause of death was asphyxiation. Alice's body was found wrapped in construction bags and tied to a large tree stump. In addition, the perpetrator built a whole structure out of a bicycle wheel and bricks, preventing the body from surfacing. She also wore no clothes other than one sock. Detectives went to the location where Sal Khan worked and discovered that the same bags used to hide Alice's body were also used at his construction site. Please continue the search for Sultans after the body has been discovered. They worked closely with Interpol and local European intelligence agencies, but they were unable to locate him. This continued until October 4th, when investigators made an unexpected discovery. They found the man's suspended body in a park 1 kilometer from where Alice was murdered. 2 days later, experts confirmed that the deceased was Ernest Sultan. Nobody expected such a turn of events. The main version of Scotland Yard was called the escape of the suspect to Europe. Indeed, it turned out that he had been right under their noses all along. Medical experts concluded that the man committed suicide on the day of his disappearance, September 3rd, and could not be found for a month. Nothing surprising here. So the Khans had chosen a remote and difficult-to-reach location where he would be extremely difficult to detect with Zhu Khan's DNA. Investigators had uncovered additional evidence near Alice's body. Police discovered a cigarette buttock, which was taken to a lab. Experts extracted DNA from the filter, which was identical to the Zelkon sample. In addition, the lab stated that the perpetrator's DNA was most likely found on the victim's body. They couldn't say for certain because of how long the body had been in the water. His DNA was also detected on the girl's backpack and shoes. By that point, the cops had discovered another heinous fact. 2 years after moving to England, the Sultans molested a 14-year-old girl just a kilometer from where Alice's body was discovered. A man tried to commit an indecent act, but the victim survived, and the man was arrested. This is where the fun begins. The girl did not file formal charges, and the perpetrator was simply released. It's unclear how this happened, but the fact remains an adult man was molested. A girl fell into the hands of the police and escaped punishment. Additionally, information about this case emerged after the perpetrator's body was discovered in the park. Despite this, the police continued to investigate, and it took some time to piece together a picture of what had occurred based on their version. On an unfortunate day on August 28th, Khans was riding his bicycle along the same path that Alice was walking. He attacked her after noticing her in a remote location away from prying eyes in order to commit depraved acts. What happened next is unknown, but the outcome was tragic. So the Khans killed Alice and then hid her body in several locations, returning to the same spot repeatedly. We'll never know why he chose suicide after what he did. The question of whether this is a manifestation of conscience is open to debate. Alice's parents, who had survived such a horrific tragedy, were outraged by the government's actions. They were perplexed as to how the British authorities allowed a convicted murderer to leave the country and remain here to live. They had fought for years to increase the government's control over migrants and keep criminals out. Unfortunately, they have yet to make any significant changes. A month after Sultan's body was discovered, another interesting event occurred. The medical examiner in charge of the investigation left a folder containing case documents on the train. The 30 pages contained critical information about the murder, including medical information and previously unknown details. The media and Alice's parents slammed the police, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, no one attempted to judge the deceased perpetrator. The investigator stated that if he were still alive, they would have had enough evidence to take the case to court, but there was no guarantee of a conviction. The problem was that all of the evidence against him was circumstantial, and he stood a slim chance of getting away with it. Instead, a hearing was held in court, and the jury admitted what was already obvious: Alice had been murdered. Her death was not accidental. The procedure was formal and served no purpose. Alice's funeral was held on October 23rd. Thousands of people attended the memorial that day, and at the end of the ceremony, a beautiful song written by a girl who sank herself was shown on the big screen. Take good care of yourself and your loved ones. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. In 2016, a story broke that shocked everyone with its cruelty. A young woman was stalked by her ex-boyfriend, who grew more dangerous with each day. At one point, she had to call the cops. But what happened next shocked the whole of Britain. Today, we'll tell you what happened to Alice Ruggles. Alice Ruggles was born on December 24, 1991, precisely one day before Christmas. Sue Hills and Clive Ruggles already had 2 children when she was born, and another boy joined the family later on. They lived in the tiny English village of Tor Langton, in Leicestershire County. The village was very close-knit, and the older children always looked after Alice and her younger brother. Alice joined the local school's drama club and quickly fell in love with acting. She performed in numerous theatrical productions, and all of her teachers recognized her natural talent. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Alice enrolled at Northumbria University to study design. After receiving her diploma in 2014, she relocated to Gateshead and began working for Sky, a major British media company. Alice rented an apartment with her roommates because it was difficult for her to afford separate housing initially. Alice, 23, met Harry Dillon in October 2015. He found her Facebook account through a mutual friends page. They began talking and quickly grew fond of each other. Harry was from India and came to the UK as part of a student program. He moved from a local Indian university to Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. After finishing his studies, he chose to stay in England and join the army. After some time, he was sent to Afghanistan, where he began communicating with Alice via Facebook. They first exchanged messages, then began calling each other several times a week, and eventually formed a relationship. They eagerly awaited Harry's return to Great Britain so they could finally meet. When it happened, they went on a few dates, and Harry impressed Alice. They had a great time, and their mutual attraction grew even stronger. However, after a few weeks, they were forced to separate again. Harry had to return to Afghanistan for 2 more months, after which they intended to continue their relationship. The couple continued to communicate online until Harry returned to England in April. He lived on a military base in Edinburgh, nearly 200 kilometers from Alice's home. But Harry tried to pay her a visit whenever he could. Months after Harry returned to England, Alice invited him to a family celebration, and it appeared that their relationship was strengthening. However, over time, acquaintances began to notice significant changes in her behavior. Previously, she was always cheerful, sociable, and optimistic, but something was changing in her every day. Alice became withdrawn and depressed, and she stopped spending time with friends. She even stopped communicating with them on social media, and no one knew what was going on with her. Alice became increasingly irritable, and she even got into a fight with her apartment neighbors. She packed her belongings and moved into her colleague's apartment. Alice's family and friends began to suspect that her new boyfriend, Harry, was responsible for these significant changes. She was initially reluctant to discuss her relationship issues, but they became impossible to conceal over time. Harry was not the kind and caring man he had appeared to be in the first few months of their relationship. The longer they were together, the more he attempted to control every aspect of Alice's life. Harry was against her hanging out with friends or speaking with other men, even if they were old acquaintances or colleagues. He began to monitor her social media conversations and repeatedly accused her of wanting to cheat on him. Harry would throw a tantrum whenever she spoke to friends or planned to go out with them. What was even more intriguing was that Harry began openly cheating on Alice, meeting women on Tinder for one-night stands with no commitment. After that, he frequently mentioned these women to Alice in an attempt to make her jealous. It even got to the point where one of these women messaged Alice on social media in August. At that point, the young woman decided to end her relationship with Harry, but he refused to let go. He bombarded Alice with messages and phone calls, using any means necessary to get her back. He initially expressed his love for her, cried on the phone, and promised to change for the better. Then he began openly manipulating the young woman, promising to end his life and blaming her for everything. It even escalated to direct threats. It turned out that Harry had secretly photographed Alice while she was changing clothes, and he threatened to post the photos on the internet if she did not return to him. In the end, Alice chose to ignore him, and Harry changed tactics. He began calling her friends and relatives, requesting that they reason with the young woman. Recognizing that this was also ineffective, he began sending her letters containing poems about his love for her. However, he soon returned to threats and blackmail, but Alice continued to ignore his letters. Later, it was discovered that Harry had hacked her Facebook account and was monitoring her correspondence. He discovered that Alice had been communicating with a man named Mike since September, who was an army officer and was in another country at the time. Harry was infuriated. He began writing to Mike, claiming that Alice was still in love with him and sleeping with him, as well as saying various negative things about her. But Mike was already aware of Harry and paid no attention to his words. He continued his relationship with Alice, and it appeared that the young woman had gotten out of her situation with Harry. She regained her sociability, cheer, and happiness. Unfortunately, this did not last very long. On September 30th, Harry left her a voice message begging her to answer the phone. Alice ignored him, so he decided to go to her house. The man drove 2.5 hours from his military base to her apartment, but then acted strangely. First, he rang the doorbell and ran away. Alice was at home, but she did not open the door because she couldn't see anyone through the peephole. The situation occurred several times. A few hours later, Harry climbed over the fence and approached the window in her bedroom. Alice lived on the first floor of a 2-story home with a fenced yard. Harry knocked on the window and hid, leaving a box of candy and a bouquet on the sill. But what happened terrified Alice. She knew right away that Harry was responsible for everything. Furthermore, as she approached the window, she noticed a man hiding outside her field of vision. But that was not all. While hiding in her yard, Harry recorded several creepy voice messages, the contents of which caused Alice to panic. One of them began with the words, "You said guys like me end up killing people." He then repeatedly stated that he did not want to kill her. Alice got the impression from his tone of voice that he was primarily trying to persuade himself of what he said. Finally, he wished her good night and departed. All of this was enough for Alice to call the police. After what had happened, she began to seriously fear for her life and didn't know how else to defend herself against Harry. The operator gave her 2 options for resolving the issue: obtain a restraining order against Harry or request that the police issue an official police information notice, known in Great Britain as a PIN. It authorized the police to arrest the man if he approached or contacted Alice. The young woman chose the latter option. The next day, the police arrived, took her statement, and assured her that Harry would face the consequences if he bothered her again. After some time, the police contacted the military unit and informed the commanding officer of the actions taken against Harry. Interestingly, the police did not contact him personally, even by phone, let alone pay him a personal visit, despite the fact that they were required to do so by law. When he discovered that Alice had contacted the police, he became enraged and sent her another letter, along with a box of items that reminded him of her. In the letter, he stated that his phone, tablet, and laptop had been taken away as a result of her complaint. He also promised not to bother her again, but Alice was certain he would not simply calm down. When she first contacted the police, they instructed her to call them right away if Harry contacted her again. So she did. She informed the operator about the letter and the box of items, but he was unsure how to proceed in this case. Furthermore, he questioned Alice about the action she expected from them. Finally, he promised her that another officer would call her back. Of course, the police's response shocked Alice, and she had no idea what to do next. Several hours later, an officer called her back and heard her entire story. He then inquired whether she wanted the police to arrest Harry. Alice made a fatal mistake. She felt sorry for him and responded negatively. However, even if he had been arrested, Harry would not have faced any consequences. He would have been held in the station for some time before being released. Alice realized that the police couldn't help her in the situation, so she had to rely solely on herself. Alice was still depressed and scared on October 12th, 5 days after going to the police. She had hoped to distract herself from these troubling thoughts over the weekend. Mike was supposed to visit her, and they planned to spend the next several days together. Alice arrived home from work that evening and discovered that her neighbor was not there. She began getting ready for bed while talking with Mike about their upcoming meeting, but she had no idea Harry was standing in the courtyard of her building, watching her. Taking advantage of Alice's slightly open window, he climbed into her bedroom and went to the kitchen, where he grabbed a knife and went to the bathroom where Alice was. The events that followed unfolded quickly. Harry struck Alice 24 times with the knife, killing her almost instantly. After that, he left the apartment, got in his car, and drove back to his military unit. In less than an hour, Alice's neighbor returned home to discover that the front door had been locked from the inside. She knocked several times, hoping Alice would respond, but she didn't. The neighbor then went into the backyard to knock on Alice's bedroom window. However, what she saw shocked her. Alice lay in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor, visible through the open window. She immediately called the cops in a panic and told them what had happened, saying, "We knew this was going to happen." Her ex is a real psychopath. Less than 2 minutes later, the neighborhood heard police sirens and paramedics arrive, confirming Alice's death. They realized immediately that this was a murder. The police immediately began searching for Harry Dillon after the neighbor identified him as a potential killer. After running the numbers on his car, they discovered that he had driven from Edinburgh to Newcastle that day. His car was captured on several surveillance cameras. Only a few hours later, police arrived at the military base and arrested Harry. They took him to the station and started interrogating him. The man admitted that he had visited Alice but denied any involvement in the murder. He claims he approached her to talk, and she allegedly came out onto the street and hit him in the face during the conversation. Following that, Harry allegedly got into his car and drove back to the base. But detectives quickly realized that his story had nothing to do with reality. The surveillance cameras revealed that Harry had arrived at Alice's house before she returned from work. He parked his car and waited. But that is not all. Investigators examined his phone and discovered that while Harry was sitting in the car, he was messaging with a random girl on Tinder and planning to meet her that night. Detectives also discovered bloodstains on Harry's steering wheel, which were later identified as Alice's. Furthermore, the man stole her phone and carried it with him, so the geolocation of the device perfectly matched the killer's movements that day. All of this was enough to file murder charges and take the case to court. However, the first hearing occurred nearly a year later, in April 2017. Harry's lawyers realized that with such a large body of evidence against him, they needed to come up with a new story. As a result, the man claimed that he had come to Alice's house to collect his belongings. But after an argument, Alice allegedly took a knife and attacked him, inflicting 24 wounds on herself. After that, he watched her die and heard her final words. She allegedly said she despised her family. Of course, no one took this delusional story seriously. Furthermore, during the court proceedings, another heinous fact surfaced. Prior to the murder, Harry had made several visits to Alice's house, sneaking into the backyard and taking photographs. The prosecution claims that he carefully planned the murder in advance. 11 days later, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 22 years. During the verdict reading, the judge observed that Harry showed no remorse or compassion. Instead, he concentrated solely on creating the most plausible story. During the trial, another horrific detail about Harry's past was revealed. 3 years prior to these events, his ex-girlfriend obtained a restraining order against him because he stalked her in the same way that he would stalk Alice. However, the police were completely unaware of the situation. Following the murder, society and the media sharply criticized the police. accusing them of failing to protect Alice from a dangerous psychopath and allowing the case to go unsolved. Later, 2 officers faced discipline. The army also came under fire. The public was outraged that such an unstable and dangerous individual was permitted to join, and no action was taken against Harry when the pin was issued against him. Alice's family eventually established a foundation named after her. Its goal was to ensure that stalking victims receive immediate and appropriate police assistance. Alice's case demonstrated that law enforcement agencies cannot provide such protection, so legislative changes are required. In 2019, a law was passed that makes it easier to issue restraining orders against stalkers. However, Alice's family continues to work on the foundation, hoping that it will help to improve the country's situation. All of her relatives and acquaintances now believe that the tragedy could have been avoided if the police had been more serious about their duties. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. A young woman was discovered dead in her own apartment. The police launched an investigation, which eventually became the longest in the district. For years, the case was full of shocking twists and turns, but it wasn't until 46 years later that the unexpected truth was revealed. Lindy Sue Beaker was born January 31, 1956, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Her parents divorced when she was young, so she lived with her mother. Her father started a new family, but he still saw his daughter regularly. He soon had a son, with whom Lindy maintained constant communication. After school, she enrolled at Millersville University, a state college located just 10 minutes away. Lindy met Philip Beaker when she was 19, and the couple married shortly after. Philip attended college courses while working for a car rental company. Lindy worked part-time at a local flower shop. After the wedding, they rented an apartment in the Manor Township residential complex, which is only a few minutes from the college. The newlyweds started their lives together and were content with each other. However, almost immediately after moving in, Lindy's joy was dashed by a series of unfortunate events. She began to notice that someone was constantly watching her in this residential complex, but she never identified who it could be. The young woman frequently complained to friends and relatives, but they blamed her problems on post-move stress. Lindy was alone at home one evening when she noticed a man staring at her through the glass door inserts. The apartment was on the first floor, and her husband was working at the time. The man vanished, leaving Lindy terrified. Since then, the young woman had been afraid to be alone at home, but due to Philip's evening schedule, she was frequently left alone until dark. Lindy was always stressed, and any incident could cause her to panic. Soon after, she was spending time with her brother and his family at their home when they heard the sound of breaking glass on the second floor. A wall mirror had fallen to the floor and shattered. The young woman began to shake with fear. She asked her relatives to check the entire house to make sure no one else had broken in. All of this stress was caused by the fact that an unknown man had been watching her for several months, but all of her acquaintances believed that the young woman was exaggerating and that nothing serious was happening to her. Lindy finished her shift at a flower shop on December 5, 1975, and then stopped by her husband's workplace before going shopping at a nearby store. Around the same time, Lindy's aunt and uncle went to their son's basketball game and decided to bring her along because they knew she was afraid to be alone at home and wanted to distract her for a while. They arrived at her apartment around 8:45 p.m. Lindy's aunt approached the door and discovered it open, which startled her. She went inside and noticed a knocked-over lamp in the living room, but the worst was waiting for her in the kitchen. Lindy's body lay there, face down, with no signs of life, and a meat cleaver with a towel wrapped around the handle was discovered in her neck. Lindy's aunt immediately contacted the police, and detectives began investigating the crime scene. The first thing they noticed was that Lindy was fully dressed, casting doubt on the motive being rape. Furthermore, no valuables were missing from the apartment, excluding robbery as a possibility. There were no signs of forced entry on the front door or windows, implying that Lindy either knew her attacker and let them in voluntarily, or that the attacker entered the apartment while the door was unlocked. Lindy had purchased a large number of groceries and physically could not have carried all of the bags from the parking lot to her apartment in one trip, implying that her killer may have entered the apartment shortly after she had taken the first load inside and returned to her car for the second. While the police were investigating the crime scene, Lindy's husband and parents were informed of the incident. The grieving family members were desperate to see Lindy and were restrained by detectives. Forensic investigators discovered bloodstains on the floor and walls, but because DNA testing was not available at the time, they were unable to compare these samples to Lindy's DNA. However, they concluded that Lindy fought her attacker. A male shoe print was discovered in one of the rooms, and medical experts concluded that Lindy had received 19 blows from a sharp object. The perpetrator used two weapons: Lindy's meat cleaver and an unidentified second weapon, most likely a knife. Later, it was confirmed that Lindy had been sexually assaulted, but DNA evidence could not be recovered from the crime scene at the time. DNA testing was not advanced enough to help solve the case. The police had hoped to find witnesses, but none of their neighbors were home when the murder occurred. Other residents noticed nothing suspicious, however. Several people reported seeing a car parked in the residential complex parking lot between 7 and 8:40 p.m., which coincided with Lindy's murder. Additionally, none of the residents knew who owned the car. Unfortunately, detectives were unable to locate it and switched to a different line of investigation. As is common in such cases, the victim's husband became a suspect. Despite Philip's presence at work and a solid alibi, investigators did not rule out his involvement. Over the next few months, detectives interviewed approximately 300 people who could have been involved in the murder, but none of them produced results. They eventually began to suspect a local serial rapist who had carried out several attacks on women around the time Lindy was killed. However, they were unable to find any evidence linking him to the case, and the perpetrator died while attempting to escape from prison. Furthermore, investigators discovered that he was at work at the time of the murder, so they stopped considering him a suspect. 4 months after the murder, a new twist emerged in the investigation. A 43-year-old woman named Mary was killed 25 kilometers from Lindy's apartment. She was stabbed multiple times, and the detectives immediately noticed that the murders were nearly identical. However, the perpetrator was apprehended quickly, and investigators discovered no connection between him and Lindy. The man confessed to killing Mary but denied involvement in the other crimes. After that, the police had no leads, and the case remained cold for a year. Lindy's relatives paid a visit to her grave in the local cemetery on December 26, 1976. When they arrived, they discovered that the gravestone was covered in red paint and heavily scratched. They immediately reported it to police, but they were unable to locate the vandals. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator of the desecration was Lindy's murderer, as no other graves were damaged. The nature of the damage further supported this theory, as the criminal clearly harbored animosity toward the deceased. In addition to the obvious association with the red paint, the perpetrator must have spent a significant amount of time damaging the stone with a knife or sharp object in order to completely cover it with deep scratches. Only a few weeks later, something even stranger occurred. Chief Donald W. Scheller, whose department was looking into Lindy's murder, received an anonymous 2-page letter. The first section was written from the perspective of the killer, who mocked the police for not apprehending him yet. The author accepted responsibility for the vandalism of Lindy's grave and demanded that the letter be published in the local newspapers the following day. In exchange, the anonymous writer agreed to consider surrendering to the police. He then went on to describe several characteristics that could help investigators identify him, including being 178 centimeters tall, weighing 93 kilograms, living in Lancaster's western suburbs, having a good job, being single, and having been arrested for possession of illegal substances a few years prior. On the day of the murder, he was also high on drugs. The letter ended with a plea for help from the unknown author, who asked to be apprehended before killing anyone else. The second page contained a separate letter allegedly written by the killer's friend, Jenny Scrum. She stated that her acquaintance truly intended to surrender once his letter was published in the newspapers, and that the man was mentally ill. She allegedly added this message while he was sleeping, before putting both sheets in an envelope. Police suspected the author of Lindy's murder, but they dismissed the second part about his friend Jenny. Despite being written in a different handwriting, investigators suspected that the perpetrator had asked someone he knew to write it or used another method to forge the handwriting. They also overlooked the message's resemblance to one sent by a serial killer known as the Zodiac Killer, who operated in California in the 1960s and 1970s, communicating with police and newspapers anonymously via text message. Investigators even considered whether he was responsible for Lindy's murder. However, this theory was extremely stretched. For starters, the killer was operating on the opposite side of the country. Second, according to the police, by the time Lindy was killed, the Zodiac killer had already stopped killing people. Chief Donald W. Scheller declined to publish the letter in the newspaper, as the author requested. At the time, the police had 2 suspects and didn't want to jeopardize the investigation. Detectives did not believe that the suspect would surrender and saw no point in scaring residents with a letter from a madman. Eventually, they began to doubt that the author was Lindy's murderer. The letter contained no information that had not previously appeared in the newspapers. The police profiler even speculated that the author of both sheets might be a mentally ill woman with no connection to the case. He came to this conclusion after analyzing the writing style. Despite this, investigators found a woman named Jenny Scrum and determined that she had nothing to do with the letters. From that point forward, the police had no serious leads, but they continued to investigate the case. At various stages, they had new suspects: Lindy's mother's partner, a frequent visitor to the flower shop where she worked, and even one of the case's investigators. After a brief investigation, detectives determined that none of them were involved in the murder. In 1980, the police had another opportunity to solve the case. Gerald Stano, a serial killer who admitted to killing 41 people, has been arrested in Florida. At the time of Lindy's death, his father lived just 10 minutes away from her complex, so detectives considered Stano as a suspect, but they couldn't find any evidence that he had visited his father and quickly dismissed him. In 1997, experts were able to extract a male DNA profile, which revealed traces of sperm on the victim's underwear. This sample did not correspond to any of the suspects that investigators had. For the past 23 years, the police have had no significant leads, and the case has gone cold. It was reviewed in 2000 but yielded no results. In the same year, detectives decided to publish a letter allegedly written by the killer in newspapers in the hopes of gaining new leads, but it did not work. Lindy's parents never learned the truth about her murder. Lindy's father died in 2000 and her mother in 2007. The next major breakthrough occurred in 2019, after the case was reopened. Investigators decided to consult with Parabon Nanolabs, a private laboratory that specializes in genetic research and has previously assisted in the resolution of similar cases. Using an innovative method known as DNA phenotyping, experts were able to create an approximate portrait of Lindy's killer between the ages of 25 and 60. This method works by analyzing the criminal's DNA sample and determining possible physical characteristics such as skin color, eye color, hair color, and so on. Except for a few exceptions, such portraits frequently resemble real DNA holders. The killer's portraits were widely circulated in the media. Investigators hoped someone would recognize this man, but they received no serious leads. A year later, they returned to Parabon Nanolabs, this time to use genetic genealogy. This is also a relatively new method that allows experts to identify potential relatives for any person based on their DNA. Investigators gave them a genetic sample from Lindy's killer and waited. The primary disadvantage of this method is the extreme complexity of the research. Experts must examine thousands of people, eliminating unsuitable candidates until they discover a relative of the DNA holder. After months of hard work, they were able to locate someone who was distantly related to the killer. He turned out to be a resident of Italy, and investigators could now look into his family history. They were looking for a man who was in the United States in 1975 and lived near Lancaster. To accomplish this, they needed to locate and question a large number of relatives. In Lancaster alone, 2,500 people were distantly related to the killer. In 2022, the detectives finally found a suitable candidate: 68-year-old David Sinopoli, who had never come to the police's attention in relation to the case. He lived in the same complex as the victim in 1975, so he was quickly identified as the primary suspect. To confirm or deny his involvement, detectives had to obtain a DNA sample in secret. To accomplish this, they began following David, waiting for the appropriate moment. On February 11th, they had such an opportunity. Before boarding his flight from Philadelphia, the man threw a paper coffee cup into a bin. The investigators took it and turned it over to the lab. Experts extracted his DNA sample and compared it to the semen DNA discovered in Lindy's underwear. The analysis revealed a complete match. David was the murderer. He was arrested on July 17, 2022, and is now awaiting trial. Lindy was 21 when he was murdered. He moved to the residential complex a year before the victim, and her husband did. David was married twice in 1972 and 1987. According to available information, he had no children. He had spent the majority of his life working at a local printing house, and his co-workers were shocked to learn that their good friend was a ruthless killer. David is now in custody, and more information will be released once the trial begins. Even now, there is almost no doubt that he is the murderer. Experts also compared his DNA to the blood found in the victim's apartment, and the results revealed a complete match. Lindy's ex-husband and brother thanked the investigators for uncovering the truth, and the guilty party will now face punishment. Thus, nearly 47 years later, innovative technologies were used to solve this complex and convoluted case. Genetic genealogy is a one-of-a-kind tool that enables police to track down perpetrators using the tiniest DNA samples stored for over 50 years. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. An 18-year-old Alaskan woman went missing from the coffee shop where she worked. Strange messages began to arrive from her phone, but the police and FBI were unable to find a single lead. They were able to uncover the truth after conducting a thorough investigation, but none of them could have predicted that they were dealing with one of history's most heinous crimes. Samantha Koenig was born on August 30, 1993, in Anchorage, Alaska, the state's largest population center known for its quiet, measured lifestyle, harsh climate, and vast expanses of snow-capped mountains. The girl adored animals and intended to pursue a career in the field after school. Her other option was to pursue a medical career. Samantha even considered joining the Navy as a nurse. In her free time, she worked part-time at a Subway restaurant and a Harley-Davidson dealership. When she was 18, she took on a part-time job at a small chain coffee shop downtown. Samantha was thrilled about the opportunity. First and foremost, the job was simple enough. Second, she had to work alone on her shift, so the entire process depended solely on her. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic and was concerned about Samantha having to work through the night alone. He tried to talk her out of it, but eventually agreed to support her decision on the condition that he pick her up after each shift. She assured him that the coffee shop was equipped with cameras and even had a panic button to call the police, despite the fact that it was in the middle of nowhere. It was a relatively deserted area. The city, like most of Anchorage, has a low population density, which means that even in the downtown area, there are empty streets. Samantha also had to work a lot during the hours of darkness because daylight hours in Alaska are limited during the winter. Samantha fell in love with the job and quickly mastered it. She'd been working there for a month by early February, and on the first of the month she was getting ready to finish her shift at 8 p.m., as usual. A customer arrived 5 minutes before the coffee shop closed and ordered a large Americano. Samantha prepared the drink and handed it through the window to the customer. He grabbed the glass and immediately pointed his gun at the young woman. An unidentified man in a ski mask threatened to rob her and demanded that the lights in the coffee shop be turned off. Samantha complied, and the intruder broke in through the window. A surveillance camera captured the entire incident, but those silent witnesses could not help her. She didn't press the panic button because she was afraid of the armed robber. Once inside the coffee shop, the perpetrator tied Samantha up and inquired as to where her car was parked. The young woman responded that she did not have one, and that her boyfriend would be there any minute to pick her up. The man then led her outside and toward his car. Samantha managed to escape and run while he looked around, but the perpetrator quickly caught up with her and grabbed her. Unfortunately, no one was on the street at the time, so she couldn't get help. The man stated that if she attempted to flee again, he would kill her. He then led the young woman across the street to his pickup truck and seated her in the passenger seat. The perpetrator had obviously planned ahead of time, as the license plates had been removed from the car. As he drove her to an unknown location, the man stated that all he wanted was a ransom from her family, and Samantha could then return home. He continued to hide his face behind a ski mask the entire time. The young woman begged him to let her go, explaining that her family did not have much money. but the kidnapper refused. At one point, he asked Samantha where her phone was. The young woman responded that she had left it at the coffee shop, which enraged the perpetrator. He needed the phone for his ransom plan, so he returned to the coffee shop, took the smartphone, and sent 2 messages to Samantha's boss and boyfriend. In them, the kidnapper stated on the young woman's behalf that she was tired and planned to leave town with friends for a few days. Samantha spent the entire time in his pickup truck. After texting, the kidnapper removed the phone's battery and resumed driving. He drove the young woman to an undisclosed location that resembled a barn and instructed her to sit quietly. The man threatened to kill her if she tried to scream. He also mentioned that he had a police scanner and that if she managed to call for assistance, he would know right away. The perpetrator demanded Samantha's credit card, but the situation was not so simple. The young woman stated that she shared a bank account with her boyfriend, and the card was in his possession. The man decided to steal it after learning the boyfriend's address and PIN number. He left the tied-up Samantha alone and went to retrieve the card. The young woman informed him that it was always in the guy's car. Once there, the perpetrator recognized the correct car and began breaking it open. The guy saw it from the window and rushed outside, but he was too late. The kidnapper took out the card and fled. On the way back, he stopped at an ATM to check the PIN number before returning to Samantha's house. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and boyfriend were panicked. The guy didn't believe she wrote the message, and everyone knew something had gone wrong with Samantha. However, at the time, none of them connected the credit card theft to the young woman's disappearance. The guy didn't think the events were connected in any way. Samantha's family contacted the police by nightfall, and the search began. Of course, the first thing they did was look through the coffee shop's camera footage, which revealed her abduction. The FBI soon became involved, but they were unable to find any serious leads. The perpetrator had clearly planned carefully for the kidnapping. Not a single detail that could help identify him was captured on camera. Meanwhile, the young woman's relatives, with the assistance of concerned citizens, raised the $41,000 they had promised for information on Samantha's whereabouts. The parents were constantly interviewed by local TV stations, pleading for any information about their daughter's whereabouts. Flyers featuring Samantha's photo and information about the reward circulated throughout Anchorage, but the police never received a single valuable witness. As the days passed, detectives, desperate for answers, began checking on everyone Samantha knew, including her boyfriend and relatives. However, they quickly realized that none of them had anything to do with the kidnapping. Nearly a month has passed. On February 24th, Samantha's boyfriend received a new message from her phone number that read, "Connor Parkside under Albert's picture. Isn't she cute?" Investigators quickly realized it was about the local Connor's dog park and, along with the young woman's relatives, went there. After a while, they realized what the kidnapper meant. There was a booth in the park with various flyers, one of which featured a photo of a dead dog named Albert. The owners had placed this flyer on the stand to say goodbye to their pet, but the detectives discovered a plastic bag beneath it. When they opened it, they discovered a Polaroid photo of Samantha in the background, along with a February 13th newspaper and a typewritten letter in which the kidnapper demanded that $30,000 be deposited into Samantha's bank account. He threatened to kill the young woman if these terms were not met. The police and FBI quickly devised a plan to apprehend this thoughtful criminal. They instructed the young woman's father to top up the card in installments, forcing the kidnapper to visit ATMs on multiple occasions. He did exactly that. The man first deposited $5,000, and a few hours later, that money was withdrawn from an Anchorage ATM. The kidnapper was caught on camera, but detectives were unsuccessful. The man wore a hat, a hood, glasses, and what appeared to be a fake beard and mustache. It was impossible to identify him from the photo. The police quickly arrived at the ATM, but the perpetrator had already fled. A week later, the thief withdrew more money from Wilcox, Arizona, on the other side of the country. He traveled 6,000 miles to evade investigators, but they continued to track his movements. The next cash withdrawal took place in Lordsburg, New Mexico, only an hour away from Arizona. He then made 2 more withdrawals in different cities across Texas. Meanwhile, police carefully examined ATM photographs. They quickly realized the criminal had made a huge mistake. Wilcox had left his car in the camera's line of sight, so the detectives now knew the model of his vehicle. Of course, it was impossible to see the license plates in such a photo, but they now had something to work with. Investigators were concerned that the kidnapper might cross the border into Mexico, so all patrols were instructed to stop white Ford Focuses. A few days later, on March 13th, a Texas Highway Patrol officer observed a vehicle of that make in a hotel parking lot. A man sat behind the wheel. The officer decided to wait for him to pull out before following him. Soon, the man drove out of the parking lot and onto the highway. As soon as the driver exceeded the 3-mile speed limit, the patrolman ordered him to pull over at the curb. This was done to make the suspect less vigilant. If a dangerous criminal is behind the wheel, he may be armed and prepared to fight until the end, so the patrolman pretended that the reason for the stop was a minor offense. The driver of the white Ford was identified as Israel Keys, 34, of Anchorage. The police officer was immediately alerted and decided to search his vehicle, calling for backup in the process. Samantha's cell phone and her boyfriend's bank card were discovered in the car. They also discovered a gun, a false mustache, a beard, and dark glasses. Police had no doubt that he was responsible for Samantha's kidnapping, but they were still surprised because Keys had never come to their attention. The man had a completely clean criminal record. He lived with his girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter while running his small construction business successfully. He was respected and trusted by his acquaintances. Even some members of the Anchorage prosecutor's office utilized his repair and construction services. However, one question preoccupied everyone: where was Samantha Koenig? Keys remained extremely calm during questioning. He joked and laughed a lot. The FBI agents continued the conversation in his manner, and after a while he admitted to what he had done. He explained that he had been planning to rob this coffee shop for several days. He wasn't sure if he'd kidnap the employee. Furthermore, he had devised 2 rules that he himself violated: never look for victims near his own house and never transport them in his vehicle. All of this made him hesitant as he stood in front of Samantha in a dark coffee shop, but he decided to see it through to the end. On the night of the kidnapping, he drove her to the shed in his backyard, where his daughter and girlfriend were present. The perpetrator turned on the radio in case his victim screamed, then left to retrieve the bank card. When he returned, Israel entered the house quietly, hoping not to wake his family, poured himself a glass of wine, and went into the barn. He abused Samantha and eventually killed her. But what about the photograph they discovered in the park? Samantha appeared to be alive in the February 13th issue of the newspaper, which was published 2 weeks after her kidnapping. But she had been dead all along. The photo was not manipulated. Keys raised her eyelids and applied makeup to her face. According to a detective who attended the interrogation, Israel described the murder with as much ease as if he were listing the foods he had for breakfast. The perpetrator agreed to tell everything under the condition that the confession portion of the interrogation not be published. He did not want his daughter to hear everything. In doing so, he murdered Samantha just a few dozen yards from her bedroom. The detectives thought Key's story was about to end, but that was only the beginning. The morning after the murder, Israel and his family took a sea cruise from New Orleans. Tickets had been purchased in advance, and the perpetrator was fully aware that he was committing this murder just hours before departure. As a result, he had to leave the body somewhere so that no one would find it. Keys did the simple thing of leaving it in the same barn. The body quickly froze due to the cold outside temperature. When Keys returned home 2 weeks later, he took a picture with a newspaper and typed a ransom note. He then dismembered the body and traveled to a small lake 40 minutes outside of Anchorage. He cut holes in the ice with a chainsaw and placed bags of body parts and additional weights inside. Following all of that, the maniac went winter fishing. It took police divers 10 hours to retrieve the bags from the bottom. Detectives also discovered that Keys used the same white Ford Focus rental car for his trips between ATMs across the states. He experienced a malfunction and went to one of the dealerships to have the car repaired. Surprisingly, that woman played an important role in catching the perpetrator. The car was captured on an ATM camera prior to the breakdown, and the police were all looking for that specific model. The dealership gave him the same white Focus because they didn't have any other suitable vehicles at the time. If the situation had been different, he would not have been stopped. Finally, during questioning, Keys confirmed what the investigators had suspected: Samantha was not his first victim. The perpetrator had agreed to tell them about all of his crimes in exchange for 2 conditions. First, he demanded a death sentence that would be carried out within a year of its pronouncement. Second, he requested that everything he said be kept private from the press. These conditions surprised the detectives, but they saw no reason to object, and the maniac began telling them horror stories. Israel began committing crimes from an early age. He'd break into people's homes, steal, start fires in the woods, and torture animals. His parents were strong believers, but they practiced a controversial and unpopular branch of Christianity. They moved around the country on a regular basis because his parents' religious preferences were constantly changing. At the age of 20, Keyes joined the army and served for 3 years. He had molested a random young woman he had seen in an Oregon park a few months prior. When questioned, Israel stated that he wanted to leave the army as soon as possible so that he could begin killing. After quitting at the age of 23, he began his killing spree. He established weapons caches in the woods so that he could return at any time and begin looking for victims. Police discovered 2 such caches in Anchorage and New York. Inside, there was money, knives, a gun, and body disposal supplies. Over the next few years, he went hunting in various states, but the exact number of his victims is unknown. The FBI has only identified 5 of them, but detectives believe Keyes committed at least 11 murders, and these are just the cases in which numerous factors point to his involvement. The total number of murders could be up to 30. Furthermore, Israel had been robbing banks, stores, and private residences, so he always had enough money to purchase weapons and travel. He had significant cash reserves in his hiding places, which were discovered after interrogation. Despite this, the man had only ever come to the police's attention once. Throughout the interrogations, he denied any involvement, but detectives did not believe him. On March 3, 1996, a 12-year-old girl named Julie Harris went missing. Israel Keyes, then 16, lived in the same neighborhood. Police suspected him after a witness discovered Julie near Keyes shortly before she vanished. It wasn't until a year later that the girl's remains were discovered in the river, and her murderer was never found. During interrogations following Samantha's murder, Keyes denied any involvement, but investigators were still hesitant to believe him. They did not, however, possess any direct evidence. In a conversation with FBI agents, Israel admitted to studying serial killers since he was a child. His idol was Ted Bundy, and the maniac aspired to be like him. He had no remorse for his victims and proudly described how he managed to live 2 completely different lives. On the one hand, he was a decent family man and businessman. On the other, he was a barbaric murderer. The only indication of emotion was Keyes' request that the detectives keep the details of his crimes from his daughter. He also stated that he had never killed any children or anyone he knew, citing his own daughter as an example. The FBI agents did not believe this, but they were unable to demonstrate otherwise. They were all forced to admit that Israel was a highly intelligent maniac who had committed only one error in his entire string of crimes. The investigators hoped that he would confess to all of his atrocities, but this did not happen. 9 months after being arrested, Keyes committed suicide in his cell. Despite hundreds of hours of interrogation by FBI agents, he withheld much information. 11 drawings of skulls were discovered under the bed in his cell. It's possible that each one represented a victim. The images of these drawings were not published until 2020. Thus, Israel Keyes can be classified as one of the most violent and elaborate maniacs. He maintained an impeccable reputation despite committing dozens of different crimes and always getting away with it. If he hadn't left his car in the camera's view, he might not have been caught. Investigators were certain that if he had, he would have continued to kill. Keyes stated that he saw killing as his life's purpose and intended to continue hunting people until he was caught. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look back at what happened in Scotland in 2010. Zoe Nelson, 17, left home upset after an argument with her younger sister and mother. She did not return home that day. A few more days passed, and her case became widely discussed throughout Scotland. Zoe Nelson was born on August 13, 1992, in Wishaw, Scotland, in the year 2010. She lived with her mother, stepfather, and 2 younger sisters in New Mains, a village and former mining township on the eastern outskirts of Wishaw. 18 miles southeast of Glasgow. Zoe attended Motherwell College, where she was known as a popular student with many friends. Zoe and her 16-year-old sister Laura were both in relationships with the same guy, which caused a number of conflicts between them. On May 22, 2010, Robert Bain, 20, was living with his grandparents about a mile from the Nelson family's home. Zoe met Robert outside her house, and when Laura Ann saw this, she became upset and ran out of the house to confront her. Marianne Nelson, the girl's 40-year-old mother, witnessed the rival sisters fighting and recalls what happened that day. According to Marianne Nelson, Laura Ann ran out, flicked Zoe's hair, and attempted to slap her face, resulting in a fight at the end of the driveway. I divided it up. I said, "Go away, cow," and never return. She said she wouldn't return. Zoe kept her word and didn't return home until around 11 p.m. That same day, some locals noticed someone starting a fire in the wooded area known as Monkey Hill. The stench of smoke wafted into nearby homes, but no one paid much attention. Shirley Nelson, Zoe's aunt, would later recall that night and describe it in the following words. "When I finished my second shift at work, I was sitting in my garden in New Mains, having consumed alcohol the night before. We sat in the back of the house with my sister until approximately 11 p.m. When it became cooler, we smelled smoke," she explained. "We didn't think much of it because it was warm and all." The following day, she overheard other family members attempting to contact Zoe. She also tried her cell phone, but nobody answered. On the afternoon of May 23rd, Stuart Bell, 45, a government employee from Wishaw, rode his motorcycle into a wooded area near his home. When he saw something strange, he decided to stop. He described what he saw as something resembling a charred tailor's dummy. However, his opinion changed as he approached and took a closer look. When Stuart realized he wasn't looking at a mannequin, but rather a human body that had been damaged in a fire, he went home and called the cops, who arrived 15 to 20 minutes later. I shouted up the stairs to my wife that I had discovered a body in the woods and immediately called the police. He stated that when police arrived on the scene, the area was cordoned off. Nothing this gruesome had ever happened here before. The news of the body's discovery quickly spread throughout the community. When Zoe's family found out, her mother, Marianne Nelson, went to the police and reported her daughter's disappearance, whom she hadn't seen since they had argued, and told her not to return home. The Nelson family was soon informed of the bad news. Zoe became the victim of a crime. According to a police statement, the teenager's mother, Marianne, described Zoe as a popular girl and a typical 17-year-old with many friends who was well known in the community. She would have turned 18 in a few months, and we miss her terribly. Her stepfather, Daniel, and her two sisters, Laura Ann Ashley, are devastated by what has occurred. The family is urging anyone with information to come forward and help the police. Wu Logan, principal of Motherwell College, where Zoe studied a vehicle body repair course, said everyone at the school is shocked to hear the terrible news. Zoe was an extremely popular student. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. A thorough examination of the scene took several days, and at least 50 police officers worked on the case. Detective Derek Robertson of the police's main investigation team described Zoe's death as a young life cut short and stated that his officers would not rest until the perpetrator was apprehended. He stated, "It is critical that anyone who saw Zoe between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. on Saturday night come forward and assist us. It was the hottest day of the year, and we know that the area would have been busy with people taking shortcuts, sunbathing, and walking their dogs. There are a lot of dirt trails in the area, one of which crosses by the spot where Zoe's body was found." He added, "We are anxious to hear from anyone who is passing through the area looking at it from one of the houses that back onto it if they see anything suspicious." Zoe was described as 5 feet 6 and tall, with a heavy build and collar-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing gray tracksuit bottoms, a white long-sleeve t-shirt, and black Nike trainers. Detectives have been checking CCTV, phone, and computer records, carrying out door-to-door inquiries, and speaking to Zoe's friends and family as they tried to piece together her last movements. On May 26th, police released surveillance footage from the local store where Zoe was seen hours before her death. These small pieces of information were essential to the investigation. They allowed police to piece together Zoe's movements and eventually determine what happened to her, which led to the arrest of the person responsible for her death. Police said the public response to requests for information was slower than they had hoped. They had now set up a special email address so that people could contact them. The officers hoped that those who would not speak to them face-to-face would use this and other methods to report important information. Upon examination of the crime scene, a cap from a bottle of Sierra Silver tequila in the shape of a red plastic sombrero was found near the body, and a corresponding empty bottle was found on the other side of a small walkway nearby. Forensic experts estimated that Zoe's body may have been exposed to fire for 7 hours, so there was limited opportunity to determine the exact cause of death. When found, the body had a plastic bag partially melted over most of the face. So pathologists said the most likely cause of death was some form of asphyxiation. The palm of the right hand remained relatively undamaged, and 2 DNA samples were obtained from it. 1 DNA sample belonged to Zoe Nelson herself, and the other 2 are currently unknown. The cause of death was officially recorded as undetermined. By May 28th, the police had received several witness statements. One witness said that at about 5:15 p.m. on May 22nd, he saw Zoe, the man who was very drunk and violent toward her, hitting her in the head. Another witness said he saw Zoe Nelson walking past his home in New Mains in the company of a man with a tattooed face. A third witness saw Zoe and a man of similar appearance in New Mains and said, "He just looked angry. He hit a lamppost as he walked by and said he was going to take someone's life tonight." There were other witnesses, and when asked to describe the man Zoe was with, they all described the same young man, 20-year-old Robert Bain. Despite his age, Robert Bain already had a criminal history. He had previously spent 18 months in prison for robbery and had been released just 7 weeks before Zoe Nelson's death. He had been arrested 4 times for possession of illegal substances, but because he was a juvenile, there were no serious consequences for him. Investigators began to consider Bain as a prime suspect, and while they pondered their next steps, Robert Bain went to the police himself shortly before 6 p.m. On May 28th, Robert Bain walked into the police station in Wishaw and said he wanted to make a statement. He looked heavily intoxicated and was slurring his words. Bain said he had been in Motherwell a few days earlier, and a man named Stuart Campbell had gotten on the bus on the way back. According to Bain, he approached Stuart Campbell and asked him, "Were you with Zoe on Saturday night?" To which he replied. Campbell replied, "Yes, I took her life." This was the first time the police had heard the name Stuart Campbell since the investigation began, while they heard Bain's own name all the time, so they arrested him the same day. However, there was also a very good reason for the arrest, which the general public would only learn about during the trial, when he was formally arrested. Bain stated that he last saw Zoe on the morning of May 22nd after a chance encounter when he went to the local newsstand to buy cigarettes. On the morning of May 29th, the police released a statement saying a 20-year-old man was arrested and is currently in police custody in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson. Tests on a swab taken from Zoe Nelson's hand showed the presence of Nelson's DNA and traces of another person, which were found to match parts of Bain's DNA profile. Matching DNA from Nelson and Bain was found on both the tequila bottle and on its cap near the body. The forensic experts suggested that the presence of DNA inside the cap was due to the fact that both drank from the bottle and then put the cap back on. The scientific findings would support the conclusion that DNA from Robert Bain had been deposited between the fingers and on the right palm of Zoe Nelson, said the expert Marie Campbell. The odds against the DNA and the red plastic sombrero lid coming from anyone but Bain were 10 million to 1. Robert Bain was charged in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson on the basis of multiple eyewitness accounts and DNA evidence. He pleaded not guilty, acted defiantly, and even confronted one of the investigators. He also denied an earlier assault on Zoe, reported by a witness, when Bain struck her in the head with his fist. On June 16, 2010, hundreds of people came to Zoe Nelson's funeral. The service was held at Coltness Memorial Church in her hometown of New Mains before Zoe was buried at Cambusnethan Cemetery. Wishaw Zoe's mother, Mary Ann Nelson, and sisters Ashley and Laura Ann were among more than 200 mourners, as was her grandmother, Ann T.T. Nelson. Reverend Graham Rayburn, who led the service, said the number of people in the church showed what an impact Zoe had during her short life. As I look around today, it is very clear that Zoe Nelson touched the lives of so many people. He said she was a typical teenager, just like so many of you gathered here. She was always happy and cheerful, always laughing and joking, always with a smile on her face. Zoe had a big heart. She always had time for young children, and she would go out of her way to help support her friends if she was able. Reverend Rayburn said that Zoe, who would have turned 18 next month, was a bit of a tomboy, describing her as a petrolhead who loved fast cars and was also a keen Ranger supporter. He told how Zoe never had a chance to meet her new nephew, born a few weeks after her death. She had also wanted to wait until she was 18 to make contact with her biological father, which she never had the chance to do. On March 1, 2011, the trial of Robert Bain began, and he continued to insist that he was innocent. A teenage friend of Zoe Nelson told the court that a week before she died, Zoe had said her scratches and bruises were sustained in a fight with Robert Bain. Zoe told her friends that Bain was very bossy and unstable and could get angry over any trifle. He wouldn't let her socialize with some of her friends. Although Zoe Nelson and Robert Bain's relationship could not be called serious since he had been out of prison for less than 2 months, but he had a great influence on Zoe and also maintained a relationship with her 16-year-old sister, Laura Ann. Laura Ann Nelson was just as involved in a relationship with Robert Bain as her sister Zoe. Even before Zoe's body was discovered by a bystander, Laura Ann knew her sister was dead. She had kept this secret for 5 days. The police had not previously made this information public. But at the trial, it was revealed that Bain had led Laura Ann to the place where her sister's body lay. Laura Ann, who testified in court from behind a screen so she could not see Bain, said that on the morning of May 23rd, the day after she and Zoe had an argument, she went to Bain's address to return some items of clothing to him. When she arrived, she said Robert looked nervous and had been drinking vodka. Shortly afterwards, they left the house, and Bain told her that he wanted to show her something. She said he led her to the place where Zoe's body lay. Laura Ann said during her court questioning that she realized it was her sister because she recognized the Ranger's tattoo on her arm. According to her, Robert had told her that he had hit Zoe, and when she tried to hit him back, he lost his temper, took her life, and then used gasoline to try to destroy any trace of the crime. Laura Ann also admitted to walking with Bain the day after the body was found, and she subsequently visited his home and spent some time in his bedroom listening to music. She also spent about an hour on the phone with him. Laura Ann's friend, who also testified at the trial, described her as happy and normal at a time when she knew her sister was dead. When asked why she didn't tell the police everything during her first interrogation, she said, "I didn't tell them because I was afraid my mother wouldn't believe me and think I was responsible for Zoe's death." The jury also heard Laura Ann Nelson say that Robert Bain threatened that she would get the same thing as Zoe if she told anyone about what he had done. On March 25, 2011, a jury of 7 men and 7 women handed down a unanimous guilty verdict. Bain had to be physically restrained as the jury delivered their unanimous verdict at the High Court in Edinburgh. The handcuffed bodybuilder jumped up in the dark and began struggling violently with security officers and the police head-butting one of them. He also shouted insults and threats at Zoe Nelson's family, forcing the court to be cleared while officers restored order. After a 20-minute adjournment, Judge Lady Dorian agreed to recommend the trial in Bain's absence. Robert Bain was acquitted of stealing alcohol from an Asda store in Newman on May 22nd, and disorderly conduct when he yelled, cursed, and waved a knife in various streets in Wishaw. That same day, Bain was also acquitted of stealing Zoe's cell phone, which was found in the woods, and of threatening a police officer during an interview at the Motherwell police station on May 28th. On April 27, 2011, Robert Bain was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for taking the life of Zoe Nelson. He received another 6 years for the obstruction of justice charge. Both of his sentences must be served concurrently. In jailing him, Judge Lady Dorian told Bain this was an appalling crime. the circumstances of which are properly to be described as shocking. As the Nelson family left court, Zoe's aunt, Shirley Nelson, 35, said they were disappointed by Bain's 20-year minimum sentence. "A life should mean a life. We should go back to the old days and bring back hanging," she said. "All we can say now that all this is over is as a family. We would like to thank everyone for the help and support that have been given to us all. Now, as a family, we have to come to terms with the fact that we will never see Zoe again, as her life was cut short at the evil hands of Robert Bain." Speaking on behalf of the family after the verdict, Zoe's uncle, Stephen Hines, said Bain deserved it. He added that his reaction in court just shows how threatening he is. "He's an animal, and he knows he's guilty." End of story. After the court hearing, Officer Derek Robertson, who investigated the case, said that Bain showed no remorse for his heinous actions. "Today, when the verdict was raised, you saw what he can do, so the streets will be a lot safer, and hopefully the Nelson family can move on knowing that he is behind bars," he said. On Christmas Eve 2020, 29-year-old Laura Ann Nelson was found dead in her apartment after not being heard from for days. She was left with 2 children, ages 3 and 4. Her death was not considered criminal because Laura Ann had health problems, namely type 1 diabetes. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman spending time with her family on a normal Saturday morning heard the doorbell ring and went to answer it. What happened next resembled more the plot of a horror movie than a real-life incident. It took the detective more than 30 years to unravel this terrible mystery, the ending of which shocked and angered everyone. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950, in Michigan, USA. She grew up without a father, and since her teenage years, she has dreamed of having a large and close-knit family. Very soon, that dream came true. The girl married a man named John, and they had 2 sons, but just a few years later, an unexpected tragedy struck the family. Marlene's husband died suddenly of an illness, and the woman was left alone with 2 small children. Since then, she has spent most of her time at work trying to provide for her sons alone. Although she struggled with this, she sacrificed everything for her children. 6 years after her husband's death, she met a man named Michael Warren, and they soon married. The man was a used car salesman, and after their marriage, he opened his own business in that area. By that time, Marlene was already making good money, but instead of spending all her money, she tried to save it. The woman invested in Michael's company and also helped him in the management. The man himself was also good at this business, and in the following years it began to bring them decent money. Over time, Marlene and her husband expanded the business. They bought several properties to rent, and their finances took off. The family moved to an upscale Miami suburb called Wellington. Buying a large house there, they seemed to have built a near-perfect life. But in 1988, Marlene suffered another tragedy. Her oldest son was killed, and a woman and her youngest son, Joseph. It was a huge blow. After all the difficulties they had gone through, their life had just got better when suddenly fate presented them with yet another test. They found the strength to move on after this tragedy. Marlene became even closer to Joseph because he was her only closest relative. Her husband also helped her to recover from this loss. After the death of her son, the woman began to think about selling the properties that she and Michael were renting out. Despite the fact that this business brought in good money for Marlene, it was associated with constant worries. There were often situations when tenants delayed rent or lost in him altogether. In each such case, the woman did her best to find the best solution. It was very hard for her to put people on the street because she was a good-natured person and well remembered the financial difficulties she experienced with 2 small children. On the other hand, she and her husband could not let people live in their homes for free. And eventually Marlene wanted to get rid of the business so that she would no longer face such moral dilemmas. 2 years had passed since her son's death. The family was just beginning to recover and return to normalcy, but something terrible and unforeseen awaited them once again. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene was at home with her son and 3 of his friends who came over for breakfast. Their kitchen was located so that they could see the driveway through the windows. At some point, the doorbell rang and Marlene went to open it. Her son saw a white Chrysler parked in front of their house. The next second, the woman opened the front door and saw a man in a clown costume holding 2 balloons and a bouquet of flowers on the doorstep. Marlene said, "How cute is that?" But the next second, something unexpected happened. The clown pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot the woman in the head. Her son and his friends rushed into the hallway, where a heartbreaking sight awaited them. Marlene was lying on the floor with blood everywhere. The man in the clown suit looked at them for a few seconds, then got back into his car and drove away. My son called an ambulance, after which he decided to chase after his attacker. At the time, his leg was in a cast after an injury, and the guy couldn't drive. He told his 2 friends to stay with his mother. He asked his friend to drive and drove with her in the direction the attacker had gone, but by that time, the clown was out of sight, and they never managed to find him. Marlene was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state, and the detectives began their investigation. The first thing they did was talk to everyone in the house. The woman's son said that he could not see any signs of his attacker. He was wearing a suit and makeup. He was wearing gloves on his hands and a wig on his head. The only thing the son remembered was that the perpetrator had very dark eyes. His friends added that the clown was quite tall, and his shoes stood out strongly against the costume. They looked like work shoes. A neighbor who was walking his dog near Marlene's house also saw the clown, but he was unable to share any significant sightings with police. Investigators put out a search for a white Chrysler and began searching for other evidence, of course. Marlene's husband Michael was the first to be suspected that morning. He had just left for the racing stadium in Miami, and at the time of the attack on his wife, he was not at home. From the first hours of the investigation, the police had several good reasons to think about his involvement. First, they found out that Marlene and her relatives really liked clowns. There were a lot of pictures and figures depicting these characters in their house. This suggested that the attacker knew this fact and chose such an outfit for a reason. Second, just 2 hours after the incident, the police received an anonymous tip from a woman who called the investigators and said they should look into Michael Warren. A woman named Sheila Keen Sheila, who was 26, worked with Michael at his car rental company. Digging deeper, the detectives learned of rumors that there was a secret affair between them. Their relationship had been speculated about by some colleagues, so they immediately shared this information with the investigators. Here, the police discovered another possible motive if Michael was in a relationship with another woman and wanted to break up with Marlene. He had one problem. Most of the real estate and business that the family owned were written down to his wife. In that case, Michael would lose an impressive part of his fortune in a divorce. The police immediately checked the man's whereabouts at the time of the attack, and it turned out that Michael was in a car but 110 kilometers away from the house and had 2 friends with him. Investigators concluded he would not have been physically capable of committing the crime upon learning of the attempt on his wife's life. Michael rushed to the hospital and has not left her room since officers spoke with Sheila, and she stated that there was no romantic relationship between them and she had nothing to do with the crime. The woman added that she was at work at the time. Detectives also interviewed Sheila's husband, who said he was aware of rumors of an affair between his wife and Michael, but could not confirm whether or not it was true. The man added that his wife had moved out about a month ago, and in fact they were no longer together, although the police had no evidence to link Michael and Sheila to the crime. They continued to consider their involvement highly probable given that the husband could not have physically been outside his house that morning. The police wondered whether Sheila could have been the clown. Because of the costume, none of the witnesses could determine the gender of the assailant for certain, and Sheila was known among her colleagues for her character. The woman was responsible for dealing with clients who were delinquent in rent payments, and most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Sheila was adamant that some of these cases led to serious conflicts, so she always carried a gun with her. After doctors removed the bullet from Marlene's head, experts determined that it had been fired from a .38 caliber handgun, remarkably the same caliber as Sheila's. The cops went to her again to examine the weapon, but the woman said the gun had been stolen or lost months before the incident, and the detectives were again left with nothing. The cops continued to dig deeper and learned that after Sheila moved out of her husband's house, she had moved into a rental apartment, and investigators also heard rumors that Michael was paying for the place. Here, a new interesting discovery awaited the police. Officers, all the while their colleagues were trying to establish where the perpetrator took the clown costume, balloons, and flowers. At first glance, it seemed a very difficult task, but the detectives were lucky. They found that on May 24th, 2 days before the attempt on Marlene's life, a woman came to the costume store near Sheila's apartment. The employee said that at the time the store was closed and they were about to leave, but the woman persistently knocked on the door until someone opened it for her. She stated that she urgently needed a clown costume, a wig, face makeup, and a red nose. The clerks tried to explain to her that this door was already closed and asked her to come back tomorrow, but the woman was adamant, so the staff still sold her the items. There were no surveillance cameras in the store, so the police officers had to rely on verbal descriptions of the woman's appearance. The salespeople told them that she was tall and thin with dark hair. Detectives showed them pictures of several women, and the officer said the customer looked like one of them, Sheila. As for the balloons and flowers, they were traced to a supermarket about a mile from Sheila's apartment. The salesman stated that the same items had been bought by a woman just a few hours before the attempt on Marlene's life. He described her exactly like the costume store employees, a tall, thin young woman with long dark hair. The salesman added another interesting fact. According to him, the female customer exhibited rude and to some extent even masculine manners. By that time, the investigation had lasted 2 days, and on May 28th, the doctors told the police that Marlene had died. Despite their best efforts, the effects of the point-blank shot were too severe. As a result, the case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives continued to look for more possible evidence against Sheila. They asked the judge for a warrant to search her apartment. While the police were waiting, something else happened. They were informed of a similar car in a parking lot located 13 kilometers from the victim's home. Investigators got there and quickly verified that it was the same Chrysler the killer was driving inside. They found some long dark hair and orange fibers that looked like pieces of a clown wig. During a search of Sheila's apartment, the police found the exact same orange-colored particles, and they also found work boots that matched the witness's description, a similar model worn by the clown on the day of the murder. Despite all this, the police had one major problem. DNA analysis was barely used at the time, and without it, all this evidence was circumstantial, with a high probability that the court would have acquitted Sheila, in which case it would be impossible to charge her again with murder. The detectives wondered where the car the clown drove to Marlene's house came from, and then they found out something very interesting. An employee of Michael's company told them that 1.5 months before Marlene's murder, they had received a call from a man to rent a rental car, but there was one problem. This man had mixed up the phone numbers, and he had taken the car from another company, the main competitors of Michael. When the employee told the boss about it, Michael behaved very strangely. Instead of telling the customer about his mistake, he told the man to just bring the car to the parking lot and leave the keys in the cabin. Then Michael asked the employee to bring him and Sheila to the parking lot and never to tell anyone about what had happened. The employee watched. They got into that car and drove away. It was the same white Chrysler. Notably, not long before that, there had been a serious disagreement between Michael and his competitors. The problem was that Michael was portraying his competitors in a bad light in his advertising, and they didn't like their brand being portrayed in a negative light. Detectives decided to look into Michael's business in more detail. During the audit, they found numerous violations of the law, including tax and insurance manipulation. Moreover, they found evidence that Michael sometimes resorted to illegal methods of returning cars, even when customers paid on time, and did not violate any terms. During this audit, the police also spoke to an employee who recalled something interesting. According to him, Michael and Marlene once had an argument in the workplace. When the woman left, Michael asked the employee, "How much would you charge to make my wife disappear?" Although it all sounded highly suspicious, detectives still had no evidence linking Michael to the murder. He was nevertheless arrested for various business manipulations. The court initially sentenced the man to 8 years in prison, but he was released after 4 years later. In 2002, Michael married Sheila, and they moved to another state, even though the detectives were never able to prove their involvement in the murder. They continued to watch them. The cops discovered that after the move, Sheila began introducing herself to everyone she knew under a different name, Debbie, and that she had dyed her hair from dark to blonde. She and Michael opened their restaurants, and it seemed that they had managed to build a wonderful life in the new place. However, soon rumors began to circulate among the employees of their establishment that Sheila had murdered Michael's ex-wife. Apparently, one of them stumbled across information about this crime and learned that the police still suspected them. However, detectives still could not prove their guilt, and the case finally froze. It wasn't reopened until 2013, and a new team of investigators requested a re-examination of all available evidence. By then, technology in the examination of DNA and other physical evidence had advanced to a new level compared to 1990. It took several years to examine the evidence. First, experts compared the orange flecks found in Sheila's apartment, the car, and the murder scene, and analysis showed they were identical, but the biggest clue was waiting ahead. Experts took a DNA sample from several hairs found in the white Chrysler and compared them to Sheila's DNA. They were a perfect match. Detectives thus obtained incontrovertible evidence that Sheila was in the very car in which the clown drove up to Marlene's house, enough to take the case to court, and the woman was arrested in 2017. At the time, Sheila was 54 and still denied guilt. She was denied the right to bail and awaited trial in a cell. As for Michael, he insisted that he had nothing to do with Marlene's murder and believed that Sheila had nothing to do with it. He hired expensive attorneys for her, and the way for the trial stretched on for years. In preparation for it, the police uncovered some facts not previously known. It turned out that a year after the murder, they were approached by a lawyer who had worked with Michael on his business. He said that about a year before the murder, Michael had asked him an extremely odd question: if the husband kills his wife, what happens to the property recorded in her name? Will the husband get it? The lawyer was surprised by such a question, but that didn't stop him from actually giving Michael advice. He said that if the husband asked his acquaintance to commit this murder and the court could not tie the husband to the man, he would get all his wife's property. But the lawyer went on to say something that later shocked investigators. He told Michael that if the killer wore some sort of costume, such as a clown, he would never be identified and would escape punishment. Another shocking confession came from a man whose father worked for Michael at the time of the murder. He confessed that his now deceased father had helped to run illegal schemes at extra cost, such as swiping mileage meters to sell cars at a higher price, but on the day of the murder, Michael asked him to do something far more terrible. He told the man to get rid of the gun and of the car. Apparently, the current question was the one in which the killer moved after he abandoned the Chrysler in the parking lot, and the employee complied with these requests before he died. He told all this to his son and added another important detail. The man said that the second car was hidden in the river canal. As soon as the police received this information from his son, they combed the canal and indeed found the car there. Unfortunately, no evidence of it survived, but the very fact that it was there confirmed that the witness was telling the truth. The beginning of Sheila's trial was repeatedly postponed until finally a final date was set for May 12, 2023. But on April 25th, something unexpected happened. The woman pleaded guilty in exchange for not receiving the death penalty, which she would face if she were to lose her murder trial. Her attorneys explained the situation as follows: Sheila is innocent of the murder, but she fears for her life, which is why she took responsibility for someone else's crime. However, there is a much more logical explanation. Under the terms of the deal, she pleaded guilty to murder in the second degree, which implies a sentence of 12 years in prison, which is exactly the sentence she received. But furthermore interesting, the court deducted from that term the time the woman spent behind bars since her arrest, about 5.5 years. But that is not all. The judge reduced the remaining term due to the good behavior of Sheila. As a result, the woman was to spend between 16 and 24 months in prison. Her attorneys assured her that they could secure her release after the minimum bar of that time expired. So Sheila was found guilty of murdering a woman in cold blood in front of her son, and received a frankly ludicrous sentence for it. As for Michael, his involvement is still unproven and he remains free. Most likely he will never be charged again for the murder of his wife because there is not a single piece of evidence against him. Despite all this, the son of Marlene thanked the detectives who were able to get to the truth and did not give up on the case for many years. The death of his mother was the strongest tragedy for him because she was his only relative. Nevertheless, he was able to cope with the pain, opened his own small construction firm, and got his life together. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The family of a well-known Australian businessman was found dead in their family mansion. From the very beginning of the investigation, detectives faced a nearly complete absence of evidence and suspects. However, soon unexpected details emerged in the investigation. altering the course of the case and revealing a truth that not only shocked the relatives of the deceased but also stirred public outcry. The Min and Yun lines had immigrated to Australia from China to pursue higher education. They met during their time at the University of Sydney and later got married, establishing their permanent residence in Newcastle. In 1994, their daughter Jun Lin, commonly known as Brenda, was born, and she was soon joined by two sons, Henry and Terry. In 2002, the Line family opened a kiosk on Rose Street, selling various news publications, newspapers, and magazines. Gradually, their small business began to prosper and generate a substantial income. The family was highly respected within the community, known for their hard work as their store operated 7 days a week, and they were seen as loving and caring parents. Their eldest daughter Brenda grew up to be beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Henry was very sociable and had a strong interest in sports. While the youngest Terry kept up with his older siblings, the strong family bonds were reflected in their outward success as their business thrived. The family's income from the store had already reached around $1 million per year, making the Line family one of the most prosperous and respected in North America. Having achieved success in their business, Min Line and Yun Line assisted relatives from China in relocating to Australia. Lily's sister had been living in the same house as her sister and her family since she moved to Australia, helping to raise the children. Min Line organized the relocation of his parents, and the elderly couple settled in Maryland, located a 30-minute drive from North Ephesus. He also helped his sister Kathy and her husband Liam bin Ai, known as Robert, with their move. Kathy and Robert, after an unsuccessful attempt to start their own restaurant business, settled in North Epping, living just a few minutes' walk from the Line family's home, and both of them worked at Min Line's store on the morning of July 18, 2009. The store's regular customers were alarmed to find it closed without any prior notice. This was highly unusual since the store had always been open 7 days a week. Concerned about this, one of the store's loyal patrons contacted Kathy to inquire about the reason for the store's closure. Kathy was unaware of why her brother hadn't shown up for work and failed to notify anyone suspected that Min Line might be ill. In response, Kathy and her husband went to her brother's home upon approaching the house. They discovered the front door unlocked inside the house. When they reached the second floor, they were met with a gruesome crime scene involving the Line family. Kathy immediately reported the discovery to the police, leading to the revelation of the Line family's demise. Police swiftly arrived at the scene and found the lifeless bodies of 43-year-old Yun Line, commonly known as Lily, her two sons Henry, aged 12, and Terry, aged 9, as well as her 39-year-old sister Yan B, known as Irene. Blood splatters were discovered throughout the house from floor to ceiling. In the initial hours of the investigation, the police became suspicious of Manlin, the head of the family, as his body was not found during the examination of the house. Investigators also noted the absence of another family member, the eldest daughter of Jun Lin, known as Brenda, upon inspecting the crime scene. It became apparent that the assailant had not entered her room as there were no traces of blood and the room remained untied. 2 hours after the police arrived at the scene, a man's body was discovered under a blanket on a bed next to Lily, indicating that Lin's family's head was not a fugitive but had become a victim of the attack. To ascertain the identities of the deceased, investigators had to turn to forensic examination as their faces were so disfigured that their relatives could not identify them. The police began a thorough examination of every corner of the crime scene, but at that point they had no leads regarding the motive for the crime or the identity of the perpetrator initially upon examining the bodies. Investigators believed that the assailant had shot the victims in the face from close range. Given the extent of their disfigurement, however, later, the results of a forensic examination revealed that the victims had been brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt, heavy object, likely a hammer. Additionally, 4 out of the 5 victims exhibited signs of asphyxiation, indicating that they had been strangled before succumbing to their injuries. The time of death was estimated to be between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Police learned that on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, a large family dinner had been organized at Min Lin's parents' home, attended by the entire family, including Kathy and Robert. According to the parents' accounts, the dinner proceeded in a warm and pleasant atmosphere, with everyone enjoying their time together. The only family member absent was Brenda, who was 15 years old at the time she had left on a school trip to study the French language in New Colonia with Cheltenham Girls High School and had learned about the brutal murder of her entire family through Facebook. This incident created a media frenzy and shocked the community. Many North Epping residents were personally acquainted with the Line family and were deeply saddened by their tragic demise. The public funeral for the Line family took place at Olympic Park on August 8, 2009, with over 1,000 people coming to bid farewell to the family after the funeral, despite Lan's parents offering Brenda to live with them. Kathy and Robert insisted on taking custody of the girl, citing their advanced age and swiftly formalized guardianship. Brenda returned to school, and Kathy and Robert took over the management of the store. The police continued their investigation, which was filled with rumors and speculations. One theory suggested that the initial intention of the perpetrator might have been a robbery gone awry. Another theory implied a connection to the Chinese mafia, as a few days prior to the murder, Minnan had witnessed an armed robbery of a cash and transit vehicle near his store. It was believed that he was killed to prevent him from testifying, and the rest of the family became unintended victims. However, the investigation could not find any evidence linking the crime to the robbery witnessed by Mine. The idea of a home invasion was also swiftly ruled out, as there were no signs of forced entry and nothing had been stolen from the house during the investigation. It became evident that the murders had been meticulously planned, and the absence of any foreign fingerprints in the house, except those of the family members, led investigators to believe that the killer likely wore gloves, given that the murder weapon was not found at the crime scene. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator had carefully planned the crime and had taken steps to dispose of the murder weapon. Detectives hypothesized that to maintain control and prevent the hammer from being dropped during the attack, the assailant likely had it attached to their wrist in some way at the crime scene. 24 bloody shoe prints were discovered, which were determined to correspond to a shoe size of 9.5 in American measurements, indicating that the assailant acted alone. Investigators speculated that the crime was most likely committed by someone close to the family, who had access to the house, was familiar with the layout of the rooms, knew the location of the circuit breaker and alarm system, and was aware of Brenda's absence from the house. This idea was supported by the fact that the killer did not enter Brenda's room, as no traces of blood were found in there. The brutality of the crime led investigators to consider that it was driven either by intense hatred or overwhelming passion. Despite their suspicions, investigators still had no concrete idea of who might be involved in this crime. Extensive interrogations of potential witnesses yielded no valuable information. Mel's parents, as well as Kathy and Robert, were questioned multiple times, but no significant information regarding potential wrongdoers was obtained. Kathy and Robert held a press conference organized by the police, urging the public to share any information they might have about the case. However, for several months, the investigation seemed to be at a standstill. The immense public pressure on the police demanded a swift resolution to find and punish the perpetrator. Consequently, a special task force was established within the police department, consisting of the most experienced investigators. They decided to re-examine all the evidence in the case that had not been thoroughly analyzed before. During the review of a recorded phone call between Kathy and the emergency services operator, towards the end of the call, the police noticed some unintelligible muttering in the Cantonese dialect. This recording was quickly translated, revealing a woman pleading with her husband not to leave her alone in the house, because she suspected the perpetrator might still be inside. Investigators found it peculiar that Robert had left his wife alone at the crime scene without checking whether the assailant was still in the house or not. This raised suspicions that he might have known for certain that she was safe and that the assailant had already left the premises. As a result, investigators decided to scrutinize Robert more closely, shifting the focus of the investigation in this direction and searching for additional evidence. During their investigation, detectives discovered that Robert had unrestricted access to the Line family home, as he had a key to it. Furthermore, he had a motive for committing the crime. After moving to North Epping, Robert struggled to establish himself in a business and had to work as an employee for Line. Following the Line family's death, all of their assets were transferred to Brenda, but as she was only 15 years old at the time, the legal guardianship of the girl meant that Kathy and Robert had control over all the family's assets, and business police learned that almost immediately after taking custody of Brenda, Robert pressured Min's parents to vacate the house that Minlin had purchased for them. Police suspected that Robert, humiliated by his own failures and driven by jealousy, harbored a plan to seize the fortune accumulated by the Lin family through years of hard work Despite Robert being the primary suspect in the case, the police only had suspicions against him in the hope of obtaining more substantial evidence. Investigators installed surveillance cameras in his residence as part of a covert operation that continued for 6 months in May 2010. During another round of questioning with Kathy, investigators intentionally broached the topic of the bloody shoe prints found in the house. She disclosed that Robert wore 6 shoes in size 9.5. This revelation was a breakthrough for the investigation because the A6 shoe model was rare, as it had been discontinued in 2005, and these shoe prints were discovered at the crime scene. Just a few days after this, Robert was caught on hidden cameras inside his home, cutting up several AAC boxes, moistening the torn cardboard bits in a bucket of water, and flushing them down the toilet, armed with this information from the surveillance cameras. The police obtained a search warrant for Robert's house. During the search, investigators discovered a stain marked as number 91 on the garage floor beneath a chest of drawers. Subsequent laboratory analysis revealed that this stain was human blood containing a complex mixture of DNA, including at least 4 out of the 5 victims. Experts also determined that the composition of this stain matched the blood found in the victim's house on May 5, 2011, almost 2 years after the crime was committed. Robert was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He was remanded in custody without the possibility of bail. His trial did not begin until May 2014, and he pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. The prosecution presented a wealth of new evidence against Robert. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence in the case was the testimony of an informant from prison, who revealed that while awaiting trial, Robert had confessed to him. He admitted that on the night of the murders, he left his house without his wife, noticing he had given her a large dose of sedatives. Additionally, he shared that he had purchased the murder weapon, a hammer, from a budget store in town, knowing that the store had dummy surveillance cameras, ensuring there would be no evidence of the purchase. Robert also confessed to a cellmate that he had struggled to dispose of the hammer for a while, fearing he might be caught on surveillance camera recordings. Robert's defense attempted to convince the jurors to disregard these testimonies, suggesting that the witness may have had ulterior motives, such as reducing their own prison sentence in exchange for their testimony. In the end, the entire body of evidence came down to the informant's words against Robert's consistent denials. Despite the compelling evidence in the case. It seemed like the trial might fall apart and the court would not reach a verdict. However, a sudden and unpleasant revelation during the trial changed the course of the investigation. Brenda confessed to her attorney that Robert had subjected her to sexual abuse for many years, starting when he and his wife moved to Sydney and her family was still alive. When the girl moved into his home after her parents' deaths, his vengeance only intensified. Intensified revelation led to the suspension of the trial for further investigation and the uncovering of these newly disclosed facts. Several months later, in August 2014, the second trial began. The prosecution now argued that Robert was driven not only by jealousy and greed, but also by a sexual obsession with his niece. Despite all the evidence against Robert, the defense continued to assert that he was the victim of public pressure on the police. They also cast doubt on the nature and timing of the garage bloodstain, suggesting that it could have entered the garage floor after Robert and Kathy discovered the bodies at the crime scene, and Robert might have accidentally stepped on blood while wearing the same shoes. Ultimately, this trial was postponed due to the judge's illness. In February 2015, the third trial began, which again led to no conclusive verdict as the jurors failed to reach a unanimous decision. In December of the same year, Robert was released on bail after spending nearly 5 years in prison without a conviction. The fourth trial began in June 2016, and once again, the jurors could not reach a unanimous decision. It wasn't until January 12, 2017, during the fifth hearing of the case, that the court delivered a guilty verdict, sentencing Robert to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole in June 2020. Robert filed an appeal, which was denied on February 21st. He is currently behind bars but has never admitted his guilt in committing this crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story takes place in the year 2020. Marilyn Levesque, 22, was found dead with multiple stab wounds. Her death sparked a massive public outcry, with many demanding that Canadian authorities explain how this could have occurred. Marilyn was born in 1997 to Corinne Levesque and Franz Goulet, who split up shortly after her birth. Her friends described her as kind, outgoing, and always friendly. Originally from Chicoutimi, Marilyn spent some of her childhood with her mother and some in foster homes. Chicoutimi is one of 3 municipalities that make up the Sanguine metropolitan area in Quebec, Canada. She left her hometown for Quebec at the age of 17 and returned after breaking up with her boyfriend. She began commuting between the 2 cities, working in the capital 2 or 3 days per week. Because she did not yet have a driver's license, she took the bus or used carpool services. By early 2020, she was living with her new boyfriend, Gabriel Trucon, in the Chicoutimi district, about 130 miles from Quebec, according to Gabriel. Marilyn aspired to a stable life and decided to pursue a career in architecture. However, on January 22, 2020, everything changed. It was Wednesday, and Marilyn was in Quebec. Her trip was work-related, so Gabriel stayed and she came to me. Gabriel became very concerned around 9 o'clock in the evening because he couldn't reach Marilyn. After several failed attempts to contact his girlfriend, Gabriel began texting Marilyn's co-workers, hoping that someone had seen her. But soon, Gabriel received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, the caller identified himself as a police officer and informed him that Marilyn had been discovered dead. Later, forensic experts determined that she died from multiple stab wounds, with over 50 on her body. To continue looking at Marilyn's story, we must go back 17 years. In 2003, Chantal Deschamps, a 32-year-old bartender at a hotel in Quebec, met Eustachio Galice, 36, who also worked at the hotel and was her boss in charge of the guests' meals. Eustachio and Chantal began a passionate love affair shortly after they met. Chantal was the mother of 2 daughters, ages 10 and 6, whose father she had not seen in years. Eustachio has been married to Joanne Lafrance since 1996. They had 3 children. The couple's relationship appears to have been strained. For example, Eustachio broke down walls in their home twice or 3 times in a fit of rage. He once attacked his wife while they were traveling through Ottawa, was arrested, and served 7 days in jail. Despite the incidents described and other instances of verbal abuse, Joanne Lafrance stated that she was not afraid of her husband and regarded him as a good father to their 3 children. Although he did not always spend time with his family due to his demanding job, when Eustachio and Chantal's romance began, he left his wife Joanne and their 3 children to live with his new sweetheart. Chantal and Eustachio married, formalizing their rapidly developing relationship. Everything seemed to be going well for the couple at first, as is common. Eustachio got along well with Chantal's children, and they spent weekends together at the movies, the ice rink, and other entertainment venues. However, the relationship rapidly deteriorated. At the same time, Galice worked more than 60 hours per week. He informed his supervisors that he would resign on December 31, 2004, because he could no longer bear the pressures of his job as the hotel's food and beverage manager. He did not, however, discuss his personal difficulties with his employer. In recent months, Eustachio Galice and Chantal Deschamps' relationship has become increasingly complicated and tumultuous. Some witnesses described the man as being extremely jealous, while others claimed that both Eustachio and Chantal were possessive and frequently argued about it. According to the couple's friends, Eustachio Galice would raise his voice but not physically abuse Chantal Deschamps, despite the fact that she would insult or slap him. The tension in the relationship peaked on October 21, 2004. Eustachio and Chantal returned home that morning after working the hotel's night shift. Chantal's 2 daughters were still sleeping. They spent their evening with Joni Heian, their babysitter, who had stayed over at their house because their mother worked the night shift, interrupted the couple's conversation. Joni learned about their argument that night. The babysitter left the house around 7:15 a.m., and the kids were supposed to be at school around 8 a.m. Before leaving for school, the girls entered to greet their mother, who was in the bedroom with Eustachio. This was the last time they saw their mother alive. Eustacio Galiz arrived at his ex-wife Joanna Lafront's home at 1:29 p.m. to drop off all of his cash savings. At this point, he called the cops and admitted to killing his wife, Chantal. At 1:39 p.m., the police arrived at Joanne Lafront's house, where Galiz repeated his confession and surrendered without resistance. He then insisted that the police come to the school as soon as possible. Before Chantal, his two daughters returned home and discovered their mother's body. At the same time, police went to Chantal Duchan's house, where they discovered her bloody body on the bed in her bedroom. Next to the body, the police discovered two blood-stained knives and a hammer with a broken handle. An autopsy revealed that the woman died from multiple hammerhead injuries and stab wounds. The hammer blows were so severe that the handle broke. During his trial in 2006, a jury convicted Eustacio Galiz of second-degree murder. He admitted that his motive for committing the crime was Chantal's decision to leave him. Galiz was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 15 years. In 1997, he served 7 days in jail for assaulting his first wife, Joanne Lafront. In 2004, he killed his second wife, Chantal Duchan. It can be concluded that Galiz abused women. Despite this, 15 years later, in March 2019, the parole board determined that Galiz's risk of reoffending was low enough to release him. As part of his parole strategy, Galiz was allowed to date women to satisfy his sexual desires. The parole officer devised a strategy to determine the amount of contact Galiz could have with women. He was allowed to visit an erotic massage parlor once a month to satisfy his sexual needs, but he was forbidden from having romantic relationships. He was also required to keep a curfew from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless he was attending an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. However, his control was so weak that he went to the massage parlor several times a week rather than once a month. Remember, he was released in March 2019. Galiz, 51, met Marilyn Levesque, 22, an employee at an erotic massage parlor, in June. Marilyn's relatives were mostly aware that she made a living by providing intimate services for money, but she told them little about it, and when she did, she usually made fun of it or mentioned it casually. Her close friends described her as a sensitive young woman. She also became extremely rigid in her work. Part of her wanted to change her life and leave the job that her relatives believed in, but it's difficult to return to the minimum wage. When you're used to earning the equivalent of 2 weeks' wages in 2 hours, how did she end up prostitution? The situation is unclear. But one thing is certain: Marilyn experienced a difficult childhood. She was frequently placed in foster homes. Marilyn's boyfriend and close friends knew where she worked and what she was paid for. According to her friends, she was neither proud nor ashamed of her job. And we always talked about it openly. Marilyn's boyfriend didn't mind that she earned money this way because she worked in Quebec, 100 miles away from their home. Galiz, who had almost no one to supervise him, began going to the massage parlor several times per week. The man gave the parole board the impression that he had been reformed, but his nature had not changed. On several occasions, he used violence against female employees, and as a result, he was barred from visiting the massage parlor. None of the employees knew Galiz was a criminal, let alone that he had been imprisoned for the murder of his wife in late summer 2019, when it was discovered that Galiz had assaulted several women at a massage parlor. The parole board prohibited him from visiting erotic massage parlors under threat of imprisonment, but by this point they'd fallen in love with Marilyn and devised a workaround. He offered the girl 1,300 Canadian dollars for a meeting in a hotel room, which she accepted. It was their first meeting outside of the massage parlor, and everything went well. Galiz was so sympathetic to Marilyn that he began to share his emotional feelings with her. He told her how much he missed his wife and had mourned her for 15 years, but he didn't say he had killed her. Shortly after, Eustacio Galiz began to suspect that the young woman was drifting away from him and that their relationship was deteriorating. He began to feel rejected, which caused him anxiety and jealousy. The man scheduled another hotel appointment for January 22, 2020. Marilyn told her boyfriend that she avoids hotel meetings and prefers massage parlors, which have guards to protect the workers and kick clients out if there is a problem. However, the $2,000 offered to Gaulies this time compelled her to accept another meeting at the hotel at 5 p.m. Gaulies and Marilyn were spotted in the hotel's restaurant, which is located in southwest Quebec. After dinner, around 8:30 p.m., the couple went to their room, and at 11:35 p.m., Gaulies arrived at the police station and confessed to the murder, as he had in 2004. The police went straight to the hotel, hoping that Marilyn was still alive. Unfortunately, she had already died. During the autopsy, 57 stab wounds were discovered on her body. Gaulies was found to have spent about 2 hours at the bar before surrendering to police, as well as disposing of the murder weapon and Marilyn's cell phone. What happened was terrible in and of itself, but in this case, the perpetrator's identity and past in the context of his new atrocity sparked widespread outrage and demanded answers from authorities. Secretary of Public Safety Bill Blair expressed his condolences to Marilyn's family, saying her death could have been avoided. Sonia Labelle, Quebec's Justice Minister, wanted to know how a violent criminal like Gaulies was granted parole. She also questioned whether the officers who worked with Gaulies had adequate training to assess public safety risks and called on Federal Public Safety Minister Bill Blair to investigate the situation. Another commission was formed to investigate the parole board's actions, which revealed flaws in the first board's work case management and supervision of the offender. The head of Canada's Correctional Service described Marilyn's death as a terrible tragedy that should never have occurred. He also promised that the Correctional Service of Canada, along with the parole board, would take significant steps to avoid similar incidents in the future. Despite the high-profile statements, no one was severely punished, as is typical in such cases. Some parole board employees have been transferred to new positions, while others have been sent for refresher courses. There is no way to bring the young woman back, and her death is hoped to serve as a wake-up call for those who make decisions with serious consequences. The government paid compensation for Marilyn's death after the authorities and her family reached an agreement. The agreement prevented Marilyn's relatives from filing a lawsuit, but the amount of compensation was not disclosed due to confidentiality agreements. It should be noted that some have condemned the victim because of her professional activities. Gaulies was initially charged with second-degree murder, but after it was discovered that he had planned the crime and purchased the knife in advance, he was charged with first-degree murder. Gaulies pleaded guilty, admitting that he planned the murder in advance. During his trial in February 2020, the prosecutor told the court that the police had feelings for Marilyn and became jealous and angry when they realized he was only a means for her to earn money. Jealousy was discovered to be the primary motive for the murder. On February 27, 2020, 51-year-old Eustachio Gaulies was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. This time, he will be able to apply for parole after 25 years, rather than 15 years after his wife's murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the eve of Christmas, a young woman was abducted from the apartment where she lived with her boyfriend. An unknown criminal tied up the young man and took the young woman out through the back door, disappearing without a trace. The police were unable to identify the perpetrator and the caveman for 36 years until an unexpected truth came to light. Leslie McRae was born on April 14, 1968, in Jacksonville, Florida. She was kind-hearted, determined, outgoing, loved to have fun, had a sharp mind, and had a great sense of humor. Leslie grew up in a loving family but was particularly close to her 4-year-old cousin Joey. Despite living in different cities, the girls tried to spend as much time together as possible. Leslie even considered moving to her city when she turned 18. After graduating from high school at the age of 17, Leslie enrolled at the University of North Florida, dreaming of building a career in the modeling industry. She moved out of her parents' house and into an apartment complex with her 21-year-old boyfriend Edgar McQuarrie. On the night of December 24, 1985, they were sleeping in their apartment when Edgar woke up around 3 a.m. to a noise to his horror. He saw a man with a knife above their bed. The unknown criminal tied Edgar's hands and fed him with ties, threatening him with a weapon to prevent him from resisting. He then tied up Leslie in the same way and took her out through the back door of the apartment. Edgar, still tied up, could only watch in horror as the kidnapper took Leslie away. He took him 3 hours to free his hands, and around 6 a.m., he called the police. The taxis arrived at their apartment, took Edgar's statement, and began searching for Leslie, considering that the room was almost pitch black at the time of the abduction. Edgar could not see the perpetrator's face or any other distinguishing features except for brown hair. The police also did not know what kind of vehicle the kidnapper had used, although it was evident that he had used some form of transportation to abduct Leslie. They received a call at their station 3 hours after the kidnapping. A man went out for a morning run and noticed a female body lying in a ditch next to the road, 8 kilometers away from Leslie's apartment. The investigators arrived at the scene and immediately identified the young woman. Her body was covered in various injuries. Some of her clothing was torn or missing. Medical experts determined that the young woman had received more than 20 sharp object wounds, and there were also many bruises on her body. In addition, the killer had subjected the victim to violence, and experts were able to extract his biological material. Considering the DNA analysis was not yet used in those years, this evidence could not help the police identify a suspect. There were no other useful clues at the scene, so the investigators decided to focus on examining the victim's apartment. Soon they had serious doubts about what had happened that night. According to the victim's boyfriend, the criminal had quietly entered the apartment, but no signs of a break-in were found, and there were no signs of a struggle in the rooms. In addition, the back door through which Leslie was allegedly taken out was covered in cobwebs, and no fingerprints were found on it. There were no shoe prints, despite a thick layer of dust around it. All of this suggested that the boyfriend's story may have been fabricated, and in that case, an obvious question arose: does he have anything to do with the murder? The investigators doubted that the boyfriend could have taken out and killed his girlfriend, then returned to the apartment and called the police. Experts suggested that her body was dumped on the street after Edgar called 911, so he was no longer considered a suspect. Over the next few months, the detectives tried to find new leads. But each time they hit a dead end, the investigation was finally suspended in 1986. The criminal's biological material, which was the only serious evidence in this case, could not help the investigators at that time, and they hoped that in the future this clue would lead them to the killer for many years. This case sat gathering dust in archives. Leslie's relatives never lost hope of finding the culprit. They reached out to various authorities and gathered information themselves that could be useful in solving the case, but their resources were limited, so they were unable to find any new leads. In 2010, Leslie's mother, Sarah Adams, was diagnosed with a serious nervous system disease that practically robbed her of her ability to speak. Despite this, she continued to maintain contact with investigators through nodes. After that, Leslie's cousin Joey became the most active in the search for the truth. Although she and her family lived 2 hours away from Jacksonville, she regularly traveled there to speak with investigators or help Leslie's mother. However, attempts to reach out to the police practically led nowhere. Detectives were not eager to reopen the investigation considering the lack of new evidence. Additionally, they were occupied with ongoing criminal cases, so they were in no rush to take on a decades-old murder case. As a result, Joey began to accuse the detectives of being negligent in the early stages of the investigation or even covering up the perpetrator. She even suggested that the killer may have bribed investigators, but she had no evidence to support this. Theory Joey also regularly gave interviews to local news channels trying to draw public attention to the case. She recalled the time spent with her older sister and described Leslie as a cheerful and positive person. She also regretted that her 2 children never got to know what a wonderful aunt Leslie could have been to them. In late 2018, her relatives' persistent efforts produced the first results. They contacted representatives of the Cold Case Files Project, and they became interested in Leslie's case. This non-profit organization, which began in 2015, focuses on unsolved murders in which police have been unable to find the perpetrators. The organization collects and disseminates information, engages in dialogue with investigators and the media. In addition, they provide support to the victims' relatives, advising them on communication with the police and journalists. The organization's employees posted information about Leslie's murder on various resources, trying to attract as much attention as possible to the case. In such cases, when investigators have now been able to solve the case, public interest can play a key role. First, the more people hear about this crime, the more chances there are that potential witnesses to the events will be among them. Sometimes people, without realizing it, may have seen or heard something that could lead the police to the killer. Second, under pressure from the public and the media, the chances of detectives reopening the investigation increased throughout this time. They had the perpetrator's biological material, but wanted to study it. They needed to reopen the case, which police officers often do not do due to a lack of personnel or funding. The organization worked together with Leslie's relatives for several months, and they really managed to draw attention to this case. They wrote in the news and talked about it in reports. And in June 2019, representatives of a popular local TV channel contacted the family. They offered to record a large-scale interview in which relatives could talk about Leslie and their years-long attempts to seek the truth. Her cousin and mother accepted the offer and met with journalists. They told them about who Leslie was as a person, showed her photos, and were dismayed by the fact that the police had not been investigating the case for over 30 years. In addition, in the interview, relatives mentioned they believed that the boys Leslie mentioned were her killers, and in their opinion, her story about a man with a knife was not trustworthy. The boy himself could have killed her. But the journalist decided to cut this moment out, as Edgar was not a suspect in this case, and there was no evidence against him. Representatives of the TV channel contacted the sheriff's office hoping to get some additional information, but the police refused to comment. They referred to rules that prohibited them from discussing with journalists cases that were not currently under investigation. Leslie's family was disappointed with this outcome, but they were not going to give up. Joey continued to write letters to investigators demanding that the case be reopened, and ultimately it paid off. The family was able to organize a meeting with law enforcement representatives, and detectives indicated their intention to revive the investigation. The Leslie family was interviewed again, and the police began to re-examine the evidence. In April 2020, they sent biological material from the victim's body to a laboratory, and soon experts extracted a DNA profile that was entered into the FBI's national database and immediately received a match. Almost 35 years later, the investigators finally had a possible killer's name. He was 58 years old, David Nelson Austin. After studying his biography, the detectives found many interesting moments. His DNA was in the FBI database, not just by chance. Since 1991, the man has been serving a sentence for 2 sexual crimes committed in 1988 and 1990. At that time, he lived in Michigan, where he moved from Florida. Detectives determined that at the time of Leslie's death, he was living in Jacksonville and was 24 years old. 2 months before the murder, he attacked a mentally disabled young woman and attempted to assault her, but he failed. The man was arrested, but the justice system treated his act very lightly. Austin received no serious punishment and remained free. In addition to this, he had a whole series of less serious crimes, including drug possession, disturbing the peace, and more. Detectives had no doubt that he was behind Leslie's murder and began preparing the case for trial. Gathering all the necessary materials in early 2021, they went to the Michigan prison to interrogate Austin. For the first time, the man denied his involvement, but no one was going to believe him on his word. Investigators took his DNA sample to directly compare it with the biological material found on the victim's body. This had to be done as part of the standard procedure, and the result was expected to be a complete match. In August 2021, Austin was officially charged with the murder of Leslie. Since then, detectives have been working to have him transferred from Michigan to Florida, where the crime was committed. The need for transfer was due to one simple fact: Florida had the death penalty, unlike Michigan, and Austin could have received that sentence for the murder of Leslie. The process took a year, until September 2022, when he was finally transferred to a correctional facility in Florida. He is currently behind bars awaiting trial, and investigators have no doubt about his guilt. The only way for the perpetrator to avoid the death penalty is to make a deal with the prosecution and confess to the murder in exchange for another life sentence. During a press conference, investigators admitted that Austin was never a suspect in the case and was never questioned. According to them, the man did not leave any clues that the police could use to pursue him, and DNA analysis was impossible at that time. Furthermore, his DNA was only added to the FBI database in 1991. 6 years after the murder, Joey also gave an interview in which she said that she had always believed that Leslie's boyfriend was the killer. It was only after investigators revealed the real perpetrator's name did she realize that Edgar was also a victim in the story. It is expected that she will be the main witness in the trial. Leslie's mother said she forgave her daughter's killer, which surprised her family members, but they all respected her decision. Interestingly, Austin has a son named Owen whom he has never met. Nevertheless, they regularly communicated via email. Journalists contacted Owen and learned that he was shocked by the charges against his father. Austin himself wrote to him about it, adding that he had nothing to do with this crime. At the same time, his son was well aware of other criminal episodes from his father's life but continued to communicate with him. Austin's trial is expected to begin soon. If there are no bureaucratic delays, he may receive his sentence in a few months. Despite the fact that the truth has finally come out, the victim's relatives still blame investigators for negligence, believing that if they had periodically reopened this case, the perpetrator's identity could have been established in the early 90s rather than 30 years later. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a two-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela, Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands. The police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars. The search involved many officers on horseback speaking. To reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month, but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation since. Then the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call from a national park ranger just a few miles from Helena. Helena was walking near the docks of the lake and noticed a human body in the water. Police officers arrived on the scene and extracted a human torso about waist and knee from the water. It was turned over to experts, who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. Medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance and the weeks that followed. Investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts, but it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they'd had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the experts suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime, but the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. Nevertheless, they continued to consider all sorts of possibilities. Once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance, but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems shortly before he declared bankruptcy. and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company. But instead, he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. Investigators in Pamela's case were interested in this episode. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hope that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth, and of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, and the new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind. But because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult, and the man was unlikely to live the C sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case, so the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options: wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession, and given Alice's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth and told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited to their surprise. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to confess. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder. Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt once. In the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor that very day. A few hours after the murder, the man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body, and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts and were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detectives said no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case. Though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity, remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment he believed in God, began to feel remorse, and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed like a decent man for a long time. He had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons and started a family. Only after the murder of his wife did his true nature become clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything, and thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home. When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I am tired. I'm not sure how long this can go on and what I'm waiting for. I really adored him. I loved him wholeheartedly. Yes, I was too young a girl when we married, when we stood in front of the altar, and his parents were damned when I swore to God that I would love him forever and that only heaven would forgive us. Why can't I return it? Do I have to torture myself day after day just because I made those promises? I have not loved him in a long time. Just as he does not love me, he only loves himself, his parents, and our kids. But who will love me in my darkest moments? I feel as if God has abandoned me. How else could he have given me to this family, for which I have nothing, who only remembers me when they need something? Summer, clean it up. Summer, take out the trash. Damn it. Can you stop stomping your feet so loudly? I'm sick of it. I have to tell Will everything. Take the kids and leave this house. But who is going to let me leave? Especially with the kids. Will's father won't let me leave the house. I just hope I stay alive. Summer Inman wrote this entry in her personal diary, which she kept hidden from her husband and his parents. This diary was the only place she could express her thoughts without fear of being judged or punished. In 1983, a new evangelical church named Tabernacle of Faith opens in Logan, Ohio, a small American town of only 40,000 people. None of the residents had ever heard of it before. David Oyedepo, the church's founder, traveled to the town from Nigeria and told the congregation that he had an 18-hour meeting with God during which the Almighty told him that it was time to preach and pray to free the world from the devil's oppression. David Oyedepo was a very charismatic preacher. That is why the Tabernacle of Faith Church became so popular in Logan. Bill and Sandra Inman met in this church. Bill was already 18 years old at the time, and he played musical instruments in church on Sundays. Sandra also went to church with her parents. Sandra recalls that the young musician parishioner admired her parents, and they did not hesitate to allow the young people to perform at a wedding. A year later, Bill and Sandra welcomed a son. Will was born when his parents went to church, and when he was 17, he, like his father, met in the Tabernacle of Faith with a 15-year-old Summer Cook. Only with marriage were young people in no hurry, waiting until Summer was 18 years old. In 2004, Will's parents insisted that the young people move in with them following their wedding. Summer, of course, did not like this idea, but her husband was completely reliant on his father and could not go against him. So she left her parents' house and moved in with the Inman family. That same year, another watershed moment in the Inman family's history occurred. Bill starts his own flock and transforms the family garage, which was previously used as a workshop, into a self-proclaimed church. According to the Summer Inman diary, Will's father has changed dramatically. I literally do not recognize him. Tonight at family dinner, he told us that he hears God's voice and has dreams, and that he wants to share this revelation with others for their own good. Will appears to realize that his father is becoming a religious fanatic. I've seen him roll his eyes, but what can he say to that? Yes, some people enjoy summer. Bill Inman's idea may appear unrealistic, but locals flocked to his garage in droves. They prayed, listened intently to their leaders' speeches, and even gave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer had their first son. They named him Alex. However, right after the baby was born, everyone realized that their family was in serious financial trouble. The women were forbidden from working anywhere. They were forced to do only housework, and adults and one infant cannot survive solely on donations from parishioners and Will's occasional part-time jobs at a family council. Bill stated that they were moving to Florida and would be doing construction work while the women stayed at home and raised baby Alex, according to their summer diary. Nothing changed with the move to Florida until his father went missing at work, and Sandra and I stay at home with Alex all day and night until he grows up and can live on his own. I do not think I can wait for that. I've concluded that it is impossible to make a lot of money in Florida. Bill Inman decides to return to his home state, but due to non-payment of taxes, their house and Logan are taken away, and the court prohibits their subsequent redemption. So they relocated to a rented house in the countryside in Vinton, not far from Logan. Their summer also saw the birth of 2 daughters, Kelly and Elena. Based on my summer diary, we still don't have any money. He wants me to have 12 children for him. I occasionally laugh in his face, which he takes offense to, and he even stops speaking to me. In 2010, Bill Inman, the current leader of Tabernacle of Faith Church, and his wife Sandra established Mercy Ranch, a nonprofit organization. A brilliant idea strikes him. On behalf of the church, he will construct a home for orphans, widows, and homeless people. However, there was no funding for the idea. However, the new leader found a way out of this situation. He organized a lottery in which the winner would receive $200,000, and the remaining 99 people will receive equally valuable prizes. The remaining funds would be used to build Bill's dream house. Bill ran television and radio commercials, and he initially went door to door asking residents to participate in the charity lottery. The results were stunning. Bill Inman managed to raise $1 million. The grand prize drawing was scheduled for September 2010, but, as you might expect, no drawing took place in September. Similarly, it did not take place in October or November. Bill Inman simply defrauded those who trusted him, and he had no plans to return the money to anyone. During this time, Will's father hires Adam Peters to do their landscaping and other household chores. Adam sees Summer all the time and develops sympathy for her. What he doesn't realize is that Summer and Will are experiencing a relationship crisis. Nonetheless, he perseveres and shows interest in the young woman. After a while, some people file for divorce. She took the children and went to see her parents. For the first time in her life, she got a job as a bank cleaner. Unfortunately, due to her early marriage and constant confinement in the Inman home, she had no education or work experience beyond raising children. Summer did not expect to get a higher-paying job, but deep down she was even happier because for the first time in many years, she felt independent and no one told her anything. Despite her resentment of Will, she did not mind her father seeing the children as much as he saw fit. She believed that the children needed their father just as much as they did their grandparents. Indeed, despite his tyrannical nature, Bill Inman treated the children with affection and cared enough to deny that this was foolish. One day in December 2010, a bailiff arrived at the Inman home and ordered the family to leave due to non-payment of rent. Someone found out about it, so she went over to the house to pick up everything she hadn't had time to pack when she moved in with her parents. It was terrifying to arrive at a house where she was now considered a traitor, so she asked Adam to help her with the packing. When the Inman family discovered that Summer had arrived with her new lover, they refused to let anyone enter the house. They hurled curses at them and promised to burn all of Summer's belongings in the backyard. Even the police were powerless to intervene. They attacked and even beat up an arriving officer, while Adam, horrified by what he had witnessed, vowed to find and kill him. That same day, Summer decided to file a report against her husband. She emphasized that nothing will ever be the same. He didn't gain complete control over her until after the wedding. Her calls, texts, and emails. He even had control over her lunchtime, including how much he needed to eat, how long he needed to shower, and how much time he could spend outside. Periodically, he even took her phone away, and Summer could be out of touch for a week, including with her own parents. He also told her that he wanted to find a second wife, and without hiding for the summer, he signed up for dating sites where he posted intimate photos of himself and openly corresponded with other women. Summer frequently wrote in her diary about wanting to divorce Will but being afraid. The fear was understandable. Will had warned her repeatedly that if she divorced him, he would shoot her. The police returned to the Inman home after taking a statement from a terrified Summer who had been hiding her fear for years. When questioned, he admitted that he had taken his wife's phone away from her, but only so she wouldn't talk to her lover 24 hours a day. Yes, he watched her diet, but only because he was concerned about her health. The police did not believe his answers and forbade him from seeing his ex-wife. He also received a fine and probation for his actions. The men's family couldn't ignore what appeared to be their son's abuse, so they wrote a response. But we're already on Adam Peters. In their statement, they stated that when he worked in their home, he demonstrated an unhealthy interest in Summers and young children, and that the subsequent presence of children in his company could be disastrous. There are, of course, fictions. We have not been confirmed. After that, the worst day of Summer's life happened around midnight on March 22, 2011. Summer was finishing up her work at Logan's main bank. The branch had closed by then, so all she had to do was clean up her workspace, dusting and emptying the trash. She texted Adam, telling him she didn't have much time left and would be home soon. It was already 12 o'clock at night. Summer was late. Although she had never been late before, Adam was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no telling what this was up to. Peters chose to meet Summer. By then, the doors to the ward were locked. There were no lights in the windows, indicating that Summer had not arrived. Adam walked around the building, but saw no one. So we went to the dumpsters, where a young woman was hauling trash bags that had accumulated throughout the day. She wasn't present either. But near the bins, he discovered Summer's belongings. Her purse, cell phone, and red jacket were all in the grass, a little farther from her belongings. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately dialed the police's phone number. The police arrived, searched the belongings, knocked on the bank, and interviewed the security guards, who stated that Summer had left over an hour ago, and they had not seen her again. In the glow of the police car lights, 3 individuals approached. As it turned out, they had witnessed the kidnapping. The 2 women were out for an evening jog when they noticed a white Ford pull up to the bank cleaner's house. When the woman screams, 2 men in black masks rush out and push her into the back seat. Another witness ran up to the car and attempted to save her, but the blonde woman behind the wheel sprayed him in the face with a gas can, and the man collapsed in the car as the kidnappers drove away. The women were without phones, so they dashed to the nearest police station, where they interrupted each other emotionally and attempted to recount what they had witnessed. The police officers on duty simply laughed at their story, believing that the night runners had made it all up. Who would consider kidnapping a bank cleaner with garbage bags in her hands? However, the story turned out to be completely true. Because of the cops' slowness, it was now impossible to track down Summer on a hot tip. As I previously stated, Logan is a small town. That is why the news of Summer's kidnapping by 3 unidentified men spread throughout the town overnight. By morning, proactive citizens had formed groups to search for the missing woman. They searched parks, vacant lots, and abandoned warehouses. But Summer was not to be found, a week before her disappearance. Willa Inman attempted to contest his child support payments. According to the court order, he was required to pay $150 for each child, but because his monthly salary was only $500, he requested that the payment be reduced to $150. He will also seek full custody of his 3 children, but the court has denied this request. Summer was not in contact with anyone due to her long reclusive life, so the police focused their suspicions solely on the Inman family. They were discovered in the home of Bill's mother in a nearby town. All 3 claimed they had heard nothing about the disappearance, and on the day of the kidnapping, they were in Cleveland, looking for a new home. Unfortunately, they never made it there. They were concerned that because their car had broken down on the way, they would be stuck at night on a deserted highway until morning. They needed to return to Logan. Furthermore, their old grudge against Adam resurfaced, and they started blaming everything on him. The car breakdown couldn't be proven or disproven. However, during the interrogation, the police discovered a white Ford in the yard, identical to the one described by witnesses to the kidnapping. At that time, a GP's receiver was removed from the vehicle. The inspection revealed that it had been turned off during the Summers abduction. The police also decided to search the Inman family's cell phones, which revealed that they had not left Logan that night. The police soon learned that, at 7:30 a.m., on the morning of Summers' disappearance, the white Ford had stopped at a car wash, where all three of them, Bill, Sandra, and Will, were dry cleaning the interior. The entire family was detained and taken in for questioning. Bill, who was already being led away by the police, yelled to his elderly mother that they were not guilty and that it was the work of the devil against whom he and his parishioners were fighting at the station. The invasions, as if possessed, repeated the same pattern, only when it became clear that they lacked an alibi and faced execution. Sandra accepted the blame. From Sandra Inman's testimony, this Summers kidnapping was entirely my idea. It was my idea, and I drove the white Ford that night. Of course, neither of us intended to kill Summer, and I swear it was an accident. On the night of March 22, we drove up to the bank where Summer worked and waited for her to finish her shift. We saw her around 11 p.m., near the garbage cans by the bank. I drove up to her, and my husband Bill and son, while wearing black masks, pushed Summer into the car. Again, we had no intention of killing her. We only wanted her to let us see the kids because we were family. To intimidate Summer, we tied her hands and feet with plastic ties to prevent her from fleeing. Apparently, one of the times he tightened around her neck, he overestimated his strength, causing Summer to choke and turn red. He wanted to cut the tie, but he couldn't find any knives, and the knife we'd brought with us had gotten under my seat. When he finally found it, it was too late. Summer had died. Sandra Inman revealed the location where they hid Summer's body. It was an old well near the Tabernacle of Faith Church. Yes, the same church where Bill and Sandra first met, as well as Will and Summer, where they married and had gone to pray and confess for many years. Sandra's claims were supported by the autopsy results. Summer had indeed died from asphyxiation. No other injuries were discovered on her body. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life in prison in 2012, and Sandra Inman was sentenced to life in prison as well, despite accepting full responsibility, but the court allowed her to request parole after 15 years. Why is that? According to relatives, the women of the Inman family never made any decisions. The entire family obediently obeyed only the bill, and if it was someone's cruel plan to reclaim custody of the children, it was his, and Sandra accepted responsibility in order to save her husband and son, but she was never successful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in 2019 in the English town of Yarm. Yarm is a small town in North Yorkshire with a population of about 10,000 people. Luke Jobson was on his way home from a fun night out with friends in the Keys. But things didn't go as planned. A chance encounter permanently altered his and his family's lives. His disappearance sparked an incredible response from the Teesside community, who banded together to help find the popular 22-year-old. Unfortunately, the search was in vain. Luke's death devastated a close-knit community, and tributes were paid to him from all over Teesside, as well as from the worlds of sports and entertainment. Luke, who attended St. Patrick's Comprehensive and Harewood primary schools in Thornaby, was months away from becoming an electrical and mechanical engineer. Following 4 years of study and an apprenticeship, he was a handsome and popular man who excelled in sports. Luke used to play football for Thornaby Central, where he was a center forward. One coach referred to him as the fastest thing on 2 legs. His father, Stuart, also described his love of clothes and looking his best, adding that he would always tell me if my shirt had a crease in it. He took pride in his appearance. He adored his clothes, and he was spotless. If I wanted to go anywhere with him, he would inspect me thoroughly. He was proud of his physical appearance, but he was also beautiful on the inside. He was a very genuine person. On Saturday, January 26, 2019, Luke and his friends visited one of Yarm's most popular nightclubs, the Keys. As previously stated, Yarm is a small town, and the only nightlife available was on the high street, where the Keys still work today. As you can see, the street is quite busy. There are numerous establishments here. Luke was at the Keys on Saturday night, but he never got home. His parents attempted to call him on Sunday morning, but the young man did not answer. Furthermore, none of his friends knew where he could be. His family issued an urgent appeal on Facebook, and dozens of people joined the search for him. The first official word that police were looking for Luke came later on Sunday. According to a Cleveland police spokeswoman, Luke has not returned home or communicated with family or friends, and they are extremely concerned because this is unusual for him. Police have asked members of the public for private CCTV or dashcam footage from the area. Shortly before Luke Jobson went missing, the police became aware of a possible conflict involving him. According to reports on social media, he got into a fight with several people. All this occurred around 2 a.m. in front of the nightclub. The last time anyone saw him was around 2:15 a.m. near Yarm School. The police, of course, began investigating this information, but the priority at the time was the search for the missing young man. Luke's girlfriend, Donnie Ord, made a desperate plea on social media, claiming she was going through a nightmare and begging anyone with information to report it. Luke's cousin Jake appealed to all concerned individuals on Facebook for assistance in the search. He wrote, "Surely someone knows where Luke is. He can't simply disappear." The final scene involves running away from a gang of lads on Yarm High Street. On Sunday, friends and family began looking for Luke near the river in Yarm, a search that quickly grew into a large-scale operation. On a bitterly cold Monday morning, hundreds of people gathered in the Yarm School parking lot to help with the search. Many people did not know Luke personally, but the response to a Facebook appeal demonstrated Teesside at its best. Cars full of people slowly entered the park. Many others arrived on foot, dressed warmly for winter, ready to do whatever it took. In the end, over 300 people came to help. In total, 18 large groups searched areas as far away as Preston Park, Stokesley, Cotham and Early Nick and Hilton. Specialist police search teams also scoured the banks of the Tees near Yarm School, but at 1 p.m., everyone involved in the search learned the devastating news that everyone feared. Despite the heroic efforts of emergency personnel and Luke's family and friends, the search ended tragically. They canceled the search after police discovered a body in the river. OT's Cleveland police said a body discovered in the river at Yarm by officers searching for missing Luke Jobson has been confirmed as that of the 22-year-old. Our thoughts are with Luke's family and friends during this difficult time, and specially trained officers will continue to support them. Following Luke's death, his parents, Lisa Jobson and Stuart Banks, paid a moving tribute to their son. They described him as a popular and ambitious young man who adored the gym. Lisa, his heartbroken mother, said, "Me and his father are very proud we created someone like him. I could not have asked for a better son. We want to celebrate everything he has accomplished and who he is. We want everyone to remember him for good." Luke's death triggered a phenomenal outburst of emotion on T's side. Tributes from friends and loved ones flooded social media as people were heartbroken by his unexpected death. On Tuesday evening, a large crowd gathered in Yarm to observe a vigil in his memory. Everyone lit candles and added ribbons to their social media profiles to commemorate his passing. Nearly 1,000 people attended the vigil, and the family expressed their gratitude for the public's assistance in the days following Luke's disappearance. The gathering featured a fireworks display and the crowd singing Robbie Williams' Angels. People left a large number of ribbons, balloons, and flowers in his memory near the site of his death. Pop star Robbie Williams was among those who paid tribute, tweeting, "Luke Jobson, rest in peace, Brother X." Furthermore, football matches were held in Luke's memory to raise funds for the charities chosen by his family. Danny, Luke's girlfriend, added that she was living a nightmare after his death. In a heartfelt tribute on Instagram, she wrote, "Nothing will ever take away my pain. The most gentle, loving, and well-liked boy I've had the pleasure of being with is trying so hard to be strong, but it feels like I'm still in a dream and haven't woke up." Thank you for all your memories. I'll make you proud. You were just too good for this world. I always love you, Luke." When investigating Luke's death, the police interviewed a large number of people, including those who were in a nightclub that night. Soon after, the police obtained CCTV footage which confirmed earlier reports of a conflict between Luke and other guys that night. Let us take a look at this recording. Luke wears gray t-shirts and white sneakers. You can see how several aggressively inclined people begin walking in his direction after he says something to someone. Everything ends with Luke fleeing and several people pursuing him. Almost immediately after Luke's disappearance, word spread that he died as a result of a confrontation. While speculation about what happened spread on social media, the police only mentioned reports of an altercation prior to his disappearance. Initially, they arrested 6 teenagers, 3 boys aged 16 and 3 aged 18 on suspicion of killing Luke Jobson. They soon released everyone, and the detectives resumed their investigation. The case's new development did not occur until January of the following year. Cleveland police said 5 people between the ages of 17 and 20 had been charged with using or threatening unlawful violence, but not taking Luke's life, and would appear in court soon. One of the teenagers, a 17-year-old who has since turned 18, has never been publicly identified due to age-related legal restrictions. The 4 others include Edwin Taha, 20, who refused to admit he started the fight. Ryan Alpay, 19, denied that there was a fight, as did Ali Abdulmajid, 19, who refused to admit his guilt, and Hamid Asif, 18, who also denied that there was a fight. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate his image. According to reports, Edwin Taha is the gang's leader in England and Wales. The law states that a person is guilty of fray if he uses or threatens unlawful violence against another, and his conduct is such as to cause a person of reasonable firmness present at the scene to fear for his safety. If 2 or more people use or threaten unlawful violence, their combined conduct must be considered for the purposes of subsections 1 and 3. For the purposes of this section, words alone cannot constitute a threat. Given what we see on the video, particularly Luke running away, there is no doubt that he was concerned about his safety. And, as we'll see later, the threats against him weren't just verbal. However, before we can learn more about the events that led up to Luke Jobson's death, we must first understand what caused the conflict that night. However, there is no definitive answer to this question because none of the suspects responded. It is also unclear where Luke's friends, with whom he had attended a nightclub, were at the time of the argument. The recording made available by the police does not answer this question. Based on what we see in this recording, we can assume Luke did not intend to leave the club. After all, he is dressed in a t-shirt. His jacket was inside the establishment. Police released footage showing Luke confronting the gang before being forced to flee for his life. His superior athleticism enabled him to outrun his pursuers. That might have been the end of it. However, Taha and the other future defendants returned to the nightclub, got into the Abdul-Majid Volkswagen Golf, and met up with Luke near the school. They got out of the car, and Taha sprayed Luke's face with an unknown substance, most likely pepper spray. It caused him to lose his vision. Attempting to escape, Luke climbed over the wall and entered the Yarm school grounds. Their CCTV cameras caught him as he entered the boathouse. Unfortunately, no one ever saw Luke again, a man who cherished life and strived to be the best he could be. So, after Taha pepper sprayed Luke's face, the gang got back in their car and drove away. It's unclear if Luke knew where he was going. But, given that he did not attend this school, and that the tear gas had left him disoriented, it is unlikely that he knew where he was going. If this is the case, he may have fallen into the water while inside. Let me remind you that these events occurred in January, when the water in the river was extremely cold. According to the police, only Luke entered the boathouse that night. Luke never got out of there. 2 days later, police discovered his body in the water near the school. The young man died due to drowning. As previously stated, all of the suspects have refused to admit guilt. None of them were in custody before the trial began. They released Edwin Taha on bail. Edwin Taha and Ali Abdulmajid changed their minds and admitted fault in the fight. During the first court hearing on September 28, 2020, Pathologist Dr. Nigel Cooper and Dr. Jennifer Bolton performed an autopsy and announced the findings during the trial. The toxicology report revealed that Luke had consumed alcohol prior to his death. The amount he drank was likely to cause obvious signs of intoxication in an average social drinker. Furthermore, they discovered traces of a prohibited substance that he had consumed some time before his death. The court heard that having alcohol and a banned substance in his system would have made him more vulnerable to the effects of hypothermia. There were no injuries that contributed to his death, and no injuries that suggested an assault had occurred. He also had no natural diseases that caused his death. There was also no sign of inflammation in his eyes. The report stated that there was no pathological evidence that he had been sprayed with a substance prior to his death. Witnesses, however, confirmed that Luke had been pepper sprayed and was having difficulty walking and seeing. The inquest also heard how Taha returned to the high street and boasted to onlookers that he had pepper sprayed Luke. During the inquest, Senior Coroner Claire Bailey determined that Luke was rendered unconscious by the use of pepper spray. The court announced its decision in October 2020. Lisa Jobson fought back tears as she read a statement in Teesside Crown Court. Miss Jobson compared the gang that surrounded her son before chasing him through Yarm High Street to a pack of wolves when asked whether young criminals face justice for their actions on the night her 22-year-old son Luke died. She stated that Luke was loved, cared for, and protected from the day he was born. He was our world and our only boy. We couldn't have asked for a better son. We were really close. He was loving, caring, and beautiful on the inside and outside. He warmed the hearts of everyone he knew because he was kind, gentle, and genuine. He walked into a room and lit it up. He had good friends from various backgrounds and cultures, all of whom were good people. He had no nasty bones in his body. He enjoyed life. He was upbeat and always strived to do his best in everything he did. He was constantly anticipating events and making plans. We miss Luke every minute of the day. The pain we experience never goes away. Our lives have been destroyed, and we will never be the same again. This should never have occurred. Luke was 22 years old when his life was cut short. His life was only beginning. That night, in that car, you were all out to hurt Luke, and he was fleeing for his life. He was alone, scared, and vulnerable. You all behaved like a pack of wolves hunting him down. I knew Luke was attempting to flee from safety. He was heading to his aunt's house, and you all prevented that from happening by getting to him in that car. You understand exactly what you did. When you sprayed our boy's eyes and face, causing Luke pain and suffering, you were completely evil. We'll never forget what Luke had to go through that night. None of you have had the courage to admit what you have done to our son. Knowing your faces, or the last faces of terror our son had to see on this earth, is a living hell, and the fact that he could not flee safely is torture. We wish someone could take away all of our pain and bring Luke back, but no one can. We're angry, sad, and bitter. You've transformed us into something completely different from what Luke stood for. Whatever happens to each one of you will never be enough. I, Luke's father, and his sister will be serving life sentences. At the trial, Abdul Majid lawyer stated that his client was unaware that Taha was carrying pepper spray. He stated that his plea is based on the fact that he was unaware that his co-accused possessed pepper spray. Only one person in the dark realized they had a weapon, and it wasn't Mr. Abdul Majid. He had not expected the victim to be assaulted with a weapon. During the hearing, his lawyer stated that his client had a difficult childhood, but can that be an excuse? His lawyer claimed he made the wrong decisions. On that night, something was said that sparked everything. It doesn't matter because what happened should never have occurred. He acknowledges this through me today. The lawyer defending Taha, John Nixon, told the court that his client and his brother had arrived in the UK from France when he turned 4 years old. He couldn't speak any English. He stated that when he was 10 years old, their mother abandoned them to return to France, and they were placed with a foster family. In Stockton, Judge Howard Krause informed the couple that neither of them was legally liable for Luke's death. However, if he had not been chased down Yarm High Street, he would not have entered Yarm High School or the boathouse, nor would he have drowned in the River Tees. On October 30th, 2020, Edwin Taha, 20, was sentenced to 21 months in prison after pleading guilty to a fray. He was also sentenced to an additional 4 years and 4 months in prison on drug charges. A second man, 19-year-old Ali Abdulmajid from Corvus, Dr. Stockton, admitted to fray. The court imposed a 15-month sentence with an 18-month suspension. He admitted to driving the car that pursued Luke at Teesside Crown Court. The court also ordered Abdulmajid to complete 300 hours of unpaid work. Following the hearing at Teesside Crown Court, the senior investigating officer, Temporary Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Robinson, stated that a police investigation revealed that an altercation occurred on Yarm High Street before Luke was pursued by a group of males in a vehicle. When these men caught up with him, Luke was sprayed in the eyes with a noxious substance, which had a negative impact on him. Whatever the intentions of the males who pursued Luke that evening, his family is now without their beloved son and brother, and the impact on his entire family is immeasurable. Nothing can ever bring Luke back. However, now that the criminal case has been concluded, we hope that this brings some sort of closure for his family and that they can now look forward to moving on with their lives. The prosecution dropped charges against 19-year-old Ryan Alpay. Hamada Asif is 18 years old. To conclude, I'll quote Chris Atkinson of the Crown Prosecution Service. Following the sentencing in October 2020, Chris Atkinson stated that, while Taha and Abdulmajid have been sentenced for these charges, our thoughts are with Luke Jobson's family, who will undoubtedly face a particularly difficult time. While we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that both men had an affair with Luke prior to his death, there is no evidence linking their actions to the tragic events that occurred following their attack. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a second-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the second floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the second floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them: the neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy, and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber Fawn's younger sister revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the 2nd floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrator's capture. Due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family, many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nanolabs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives from the smallest genetic samples to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason: they were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the 3 suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victims' relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple, and later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage, but life had a very different outcome. A long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life. And in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. So Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them, as the couple had not seen each other in 38 years. They talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. And after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year. A forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, A woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumner's disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX 8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX 8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and 2 guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Alan Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All 3 were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they are welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the 2 of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, the stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. Criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman was found dead at her workplace. Detectives found several unusual clues, but they were unable to catch the culprit several years later. When the police re-examined all the clues, they made a very unexpected breakthrough. Harry Nelson was born on December 13, 1980, in the small American town of Laverne, Minnesota. She had loving parents, a younger sister, and many friends. Carrie was kind and empathetic and always tried to help her loved ones. After graduating from the local high school, she enrolled in college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. She wanted to become a doctor so that she could help others. While in college, she met a young man named Mike Callan, and they became engaged. After a while, Carrie tried to balance her college studies with part-time work at the National Blue Mound State Park located near her hometown. Her duties included selling park tickets and escorting guests who came to relax at the camping site to go hiking or see the bison. Carrie worked there for the second season in a row, and she loved the place. In addition to being a relatively easy job, she can also spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20, 2001, she went to work as usual. Besides, only one young woman named Rebecca, who was doing an internship at the park, was working there. In addition to her main duties, Carrie had to train and introduce her to the work process. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3 p.m. for most of the day. She was with Rebecca, explaining the work nuances, around 12:45. Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, and Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m. She entered the building through the back door and immediately saw a horrific scene. Carrie lay motionless on the floor with a pool of blood near her head at around the same time as a shocked Rebecca heard the front door, thinking it might be the same person who attacked her colleague. She immediately ran out through the back door and rushed home. The young woman lived in a house located within the park grounds because her father was a manager, so she quickly ran there. Rebecca told her parents what had happened, and her father immediately ran there while the young woman's mother called the police. The man arrived at the building and found no one there except Carrie. He tried to feel her pulse and realized that she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. At around the same time, another call came in to the police. It turned out that Rebecca discovered her colleague's body inside a park. The visitor walked in, not the attacker. The woman went to the registration desk and saw Carrie's body next to a puddle of blood. She then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived on the scene and began their investigation. The young woman's body was lying behind the registration desk where phones and cash registers were located, and things and papers were scattered around. One of the phone receivers was off the hook, the plastic pen of Carrie's chair was broken, and its pieces were on the floor. Based on this, the police assumed that a struggle had taken place between the victim and the attacker. After talking to the managers, the investigators found out that 2 bank bags intended for money storage had disappeared from the building. In addition, cash was taken from the cash register, with the total amount stolen being approximately $2,000. Men's wristwatches with a torn strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed that the cigarettes were left by her killer. They assumed that the young woman tore them off the perpetrator's wrist during the struggle. Large particles of orange-colored stone were also found on the floor. The manager told investigators that these particles likely came from the decker of stone with the park's name, which was located on the registration desk. The police searched all the rooms and could not find the perpetrator. Considering the blood spatters were visible on the walls and ceiling of the room, they immediately assumed that this stone was the murder weapon. At the same time, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park entrance and began questioning all visitors. The couple who stopped at the campground reported that around 2:30 p.m. a white car with a brown vinyl top drove past them at high speed. Unfortunately, they did not remember the model or license plate number of the vehicle. The investigation was complicated by the fact that there were no surveillance cameras in the park since crimes were very rare. The available evidence included a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimony of witnesses. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blowing the head with a heavy object. They suggested that the perpetrator may have used a large decorative stone, but this version could only be confirmed after its discovery. According to the investigators, the attack on Carr occurred between 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. They found a love letter that Carrie had written to her fiancé at her workplace. In the letter, Carrie expressed her eagerness for their wedding and described her desire to have 2 children. She put the date and time of 2 p.m. that day on the letter. Another interesting fact was that the men's watch found next to the victim's body stopped at 2 p.m. Perhaps they stopped working just after Carrie had taken them off for the attacker's wrist. Police cordoned off the park and began searching for additional clues. 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer took it with him and threw it into the stream from a bridge while driving over it. Medical experts compared the relief of the stone with Carrie's head injuries and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away all fingerprints and DNA traces that the perpetrator may have left. No other clues were found, and the police began searching for a possible suspect. They first looked closely at Carrie's fiancé, but he had a reliable alibi. At the time of the murder, he was attending a funeral about 110 kilometers away from the park around 3 p.m. that day. He tried to call Carrie at her work phone, but at that time he had no idea that his fiancé was dead. Detectives interviewed park employees and received an interesting lead. Several people told them that Carrie had complained to them multiple times about her 26-year-old colleague named Stephen Carey, who reported that he continuously asked her out on a date, despite her being engaged. Stephen ignored her refusals and behaved quite persistently, causing Carrie to fear him. Additionally, the man used heavy narcotics and sold them to park visitors. Carrie mentioned to her colleagues that she was considering reporting him to the police or management. The detectives immediately questioned him, and he did not have a reliable alibi for the time of the murder. He did not work that day and claimed he was at his daughter's birthday party a few kilometers away from the park. However, he arrived at the party around 3 p.m., which means he could have had enough time to commit the crime. In addition, he drove a white Cadillac, while witnesses saw a light-colored vehicle leaving the park at high speed. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that Stephen had financial difficulties. This gave him a motive to commit robbery, especially since he knew where the money was kept. The detectives also suspected that he may have learned about Carrie's plans to report him and decided to murder her. They seized his car and took a DNA sample from him. Meanwhile, the forensic team finished collecting fingerprints and DNA samples from the crime scene, including DNA from a man's wristwatch. In total, 135 different fingerprints were found at the scene, excluding all park employees, leaving 38 unknown prints. As for the wristwatch, 3 different DNA samples were found on it. The problem was that these samples were not enough to create a full profile, since DNA analysis technology was not yet advanced enough in 2001. As a result, experts had to work with partial profiles. They tried to add them to databases, but the results were inconclusive. The system showed them 19 possible matches, and during the investigation, the police confirmed that none of these people were related to the murder. However, the experts were able to directly compare the obtained samples with other DNA. They determined that one of the samples belonged to Carrie and the other 2 did not match any of the park employees, including Stephen. Detectives did not rush to rule him out as he had a motive and opportunity to commit the crime, but there was no evidence against him. No other leads were found, and the caves remained unsolved for months. A year after the murder, a prisoner serving time in the local jail came forward to the police. He told them that his cellmate Anthony Powers had boasted to him about being responsible for Carrie's murder. Detectives investigated and found that Powers had an extensive criminal history, mostly for bank robberies, which had landed him in jail multiple times. Interestingly, Powers had escaped from prison shortly before Carrie's murder and was caught after the fact. His fingerprints and DNA did not match those found at the crime scene. Moreover, the witness's description of the murder did not match reality. The detectives concluded that both prisoners were attempting to deceive them for a reward of $50,000 for information, leading to the solving of the case. Since Powers was already serving a life sentence, additional charges did not scare him. Additionally, in the event of a guilty verdict, he could have avoided being transferred to a federal prison and remained in the state correctional facility, which he preferred. The case remained unsolved for several years. Detectives regularly reviewed the case, hoping to find new evidence, but their efforts were fruitless. They even put up a photo of Carrie in their office to remind themselves of the case every day. In 2007, the case was reopened, By that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, and experts re-examined the wristwatch. This time, they were able to identify 3 precise DNA profiles, one belonging to Carrie, the second to an unknown man, and the third to an unknown woman. Both of these samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. The detectives, it was remembered an interesting detail that a special sticker was found on the pack of cigarettes discovered next to the victim's body. In those days, each state had a label for tobacco products, so the police knew for sure that the pack was purchased in South Dakota. The detectives then sent the DNA samples to their colleagues in that state, and here. They had a long-awaited breakthrough when they ran these profiles with the South Dakota database. One of them showed a complete match. The man turned out to be 35-year-old Randy Leroyal Swaney. This name had never appeared in police reports in Carrie's case, so it was a surprise for the investigators. Randy turned out to be a serial robber, and at that time he was serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he was out on parole. The police also discovered that he had a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta at that time, which matched the witness's description. The investigators checked his fingerprints, and they matched several prints found at the murder scene. Despite all this, the detectives wanted to gather as much evidence as possible before charging him. Randy had only 1 month left to serve in prison, so the police decided to act as quickly as possible. They spoke to his wife, not mentioning what her husband was suspected of. The woman was already used to Randy regularly coming to the attention of the police for robberies and thefts, so she was not surprised by their visit. The detective showed her photos of a watch, and the woman immediately confirmed that they belonged to her husband. She also said that she sometimes wore them, and the investigators immediately realized that the last DNA sample from the watch belonged to her. Then they decided to reveal everything and told her that they suspected her husband of killing a young woman. The woman burst into tears, but the police quickly realized that she was primarily scared for herself, learning that her DNA might be on the watch. She thought that she too would be accused of the murder. On April 19th, detectives came to visit Randy in prison and attempted to speak with him without specifying what he was being suspected of. However, Randy refused to talk without a lawyer present. After the unsuccessful interrogation, Randy called his wife. As all prison calls are recorded, the police were able to listen, and the woman was angry and asked what did he do. She revealed the detectives were investigating him for a murder that occurred in Blue Mound State Park, and was more worried about her DNA being found on a watch. At times, she began to cry and scream that she didn't want to go to jail for a crime she had nothing to do with. Randy, on the other hand, she repeated that he knew nothing about it. The woman actively cooperated with the police, providing her DNA samples and allowing them to search their home. She also gave them several photos of Randy, one of which showed him sitting behind the wheel of a white car similar to the one witnesses saw in another photo. The man's watch was visible and was fastened to the fourth clasp, just like the watch found at the crime scene. Additionally, his wife confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes that were found near the body. All of this was enough to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, one day before his release. He was immediately transferred to a prison in Minnesota, and the prosecution began preparing for the trial according to their version of events. Randy initially chose the Park building as an easy target for robbery. There were no cameras or guards, but there was cash. When he entered Carrie, he may have been in another room, seeing that nobody was there. Randy began stealing money from the cash register, but the young woman returned and caught him in the act. A struggle ensued, and the man may have used threats to make her open the safe. Afterward, he took a decade of stone and struck her more than 5 times because he feared leaving a witness alive. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him in court. They all said that Randy regularly committed thefts, used banned substances, and had serious gambling problems, which constantly put him in debt. His former cellmate told how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another cellmate claimed that after the police came to interrogate Randy in jail, he said, "This time they got me. I'm looking at life." Randy's lawyers insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, according to their version. Randy lost his watch sometime before the incident, and the real killer found it. However, this version conflicted with the results of DNA analysis. There were 3 samples of genetic material on the watch. Randy's wives and Carrie's. Randy claimed that on that day he went fishing near a town about 150 kilometers away from the park. However, since he was supposedly there alone, no one could confirm his alibi. He also said that he had been in the park only once. Long before the murder, he admitted that he left his fingerprints there at that time, but there was another discrepancy. One of Randy's fingerprints was found on a leaflet that was made only 4 days before the murder. All defense arguments had no weight and contradicted real evidence, and Randy's lawyers tried to blame someone else. First, he called Powers and another inmate to testify, but their story still did not match reality. Then he began to harass the victim's fiancée, constantly hinting that he could be the real killer. Trial lasted until August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After that, he continued to insist on his innocence and filed multiple appeals, but they were all rejected from the beginning. All his defense was built on absurd versions that contradicted DNA analysis and other evidence, so there are no chances for his case to ever be reconsidered. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story started on a Saturday evening in July 2011. During a dance lesson, Joseph Saunier, a respected and wealthy pathologist, met Rochelle Tina, a single man famous in his city and beyond, who enjoys freedom, status, and money, as well as a beautiful, sweet woman, nearly 10 years younger than Joseph, who is successful and lives a life of pleasure. Meeting on the dance floor marked the beginning of their story, which ended tragically. At that moment, the ideal dance partnership evolved into a tender and passionate romance. No one could predict what would happen after a while. Joseph Saunier's biography prior to meeting Michelle is filled with both joys and tragedies. Joseph, born in 1955 into a respected medical family in Shreveport, Louisiana, dreamed of carrying on the family's work and becoming a doctor since he was a child. With outstanding ability, the young man received a Bachelor of Science in Medical Science from the University of Baton Rouge in 1976. He later applied to Louisiana State University in Shreveport and started working at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. The young man successfully balanced his university studies and work. He wishes to achieve professionalism in his chosen activity. He constantly took on additional work at the university while honing his knowledge and skills at the hospital. The management noticed the young employee's success and zeal, and in his final year of training, he was promoted to chief resident. After finishing his studies, Joseph pursued a career in pathologic anatomy, eventually becoming a well-known pathologist and laboratory director in Lubbock. Joseph's life was shaped by the tragic death of the woman he loved. His marriage of 27 years, which he considered happy, ended in divorce. His wife fell in love with another man. Joseph accepted her decision and agreed to divorce, convinced that the man he loved had found happiness. Dr. Saunier had a strong personality and a strong sense of honor and responsibility. Following the divorce, he maintained a close relationship with Becky and continued to support his 2 sons, demonstrating resilience and character. Becky died 2 years later at the hands of her new husband, Joseph, who was shocked by his former spouse's heinous death, causing her to experience another wave of grief and loss. He frequently reflected on the family's past and mourned their loss. Nonetheless, the doctor remained a pillar for the family. He immediately took over all organizational issues and funeral expenses, as well as assisting his sons in coping with the trauma. The children later admitted that his support helped them overcome their pain. The tragedy left a lasting impression on Joseph's heart. For a while, he focused solely on his work and the upbringing of his 2 sons. Later on, the grief he felt prompted him to reconsider his life. The man decided to begin a new personal chapter in a new city, with a new woman. Dr. Saunier and his sons relocated from Dallas to Lubbock, Texas in 2007, where he accepted a position as chief pathologist at Covenant Health System, feeling the need for something new to refresh him and fill the void within. Joseph enrolled in a local dance studio. He also enjoyed the classes because they allowed him to meet new women and try unsuccessfully to form relationships with his dance partners. Then, one warm summer evening, Rochelle Tina showed up at dance class. Dr. Saunier was immediately drawn to an elegant, graceful, and refined woman with a sense of humor and lively eyes. Her smile illuminated the room, and Joseph realized she was the one he was looking for. Rochelle, for her part, noticed the confident and respectful man moving deftly across the dance floor. Rochelle, 47, and Joseph, 57, danced together, complementing each other perfectly. With each new session, they realized they were getting closer. Dr. Saunier proposed dating, and Michelle agreed. Thus began a new and seemingly happy chapter in both of their lives. Rochelle possessed an attractive and innate charm that had such a strong influence on men that they were willing to change their lives, end marriages, and commit criminal acts for her. Rochelle was one of those women who possesses a distinct magnetism that draws attention and elicits passion. These are referred to as fatal minutes. Joseph and Michelle's paths would not cross until July evening because she had previously lived in Amarillo, which is about an hour's drive from Lubbock. In fact, they were both starting over after personal love dramas. Dr. Sonia, his new lover, was fleeing Amarillo because she was afraid of Mike Dixon, the owner of a private clinic that specializes in plastic surgery and cosmetology. The woman met Mike in 2008 when she came in for Botox injections. Initially, there was only friendly communication, followed by a slight flirtation when a spark between them ignited a romance. Michelle was a free and accomplished woman. For a long time, she worked as an NFL executive, had a successful career, and had no need for anything for her children. She owed nobody anything. Unlike Mike, who was bound by his marriage, a plastic surgeon began living a double life. A few months later, his wife discovered the affair and filed for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Mike was so enamored with Rochelle that he almost missed the end of an important chapter in his life. He made a firm decision to end his marriage. Michelle, who had never claimed to be married to Mike, went from an exciting affair in which she wanted nothing but joy and ease to a union that required her to be equally maniacally obsessed with her partner. He is not receiving the attention he expects. Mike attempted to press Michelle, but this only served to scare her away. Seeing the manipulation and desire for complete control over her life, the young woman decided to end her relationship with the plastic surgeon, and in 2010, their paths parted. Nonetheless, even after the breakup, Mike pursued Rochelle for a long time, urging her to come back. His obsession went beyond all healthy boundaries, forcing Rochelle to decide to leave his sight and break free from his oppressive influence. Rochelle found herself in the lab, determined to start a new life. Dr. Saunier and her lovely, cheerful partner got along well right away. Their relationship gradually developed into true love. Sons and relatives readily accepted the new lover, and we are pleased for Joseph. The man spared no expense for her, showering her with gifts, inviting her to the best restaurants and private clubs in town, and taking her on excursions. When Joseph realized he had finally found a worthy woman with whom he wanted to spend his life, he took her to Los Angeles and proposed in front of his entire family. Rochelle was 47 years old at the time, and she was madly in love with her new man. Her personal social media page was almost daily updated with love confessions to Joseph. Of course, Mike Dixon couldn't help but notice the confessions. The former lover was emotionally shocked to learn that Rochelle not only met a new man, but also openly confessed his love and plans to marry him. He realized that he would not be able to re-establish contact with his former friend, but he dared to propose that they resume their previous meeting schedule and become lovers. The idea of forming a love triangle did not receive a response. Rochelle flatly rejected the proposal and told Joseph everything. After a while, the couple became aware that they were being watched. They even noticed something resembling a camera flash through the backyard window, but they didn't pay much attention because they didn't realize how serious the situation was. On July 11, 2012, the situation spiraled out of control. A landscaper who had arrived at the doctor's house to discuss an upcoming remodel called emergency services. When he arrived at the customer's home, he attempted to contact the owner but received no response. The man noticed an open door and, assuming Joseph couldn't hear him, went in. He saw the house in disarray, with the most disturbing feature being a bullet hole near the front door, indicating a possible intruder. The designer cautiously walked further inside in search of the homeowner before inspecting the garage, where he discovered Joseph Saunier lying in a pool of blood on the floor, lifeless. The doctor's body bore evidence of stab and gunshot wounds, implying that the perpetrator might be nearby. The designer immediately left the house and called for help at 248. In the afternoon, the police department received a call, and several patrol cars were immediately dispatched to the scene. Arriving officers discovered the victim of the crime, Joseph Saunier, a 57-year-old pathologist. Medics confirmed his colleague's death. The incident shocked the public because it occurred in one of the city's most peaceful, safe, and affluent neighborhoods with almost no crime. Dr. Saunier, a respected professor, was known for his calmness and kindness, and he had no obvious enemies who wanted to harm him. Although a window had been broken, the incident was not a robbery because nothing was missing from the home. A bottle with the bottom shot out was discovered at the scene. It appeared to be used as an improvised firearm silencer. A forensic team arrived shortly afterwards to gather evidence for examination. Apparently, the assailant was inexperienced, as he left numerous traces at the scene. DNA was extracted from the bottle used as a silencer, and blood samples were sent to a lab for further analysis. Detectives interviewed neighbors who claimed they saw and heard nothing suspicious. There were no CCTV cameras near the home. According to the investigation, the perpetrator entered the house through a panoramic window overlooking the backyard, which made his attack unexpected. In the dining room, the attacker confronted his victim and opened fire. It was most likely at this point that the wine bottle served as a silencer. According to the traces of blood left in the hallway, the doctor was still alive after the shots were fired. He went into the garage, where the attacker caught up to him and stabbed the victim several times. An autopsy on the body revealed 5 gunshot wounds and 11 stab wounds. The circumstances suggested that the murder was not a random act. The identity and motivation of the perpetrator remained unknown. The investigation centered on the pathologist's close social circle. During an interview with law enforcement, the victim's fiancé described strange events in her and Joseph's lives in the months leading up to the tragedy. According to her, Dr. Saunier appeared to be stalked. In addition, Rachel had noticed a stranger standing in front of Joseph's house, watching the door and windows. She also described how her fiancé began receiving persistent calls and texts shortly before his death. The officers verified the information, but they believed the calls and messages came from other women with whom Joseph appeared to be in a parallel relationship, as witnesses reported the man being in contact with multiple women at the same time. Investigators asked Rachel if she was aware of the other women, and she said no. Joseph's sons denied that their father had mistresses, stating that cheating was not in his character. However, investigators continued to develop a version of the crime that was motivated by jealousy. At the next interrogation, Rachel couldn't take the pressure and burst into tears, admitting that she knew several women who were most likely involved. She claimed that several former girlfriends were constantly stalking Joseph. He ignored them, but they never stopped expressing their displeasure with his upcoming wedding. One of them turned out to be a lady from Florida who kept calling and writing even after Dr. Saunier revealed his serious relationship with Rachel. Another was a nurse, the pathologist's colleague who called and wrote to him on a regular basis. The third victim was a woman with a daughter who shortly before the murder wrote to Joseph accusing him of abandoning her and her child. Rachel made her first mention of Mike Dixon during the same interview. Until then, she hadn't connected the surveillance of her and Joseph to Mike, who had stopped paying attention after her refusal to become a mistress. She assumed he had accepted their marriage and moved on with his life. The police had a viable suspect and went to speak with the plastic surgeon. Mike willingly went to speak with the detectives. He admitted that he was deeply in love with Rachel and had divorced his wife in order to create a future together. He admitted the separation had been difficult for him, and he attempted to reunite with Rachel for a while. She remained adamant, but he eventually relented and found a new woman who was much younger than him. His new girlfriend, a medical student, verified his alibi. Mike was at work at the time of the crime and later spent time with her. The investigation encountered difficulties. All of the suspects, including Michelle herself, had solid alibis. Detectives attempted to identify the murderer's potential enemies or those who would benefit financially from his death. However, no new figures were found. By the time the lab results arrived, the situation seemed hopeless. Unfortunately, the forensic results provided no additional clarity. The DNA sample in the bottle did not belong to the victim. However, the police database could not determine who was found at the crime scene. And that's when law enforcement officials got exceptionally lucky. The Amarillo Police Department received a call from Paul Reynolds, an aspiring EMT. According to him, he was living with a friend named Dave A. Shepard, who recently confessed to a murder in Lubbock and attempted suicide before being rescued. Paul reported that a neighbor had told him about the crime, including specific details that only a small group of detectives might have known, such as the use of a bottle muffler. The officers realized Shepard was actually involved in the crime. A witness who called claimed Dave was the only perpetrator and that the crime was ordered by an unknown plastic surgery doctor. Officers immediately began conducting a background check on the new suspect and discovered that Shepard had a violent criminal history, including theft and hooliganism, but no major crimes. They discovered that he was divorced, unemployed, and had been caught stealing on multiple occasions, including one where he stole $30,000 from a prominent businessman. Dave was brought to the station for questioning, and he quickly began to confess, confirming that Mike Dixon had hired him to commit the crime. According to Dave, the meeting with the plastic surgeon occurred in a bar where both had recently experienced painful breakups with their partners. Under the influence of alcohol, the casual conversation evolved into a genuine friendship. Mike Dixon shared a sad love story about Rochelle, who had left him and was about to marry someone else. The man confessed that he can't get over his ex-partner and is willing to go to any length to reunite. Mike and Dave devise a strategy after concluding that Dr. Sun is the only obstacle they face. However, Dave claims that their intentions did not include murder. They simply wanted to slander the pathologist in the hopes that proud Rochelle would abandon him and return to Mike. First and foremost, they discovered women who were well paid. Each will play the role of a mistress and pursue Sonia. Then a letter arrived from a woman with a child, claiming that Joseph had abandoned her. Dr. Sonnier denied it repeatedly, and Rochelle believed him. The couple also discovered that the camera flash they had seen was the light from Dave's cell phone flashlight. Dave drove to their house on a regular basis and pretended to be a surveillance agent. Mike Dixon financed each such trip, handing out money for gas and other expenses. When spying and slander failed to separate the lovers, Mike devised a radical solution. He told his friend that he wanted to kill the pathologist. Dixon offered 3 silver bars worth approximately $10,000 as payment. Dave agreed. One of the bars was used as a deposit, which the hired killer promptly cashed in at a pawn shop. According to Dave Shepard, when he arrived at Dr. Sonier's house, things became out of control. It was an unintentional shot. I became terrified, and he began walking away down the hallway. When I recovered from the shock, I shouted, "Dr. Sonnier, are you okay?" I have not heard anything back. I followed him to the garage. He was lying down flat. I distinctly heard his final breath and bent down to check his pulse. There was no pulse. In his confession, Shepard claimed that he stabbed Joseph Sonnier in an irrational and foolish attempt to conceal what he termed involuntary manslaughter. I stabbed him several times. I'm not sure how many times you said. I stabbed 11 times. I had Dr. Sonnier's phone in my hand and considered dialing the emergency number to seek assistance. But I did not. Perhaps that is why 11 times. I returned the phone, mutilated the remains I had taken to Mike's, retrieved the remainder of the bullion, and attempted suicide. Dave admitted that when he agreed to the crime, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. And when he found himself in front of Joseph, he realized he couldn't have killed if it hadn't been for an accidental gunshot. Dr. Sonnier would still be alive. The plastic surgeon was arrested the same day on first-degree murder charges based on Dave's testimony and a large body of other evidence, including compromising phone calls and text messages containing explicit confessions. Detectives hope that the first interview will result in a confession, but Mike Dixon stubbornly denied everything and demanded an attorney, resulting in a lawsuit. As part of an agreement with the prosecutor, Dave Shepard immediately pleaded guilty to his role as a hired criminal and waived his right to appeal the sentence. As a result, instead of the death penalty, he was sentenced to life without parole. Mike Dixon pleaded not guilty, citing only circumstantial evidence. Unexpectedly, Dave, a key witness for the prosecution, testified during the trial that he committed the crime on his own and had no involvement from Dixon. Under oath, he explained that the silver bars were intended as an investment in a business that the two of them intended to start. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, so a retrial was ordered. The second trial occurred in 2016. Dixon was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. His lawyers filed an appeal, and the judgment was reversed. The man was released on bail of $2 million. However, the prosecutor's office continued to fight for justice, requesting that the sentence be reinstated by the state's highest criminal court. Otherwise, a third trial would be held. The prosecutor's office filed a motion on February 11, 2019, which was granted. In April 2020, the bail was revoked, and another arrest warrant was issued. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned the lower court's decision and reinstated Mike Dixon's sentence. The judge determined that the felon must continue to serve his life sentence without parole. Mike Dixon is currently housed in a prison in Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Joseph Sonny joined the love triangle when he started dating Rochelle in July 2011. The woman still refers to him as the main love of her life, and she regrets unknowingly transforming a criminal into a noble, loving, and honest man. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The summer of 1985 in London was sunny and warm, with a strong sense of nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, Jeremy Bomber, heir to the White House farm, received a sudden phone call at his home. The young man, barely awake, answered the phone, wondering who could have called him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, whose voice was unusual. He was clearly in panic, and Jeremy couldn't understand his father's words. He tried to concentrate and figure out what had happened. However, his son's efforts proved futile. And then there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister has gone crazy. She has a gun and an alarm." Jeremy wasted no time in calling the police and reporting the frightening conversation. Emphasizing the potential danger from his sister, officers arrived on the scene an hour and a half late after receiving the call. They were followed by Jeremy. There was an unusual silence and stillness all around. This was suspicious given what the son of one of the farm owners had told the police over the phone. Because it was suspected that weapons were involved, the English police chose not to rush inside, as was their professional practice. The effectiveness of such actions can be debated endlessly, but it is ultimately up to the English authorities. When they arrive on the scene of call, they are usually unarmed and do not interfere with the situation, instead waiting for it to resolve itself or for a special unit to intervene. The police officers kept their distance from the house, while Jeremy remained close by. They asked him to tell them what had happened at the Bumper House the night before. According to Jeremy, they had sat around the dinner table as a family the previous evening. There was a minor misunderstanding at the end of dinner, but nothing major that could have resulted in such a tragedy. He also stated that he had left his weapons, a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine, with his parents. Both weapons were serviceable and loaded. A special team arrived on the scene and discovered that all doors and windows in the house were locked, with the exception of the window in the master bedroom on the first floor. They spent 2 hours using a loudspeaker to communicate with someone inside the house, but all they heard was a dog barking. It had been nearly 3 hours since the first police officers arrived on scene. At 8 a.m., the SWAT team finally entered the house where an eerie silence reigned. The group carefully moved around the first floor, inspecting each room. As they approached the kitchen, they saw chaos, including an overturned chair on the floor. A dead man lay in a pool of blood. It was Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Neville's body appeared disfigured, with bruises and abrasions on his arms and face, as well as a broken nose and jaw, indicating that he had fought hard. There was no way to help him. His chances of survival were completely eliminated after 8 bullet wounds, 6 of which were to the head. On one of the kitchen surfaces, there is a telephone with its receiver removed, as well as several rounds of .point caliber ammunition. The image shocked the police officers, but they had to proceed to thoroughly investigate the entire house. It was decided to inspect the first floor first, and then proceed to the second floor if no other family members were present. Every step had to be carefully controlled to avoid creating unnecessary noise. However, the creaky floor of the old house made this a difficult task. There was nobody else on the first floor. However, on the second floor, there are 2 bedrooms. 4 more bodies were discovered. June Sheila and 2 young boys, Daniel and Nicholas were all killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, while Daniel and Nicholas had 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila lay on the doorstep of her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. A total of 25 bullets were used to kill 5 family members. The number of bullet points prompted questions. Was it possible that someone had deliberately removed the bummers? And what was the motivation? Could it be that the real culprit was attempting to mislead the police? Answers to all of these questions were required, so authorities immediately began investigating and researching the history of all deceased family members, the history of the Bamber family. The county of Essex, with its natural beauty, is close to the noise in crowded London, where there is always an endless stream of tourists flowing. However, it retains its value in the eyes of the locals, providing a respite from the hectic capital. The county invites you to unwind in both your body and soul. Enjoy the fresh air, walk through endless green meadows, taste crystal, clear lake water, explore medieval castles, and immerse yourself in fascinating stories. These benefits most likely drew the Bamber family to Essex, where they chose to settle. June and Neville realized their dream when they purchased White House Farm. June married Neville in 1949 when she was 25 years old, and the couple moved to their farm with the goal of raising a strong, prosperous family. Neville, a Royal Air Force veteran who had completed his service, was appointed magistrate of the local court. However, fate dealt the couple several unexpected twists and turns. June's lengthy attempts to conceive proved futile. They did not give up, however, and instead chose to place their 2 children in an orphanage. So Sheila, at 3 months old, and later Jeremy, at 6 months old, joined their family. June and Neville were exemplary parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Their children received an excellent education from them in prestigious private schools. The Bummers' financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to give their children every opportunity. Despite his brilliant education, Jeremy had a withdrawn personality and preferred solitude since childhood. His tendency to rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he performed poorly, prompting his parents to send him to boarding school in 1970. When Jeremy was 9 years old, English boarding schools were rigid, and he quickly realized that he would face strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but they may have helped shape Jeremy's character for the better. After excelling at university, he became more relaxed, and his parents were proud of him. After graduating from university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man accepted the offer right away, and in 1982, he returned from his journey that began after completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable living conditions, including a cottage, a car, and a decent salary. They also expected him to help them in their old age. Despite outward success within the family, Jeremy experienced tensions due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced intense emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to lead them to faith were futile. She became depressed as a result of difficulties in her family relationships and frustration. She received treatment that included the use of electroshock, which was then considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila Caffell, and Neville's daughter, had a significant impact on her mother's depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion industry and wished to become a model. But June flatly denied the idea, saying she didn't want to hear about her daughter getting involved in show business. These were just a few of Sheila's many surprises for her parents. When she announced she was pregnant at the age of 17, June was faced with a difficult decision: either forbid her daughter from having a child out of wedlock, which was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June absolved herself of all responsibility and instructed Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know she had terminated the pregnancy. As a result, the mother and adopted daughter's relationship deteriorated. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila married Colin Campbell, the father of her first unborn child. The young men formed a family and had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after a while, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a significant effect on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital where she received electroshock therapy just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage where they spent nearly 2 years, Sheila's health only deteriorated. She became anxious, frequently expressing a desire to end her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of Satan. She had paranoid schizophrenia, and Jeremy used to cause a lot of problems for his parents. He settled down and was content with his life on the farm. Sheila reunited with her ex-husband Colin in 1985, and the two took their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to meet her parents at the bamboo house. They planned to stay for a week, after which Colin and the boys would travel to Norway. He brought Sheila and the kids to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone congregated at the lovely White House farmhouse. It ended up being the Bamber family's last dinner. The Bummers' funeral took place a few days after the tragedy, and Jeremy, of course, attended. It was a difficult and bitter situation for him. He cried a lot and was stunned by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new direction. Jeremy's strange behavior was noticed, and relatives of the Bamber family reported it to authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would say ridiculous phrases about himself as the boss. Those around him noticed a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but one typical of a contented winner. All of these observations and remarks were reported to the authorities, who decided to conduct a more thorough investigation. On this ill-fated evening, everything seemed perfect. A family dinner, a cheerful atmosphere, and a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville in June changed everything. The parents suggested that Sheila return the children to the orphanage, emphasizing her inability to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion irritated Sheila, who reacted angrily, stating that she was already thinking about it and would make her own decision. The warm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy went home. At the same time, Barbara Wilson, the Bamboo Farm secretary, called about a work-related issue. When Neville answered the phone, Barbara noticed he was irritable. There were several loud voices in the background. People appeared to be arguing excitedly. Barbara was taken aback by the atmosphere, as such occurrences were uncommon among bummers. She was unable to determine the cause of the conflict. However, Neville abruptly terminated the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all of the family members in the house had been shot. Jeremy was the only surviving member of the family, and he couldn't hold back his tears. The investigators were sensitive to Jeremy's emotions and gave him time to recover before beginning interviews. Before leaving the house, Jeremy shared all of the available information, including his sister's life difficulties and the dinner conflict on the evening of August 6. Given her mental state, Sheila's crime appears to be a desperate and most likely unconscious act, under the influence of a parental remark. She couldn't take the new invasion of her privacy and lost her mind, so she turned to gun violence, shooting the bummers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that was what occurred. During an inspection of the house, it was discovered that the crime that destroyed almost the entire family was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was demonstrated by the weapon discovered lying on her body, pointing upwards toward her chin. The detective's subsequent actions appear absurd. The police decided to clean up the house and organized an unusual process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police wanted to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened, and the weapon found at the scene, which could be used as evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. To avoid jumping to conclusions when reopening the investigation, the scene needed to be thoroughly examined. The first step was for detectives to inspect the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator, who appeared to pick up an important piece of evidence without gloves. The presence of Sheila and Jeremy's prints raised no questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his hunting gun. He'd bought it legally. Sheila's fingerprints as a suspect in this crime were quite expected. However, it is important to note that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she come to take her own life? And that's when things became clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to question his innocence. She contacted the investigators and provided them with some interesting information. On the night of August 7, Jeremy called her to report problems at the farm. However, when Julie attempted to learn more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. She also recalled Ames complaining to her several times before the tragedy about his family's fatigue with his in-laws. However, the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the bombers' will. It turns out that the bombers had left a will stating that all of their property would go to their children after their deaths, and that their mother would rewrite their share in favor of the twins, Sheila. This fact turned Jeremy against his sister. He did not like this prospect, and he openly discussed it with his friend. Furthermore, Neville's will stated that Jeremy would have to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the worst part was when Julie overheard him say that Jeremy fantasized about murdering his family and blaming it on the mentally ill Sheila. He showed some acting talent by portraying himself as a witness to the tragic drama in front of the police officers. According to Julie, she told the police about it not only to assist with the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge. After learning about Jeremy's mistress, Jeremy gave the police the name of a possible suspect in an attempt to cover his tracks and divert the detectives' attention away from him. He went after a plumber he allegedly hired to work on the property. However, this cunning plan proved ineffective. The plumber was discovered and interrogated, but his alibi was strong. The plumber not only did not understand why he was being questioned about the crime, but he also provided clear evidence that he was not present at the time of the incident. As a result, the suspect list was reduced to just one: Jeremy Bamber. Despite his temporary detention, the lack of concrete evidence resulted in his release. Furthermore, the police did not limit his travel abroad. Although it was known that following the inheritance, Jeremy's financial situation had improved significantly. Soon, he had left England for a vacation in central France, and a few days later, he easily sold his father's car. Jeremy's cousins demanded that the theory that Sheila murdered her family be reconsidered. They went to the police and the media, and the deputy director of the CID once ordered the Bamber cousins to leave his office when they asked him to consider that James Bamber had orchestrated the entire thing. After that, one of the brothers decided to investigate the scene in secret from the others. His strong doubts about Sheila's involvement in the murder prompted him to seek additional evidence. By then, Jeremy had gotten the keys to his parents' house and was living there alone. His cousin made it through the door and around every corner of the house, hoping to find new evidence, and his search was fruitful. In one of the closets, he discovered an unexpected item: a silencer for a .2 carbine with bloodstains. It was something that prompted him to draw new conclusions. The weapon's length, including the installed silencer, indicated that the assailant would be unable to turn it on himself and shoot himself. This implied that Sheila could not have been involved in the crime. After being shot twice and bleeding, she would not have been able to remove the silencer and hide it deep in the closet. But, assuming she fired without this additional device, a new question arises: why were there bloodstains on the end of the silencer? Thus, it only confirmed that it had been installed on the carbine at the time of the crime. On September 29, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested and charged with the Bamber family's murder. The trial, which lasted 18 days, started on October 3, 1986. At Chelmsford Crown Court, Jeremy Bamber appeared arrogant as he took his seat in the darkness. Throughout the trial, prosecutors charged him with lying. The station's telephone technicians confirmed that Bamber's home phone line was busy that night. The medical examiner testified at trial that key injuries on Neville's body discovered by experts included several bruises, indicating that the elderly man resisted blows. The medical examiner concluded that Neville had been beaten with the same point by a .2 carbine. However, given Sheila's frailty and short stature, it is unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to her father before his death. It is more likely that Jeremy was capable of such an action. Neville's body was covered in bruises, and it was clear that Sheila had taken some blows during the fight. However, her body showed no signs of beatings or bruises. Jeremy's lawyers insisted that Sheila, despite her mental problems, was physically fit and capable of committing a crime. Her gun experience and excellent shooting skills were strong evidence that she could have committed the crime. They also noticed that Sheila's blood was fresher than that of other family members, which led them to believe that she had first massacred her family before killing herself. This could have been due to a realization of her actions, or, as the defense lawyer suggested, a reaction to the approaching police officers. After hearing these theories, the prosecution categorically rejected them. The silencer was discovered in the closet. along with Sheila's blood, but, logically, it should have been on the carbine. These statements were unquestionable. The defense was in a difficult position, with no additional arguments to counter the prosecution's case. The prosecution claims that Jeremy's anger at learning of the divided will motivated him to commit the crime. He planned the bloodbath for financial reasons. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper saw Sheila and noticed nothing unusual about her behavior the day before. 2 employees had seen her with the children and reported that she was happy and adequate. Barbara Wilson, the farm clerk, testified that she called Neville around 9:30 p.m. and believed she had ended an argument. Barbara reported that Neville was upset and appeared to hang up in frustration, which he had never done before. In her opinion, he was a calm man. Between 10:30 and 10 o'clock, Jeremy left his in-laws and went home. Late at night, he returned on the bicycle he had borrowed from his mother a few days before the events, steering clear of the main road to avoid being seen. Making use of an open window in a first-floor room, when Jeremy got inside, he discovered a pre-prepared and loaded gun. When he entered his parents' bedroom, he fired 2 shots that killed Jane. Then he pointed the gun at Neville, but his father awoke and attempted to defend himself. A struggle ensued, and the father and son went downstairs. Jeremy was able to kill his father in the kitchen. He then returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her children to make it appear that his sister was responsible for the crime. Jeremy placed the carbine in the dead Sheila's hands. He then returned to his bike and rode home. He first called his friend Julie, almost gave himself away with excitement, and then called the police to report his father allegedly calling. This call also prompted questions about the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he would have probably called the police rather than his son, and the phone in the bamboo house was not covered in blood. Even though, according to Jeremy's testimony, the father was most likely injured at the time of the call. This indicated that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed for staging. Jeremy's own actions also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father called him? After all, this was his family. Based on all of the known facts and assumptions, the jury retired to deliberate on its decision. Before doing so, the judge asked the jury 3 main questions. Who should be believed, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber? It was also important to determine whether they were convinced that Sheila had not committed the crime. The judge emphasized that this issue was related to another critical question. Was the second fatal shot fired at Sheila with a silencer? If the answer is yes, it eliminates the possibility that she committed the shooting. Finally, Neville Bamber called his son in the middle of the night. The lack of such a call undermined Jason's entire version of events. On October 28, after more than 9 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Jason Bamber guilty by a majority vote that was close to the minimum required for conviction. He received 5 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas Hurd, the Home Secretary, ruled in 1988 that Bamber should not be released. The case remains a source of contention, despite the lack of direct evidence proving Jeremy Bamber's guilt. He is serving his sentence, and there is speculation that a miscarriage of justice occurred, with his sister Sheila Bamber insisting on his innocence through appeals. His lawyer claims that the judgment was skewed due to Jeremy's aggressive behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber believes there is no evidence of his guilt, and there are numerous unexplained points in the case. Tests on Sheila's hands were not performed. There was police misconduct at the scene, and Jeremy's ex-girlfriend may have retaliated. Bamber requested a trial, which was held in 1991, but much of the physical evidence was destroyed by a police officer in 1996. Jeremy's defense team described it as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complicated and ambiguous. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies were inconsistent with the use of a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal requesting that all evidence be turned over to the defense under the guise of a lawyer, for which he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for fraud, seeking evidence of his innocence. Bamber created websites to discuss the case and offered a large reward for evidence that could overturn his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to draw public attention, raising questions about the verdict's accuracy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The state of North Carolina, the birthplace of country blues and Cherokee Indians, is now a conservative and prosperous state in the northern South Atlantic region. In comparison to South Carolina, the state has a relatively low crime rate. When it does make the national news, it is usually because of snowstorms, tornadoes, or severe thunderstorms. The coast, with tropical storms and flooding, or acres of dense wildlife refuge, as well as the threat of wildfires and landslides, posed far greater danger than people. However, this does not always happen. On April 10, 2019, the storm was caused by 17-year-old Tristan Borlase. The teenager, who comes from a large religious family, brutally murdered his loved ones at their home in Deep Gap, North Carolina. On Wednesday evening, a young woman called emergency services to report a large amount of blood in her home, as well as 3 missing family members, her parents and her younger brother. She also mentioned that she couldn't reach them. Police officers responded to the call and drove to a Deep Gap about a mile from the Watauga and Wilkes County lines. When patrol officers arrived at the house, they discovered blood on the walkway leading to the house, on the mat by the front door, and a blood trail inside the house that stretched up the stairs. Officers searching the area outside discovered the body of a man covered in leaves under a hammock with several stab wounds. A little later, around 10:30 p.m., the family's pickup truck was discovered hidden in the woods, with a woman's body covered in a blanket and mulch bags on top. A senseless, rash domestic tragedy. Kristen's father, Jeff Boer, was born on April 16, 1975. He served as pastor of the Pietistic Bible Fellowship Church, a conservative Protestant denomination with Mennonite roots. The boy grew up in an environment that emphasized the importance of personal piety and the sense of being constantly under God's strict and watchful eye. His upbringing was built on a serious and careful study of the Bible in meetings, as well as moral instruction. Any form of entertainment, including laughter and colorful clothing, was frowned upon. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for the enemy, and the renunciation of all forms of violence were regarded as virtues. Jeffrey, Pastor Harry's son, absorbed all of these fundamentals. He was raised to be a kind, loving, gentle, and patient boy. Jeffrey worked as a summer employee at the Big Surf Water Park on Lake Ozark in Missouri, United States. On his first day at work, the young man met a charming, meek girl. Tanya Mae Tran was her name. They were the same age, shared similar beliefs, and grew up in a similar environment. Tanya, like Jeffrey, grew up in a family that prioritized Christian values. A patient, humble, and selfless girl saw the pious young man as the ideal future husband and father. She gave Jeffrey a picture of an elderly couple holding hands and told him, "That will be us one day." Kathy Brown, Jeffrey's mother, prayed to God to give her son a wife who loved the Lord with all her heart, and she believed her prayers had been answered. The young lovers married, and their family became a reflection of the ideas in which they were raised. Tanya's photo was carefully placed in the family album. Very quickly, Taylor, the young couple's first child, is an adorable girl. 3 more children arrived one by one. Tristan was the parents' youngest son. Taylor became a true big sister to her siblings. She cared for, helped, and supported everyone, especially the girl who was friends with her younger brother. Tristan Taylor became his best and sole friend. Despite their age difference, they traveled everywhere together. They enjoyed sports, listening to music, and playing pranks together. Pietism holds that the task of parenting is to establish God's kingdom in the child's heart. As the 4 children grew older, Jeffrey and Tanya decided to fulfill their Christian duty by adopting 4 more orphaned boys who were open, loving, and friendly. According to others, the family grew to 8 children: Taylor, twins Kaya and Alexis, Misery, Owl, Stephen Meliku, and Tristan. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were not allowed to use cell phones or social media until a certain age, and asceticism, needs, and desires were encouraged. Boys were forbidden from dating girls until the end of high school, until the age of 18. Bible study and other religious activities were required. Otherwise, children grew up like any other boys and girls. with parents making no distinction between native and adopted children. Everyone received the same level of attention, care, and affection. The loving mother maintained a peaceful environment while keeping an eye on internal order. Brothers and sisters' relationships were marked by frequent prayer and good deeds. The couple believed that virtue should be cultivated through their own actions, and they taught their children mercy by example. When the people of Haiti were hit by a hurricane, Tanya sold her expensive wedding ring and donated the proceeds to a foundation that was building housing for the victims. In exchange, she purchased herself a simple, inexpensive ring. Taylor graduated high school in 2015 and moved to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event deeply affected Tristan. He had lost his only friend and was alone. Taylor returned home at the first opportunity, but now she had her own free time, leaving Tristan with the same old rules and routines. He had been rebelling against the restrictions imposed on him since childhood, as well as his parents' religious beliefs. He was irritated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with his peers via social media, especially since such communication has become an essential part of modern teenagers' lives. Quarrels with Taylor's parents only increased after he left in December 2017. There were positive changes in the family's lives. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children relocated to a new home with a large lot in a deep gap. The house in Watauga County, North Carolina, was on a dirt road leading into a wooded area and was much larger than the previous home. Furthermore, the new home was only a short distance from Robin's, Tanya's mother, and the children's grandmother's home. Because of their close proximity, they could call on her at any time for assistance, and she looked after the youngest children. It was unclear whether the move had been as pleasant for Tristan, as he had to change his school and surroundings. He attended Watauga High School and began participating in track and field. Other kids became summer camp counselors. At first glance, it appeared that there was never any trouble in the lone household. But this wasn't the case. Tristan's behavior worsened over time. In 2018, the school required several consultations with a psychologist regarding anger issues and a lack of impulsive behavior control. By 2019, despite his exceptional abilities, the young man began to struggle with some school subjects, and these difficulties only grew with time. Before the move, he was a diligent student who was always involved in school life. However, after the move, he became an indifferent, withdrawn teenager who lost interest in his education. Tristan began to be late for classes and had no desire to learn at all. It got to the point where he would put on his headphones during class and sit with an absent-minded expression. Some teachers attempted to assist Tristan, and he even made contact, but everything ended with the same indifference and lack of interest. Furthermore, the young man did not always act appropriately at home. By this point, he had everything. He was constantly arguing with his parents about his own cell phone and social media access. Tristan spent a great deal of time on the internet. He identified as a musician on Instagram. Taylor was always interested in her siblings' lives and noticed that Tristan fought with his parents more frequently and argued with his mother about religious issues. She also learned about his other problems at school. The sister attempted to communicate with her brother, but the previous closeness was no longer present. After a while, the young man made friends with Evelyn Faith Jackson, a girl from the religious community. They began to meet, disregarding the prohibition on intimate relationships. They sometimes smoked forbidden plants, and Tristan complained about his mother, who discussed his behavior with him at night, leaving him tired and unable to concentrate in school. The young man was concerned that he had many flaws that prevented him from living up to his mother's expectations. She cannot be proud of him. I was told that he can be himself around his father, but not so much around his mother. On April 10, 2019, many secret details about Tristan's life were revealed. The barn where the goats were kept had surveillance cameras installed. Tristan's old cell phone, which he sometimes kept hidden from his parents, also served as an access point. On this particular day, Tanya took out her phone and read text messages in which her son was having sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. Tristan was at school when he noticed his phone start blinking with incoming messages. In a family chat, Kristen's shocked parents informed him of the information found on her old phone. The same day, Kristen's English teacher, Sherry King, called his mother to complain about the teenager's grades and behavior. She later testified at trial that Tanya Borlas called her back and said she and her husband would be at school soon and would pick Tristan up early to discuss his grades. Sherry King told Tristan what her parents had said, which surprised him greatly. The couple left their youngest child with his grandmother and enrolled in middle school to deal with the situation. The entire ride home was silent. Tristan will testify at trial that the mother appeared tense and frowned constantly while looking through his phone. At home, there was an hour-and-a-half long conversation. Tanya then texted her mother, informing her that Tristan was not upset that his phone and car keys had been taken away until his grades and behavior improved, and that she would be coming to pick up the younger child soon. The message was sent at 4 p.m., and the conversation appears to have continued thereafter. According to Tristan, he and his mother discussed the importance of doing well in school, cleanliness and relationships with girls, the dangers of illegal drugs, and the fact that she did not want him to study religions other than Christianity. He was forced to listen, and he realized how much he needed to be corrected. They even created a list of qualities he should possess in order to become a better person, such as compassion and honesty. The police later discovered that Tristan claimed his mother approached him from behind, put her arm around his neck, and applied pressure, causing him to instinctively jump up, turn around, and elbow her. He claimed that his mother had never done such a thing. That's why he reacted as he did. His mother, startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were scissors from a shelf and approached her son. In shock at what was happening, he stabbed her, thinking he was defending himself, and ran to his father for help. Later, a forensic examination will reveal no evidence that Tristan's mother strangled him. During the trial, the prosecution will show the jury photographs of Tanya's neck taken by the medical examiner, which show a broken neck bone. The psychologist, on the other hand, will demonstrate during the trial that, in his opinion, Tristan Borlase was mentally sane at the time of the crime but had a severely impaired cognitive state, experiencing depersonalization and derealization, and believing events were unrealization, and believing events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's assessment, determining Tristan to be a skilled manipulator and a socially dangerous person. Tristan claims he had no idea what was going on, why his father was fleeing, and why he stabbed him when he caught up. Despite the fact that he begged him for help, he remembered his father picking up a rock and saying, "Tristan, don't," but he was certain that his father would rather see him killed than harm him. Neighbors later reported hearing loud screams on the Borlase property around 5:30 p.m. That was Wednesday. After it was over, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which the psychologist concluded indicated severe stress rather than cold-blooded, calculated murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's findings. After all, they were shown the forensic medical examiner's reports at trial. Jeffrey Borlase. His autopsy report revealed multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, wounds to his arms and hands, and abrasions to his skull and forehead. Tanya Borlase's autopsy report revealed that she had multiple stab wounds, including those to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have occurred when her neck was compressed. The findings suggest that the parents were defending themselves, not attacking. Furthermore, if Tristan felt threatened, he could flee from his mother. Even if the mother was the victim of a sudden lapse in judgment and a misguided sense of self-defense, the father's murder and subsequent actions appeared to be different. Tristan returned home, removed his mother's body, and hid it in the truck with a tarp. He then spent about an hour cleaning up the crime scene, including cleaning the porch outside the house with a hose. Tristan arrived at his grandmother's house at 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother Robinson. This seemed incredibly strange. Tristan explained that his parents had an urgent need to go to the store and apologized for not having time to stop by and pick up his brother. Robin received a call about 20 minutes later from her other grandson, who complained that his parents were not answering the phone and had not come to pick him up from his part-time job, as they usually did. Grandma dialed Alexis and asked her to go get her brother. They agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to figure out what had happened. As they approached the house, Robin noticed blood on the porch, but because the couple raised animals, she wasn't too worried. She went inside the house to get a flashlight to check on the animals and discovered that there was blood everywhere. Alexis ran into the house at the time and reported finding a body under a hammock near the animal barn, and she believed she saw Tristan in a getaway car with blood on his face. Alexis summoned emergency services. The operator instructed her and all family members to lock themselves in the car and wait for police to arrive. Following several hours of waiting outside and speaking with officers, the police arrived 10 minutes later. They were all taken to the station, where they learned that Jeffrey and Tanya Borlase had been discovered dead. While investigating the crime scene, detectives discovered a computer interface in the home that linked the video surveillance system to the monitors. When the detectives saw a screen on the monitor with a grid of cameras broadcasting live video, they immediately requested a warrant to obtain the system servicing company's credentials. Meanwhile, Tristan contacted his girlfriend Evelyn and arrived at her house. She noticed he was worried about something, and he had a few scratches on his face and arms. Tristan, on the other hand, is shorter. He had only argued with his parents and received the scratches while playing with his dog. Tristan's injuries were described by Evelyn as 3 scratches on his forehead, a hand wound, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photo of his injuries on Snapchat shortly after the crime, claiming that he was injured by his father's dog. According to his girlfriend, the photo matches the injuries she noticed on him that evening. Tristan stayed all night. They went to Walmart and McDonald's the next morning, saying they were going to school, but then changed their minds. Evelyn was convinced Tristan just wanted to get away from his parents for a while, so she invited him to stay with one of her relatives. He agreed, and they proceeded to another state. On April 11, Sheriff's Office personnel obtained the username and password to Borlase's home video surveillance system. They examined the camera footage and discovered the details of the crime. The police obtained a warrant for Tristan's arrest and turned over the vehicle's details. He allegedly drove away to the National Crime Information Center, where a search for the vehicle and subsequent pursuit began. Investigator Matthew learned that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee and began the paperwork for extraditing the alleged perpetrator. He asked Robin Christen's grandmother to accompany him to the apprehension so that he could speak to the young man in her presence, despite his youth. As they drove the car with Evelyn, Tristan noticed blue lights behind them. He sped up and told his friend that his parents had registered the car as stolen in order to find him. He sped down the highway, attempting to get away, but eventually gave in to his pursuers and pulled over. The Ford was surrounded by police cars. Evelyn was completely perplexed when she saw her boyfriend handcuffed and driven away in a squad car. The officers noticed that Tristan did not seem upset or agitated. The April 11, 2019 interview conducted by investigator Matthew was videotaped and audio recorded. The young man responded to all questions, admitted to the crime, and detailed his actions. He occasionally cried. Tristan, who was a month away from turning 18, was arrested without bail. A short time later, the sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan's Snap's chat account and 5 of his cell phones, all of which may have contained information related to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for Orchard Road home, where detectives discovered another phone, a keyboard and pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw knife, a red stain swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, miscellaneous papers, South Dakota, business cards, and boots. According to court documents, a search warrant was also issued for the Ford F-150 truck, and a red stain swab laptop computer charger and steering wheel were seized. A search warrant was also issued for Tristan, his girlfriend, and Boone's home, as the young man was spending the night there. According to court records, a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook were seized from the property. The findings of the investigations and searches assisted investigators in reconstructing the timeline of events down to the smallest detail. This method of self-defense was deemed untenable. The couple's funeral services took place on April 17, 2019. The ceremony was officiated by pastors William Krantz and Brad Gray of Bible Fellowship Church. Children who lost their parents at such a young age found the strength to write a touching obituary. Our parents never had the chance to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeff and Tanya have always made their parents happy and proud. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to carry on that legacy by passionately loving people and following Jesus. Taylor paid her first visit to her brother in prison following the funeral and was unimpressed by his behavior. Tristan was not only unrepentant, but he attempted to blame the family for what had occurred. Her sister got the impression that he was confident that he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor became disgusted, turned around, and left. Her second visit came on May 11. Kristen returned with Grandma Robin to celebrate her birthday, but the meeting was largely the same as the previous one. Her brother was praising the birthday party they had for him at the prison. Taylor found the behavior unacceptable, especially considering their parents' tragic deaths. Following this visit, the family decided to cut off all contact with Tristan. The trial began February 16, 2022. Tristan expressed regret during the trial. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision to impose a permanent ban on contact to make the family feel safer. On March 3, Tristan Borlice was sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder on all counts. Judge Horn noted that Tristan Borlice's mental health was a mitigating factor, as the psychologist's report indicated that he was still suffering from anxiety and depression and had developed symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. Judge Horn did, however, state that the psychologist found no evidence of psychotic disorders. Although the anxiety and depression may have been exacerbated by the continued use of illegal drugs, the most unusual fact in this story is that neither Tristan, his family, his lawyer, nor he himself made any statements about the motives that led to the crime. A pious family and a socially dangerous man using illegal drugs who did not fully understand the reasons for what happened or competently played the misunderstanding. On the one hand, there is a self-hating young man with low self-esteem, a history of depression, active anxiety symptoms, and a lack of qualified medical care. During the court session, it was mentioned that his mother helped him cope with panic attacks because she, too, was prone to them. One of the main provisions of pietistic pedagogy is that children burdened with original sin are immoral from birth, and therefore education and school should correct them, preparing them for correct piety-based behavior in life by establishing strict discipline and suppressing children's self-consciousness. Strict love is supposedly beneficial. A child who may have inherited nervous system overreactivity grew up with strict boundaries, constantly feeling like he was not a godly enough person. Some people require more love than others due to their nature. According to his older sister's memories of the new brothers, the little boy was extremely jealous of their appearance, which drew the parents' attention. Rebellion came first, followed by depressed moods and feelings of worthlessness, as well as illicit weed, panic attacks, and depersonalization. Derealization occurs. He didn't accept his parents' religion. He couldn't be what his mother wanted him to be, or what he was supposed to be in need of improvement. Was that list of needed fixes that the two of them put together with his mother instead of looking for a good therapist? Is this the final straw? Was there any way to prevent such a senseless and merciless tragedy in a truly loving family? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After horrific events disrupted the peaceful and unhurried lives of the residents of the small town of Maymay in the southern Philippines, Lovella Magwad was finally granted permission by law enforcement to clean her own home, which had been the scene of a terrible crime. As she wiped down the surfaces, she recalled how these rooms were once filled with prosperity, stability, laughter, and warmth. And then, someone ruthless took her two children's lives in a cruel and inhumane manner, leaving the shadow of tragedy over all familiar life. Lovella found it difficult to touch the pieces of furniture that still held her children's memories. Cleaning, on the other hand, diverted her attention away from her intense emotions, giving her a brief sense of control over the house's organization. And she found temporary relief from the emotional pain in this control because she also has an adopted daughter, Janice, who miraculously survived the terrible massacre and requires her strength. In recent days, the grieving mother could only cry, scream, curl up in a ball, and withdraw into herself for long periods of time, despite realizing how difficult it must have been for Janice, the only witness to the crime, to get to her foster daughter's room. Lovella focused on cleaning. Suddenly, she discovered an ID card that should not have been in the girl's room. The ID belonged to a 17-year-old boy named Merlin. Lovella immediately went to the police station to report the discovery. Janice had previously reported 3 burglars, so the ID most likely belonged to one of them. She stated that the police officers listened carefully to the woman, and that the ID did help bring the crime closer to being solved. They were not surprised at this point. They were fairly certain who and why killed Gwen and Louis Magwad on December 10, 2021. On September 22, 2013, long before the events at the Mudguard's home, a 9-year-old girl stood on the dock, unable to bear the lack of parental love, care, poverty, beatings, and physical hunger, staring hopelessly into the water. A lonely, quiet child caught the attention of a passing woman. When asked what she was doing here alone and if she needed help, the girl looked up and quietly replied, "My name is Janice Sabile, and I do not have any parents. And for some reason, I can't remember anything." The woman concluded that the child had suffered a shock that caused her memory loss. Perhaps something terrible happened to her. The woman took the girl to the nearest police station and was assured that the child would be cared for. Janice was placed in temporary custody while authorities searched for her parents. Time has passed. The search resulted in nothing. The girl had no memory of her life, and no one had ever reported her missing. After a while, the girl was officially recognized as an orphan and placed in the permanent care of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, which did not sit with the child at all. For the first time, she had plenty of food and clothes, as well as lots of friendly adult attention. As it turned out, Janice had not lost her memory. However, the child's defense mechanisms, having experienced so many traumatic events, push away memories of family and home. Being an orphan meant starting a new, better life. That is what she did. Even then, Janice had her first, albeit incomplete, experience with how to behave in such a way that others want to help. Unfortunately, the events of 2013 were not a one-time ticket to a new life, but rather a mechanism for achieving her goals. Others recognized Cruz and her love, Elma Maguad, as a well-meaning married couple. Cruz taught at the local high school, and his wife ran an elementary school. A couple raised 2 lovely children. Incredibly intelligent, Gwen, an 18-year-old beauty, participated in every extracurricular activity and was a Girl Scout. The girl aspired to be a doctor and was willing to put herself to the test. In her senior year of high school, she enrolled in a preparatory medical program. Louis, 16 years old, became the soul of any company he joined. He was easy to get along with, open to new experiences, and a talented musician and artist. This young man demonstrated a high level of responsibility, enjoyed assisting others, and aspired to become a lawyer. Pet parents were proud of their children, assisted them with everything, and encouraged their plans and desires. The family lived a modest lifestyle, attended church, and did charitable work. Glenn met Janice at one of the church's charity events, where she served as a nanny for the children. The girls became instant friends, then best friends overnight. They were nearly the same age and had a lot of fun. They frequently shared dance videos on TikTok and devised creative ways to spend their time. Louis enjoyed taking part in their activities. It didn't take long before the 3 of them became best friends. Janice's brother and sister asked why she was working instead of going to school, and she explained that she was an orphan. Her parents died of illness when she was very young, so she has always relied solely on government assistance. In order to purchase something for herself, she has to work part-time instead of studying. The girl complained that the couple who hired her paid her very little, and the money she received was only enough for food, and she had to work almost around the clock. Later, Janice repeatedly expressed her concerns about the future to her new friends. Since she is about to turn 18, she will lose some social benefits reserved for minors, and she may not even be able to pay for housing. Education and a successful career are all but forgotten. Gwen, moved by her friend's plight, decided to help her and went to her parents. She told them about a new acquaintance's tragic life and asked them to adopt Janice so she could have a place to live and study. She assures the parents that everyone will benefit. Janice would be able to obtain an education, share housework, and assist Louis with his homework. The gods were skeptical at first. They worked as teachers, had a low income, and couldn't afford another child. In addition, there was no extra room in their house. Janice Louis even offered to sleep on the living room couch, giving up his room. The parents couldn't stand their daughter, and their sons repeatedly asked and agreed. The Emma gods officially adopted Janice in July 2021, enrolling her in school and giving her their last name. Janice turned out to be an intelligent and polite young lady. She accepted all of the house rules. Cruz and Lavella wanted their children to grow up to be responsible and disciplined individuals who understand the value of work and money, so they brought them into the household. Janice received the exact same amount of housework as her sister and brother. The girl gladly performed her share of the duties and was always respectful of her foster parents. To express her gratitude to the family, she would occasionally get up early and prepare breakfast for everyone. The couple realizes they have not only helped the girl as Gwyn had requested, but they have also unexpectedly gained a second daughter, albeit a very old one. Janice even called her parents on December 10, 2021, at 2:58 in the afternoon. Cruz, who was checking his middle school homework, received a phone call from a neighbor who advised him to hurry home but not to panic. Janice posted a strange message on Facebook. "Your house appears to have been burglarized." Cruz immediately put work on hold, called his wife, who was also working at the time, and rushed home. On the way, he attempted to call his children, but they did not respond. The worried father drove home at high speeds. At around 3:15 p.m., he was more concerned about the safety of his children than the money in the house. Cruz drove up to the house. The door to the house seemed to be locked, so he went to the back door, walked around the house, and then entered through a second door. Everything was a mess. Cruz went from room to room, calling the children by name. When he entered the living room, he noticed something that no parent should ever see. Louis and Gwyn lay on the floor, bloodied. Louis lay in the living room, his hands tied behind his back, a towel stuffed in his mouth, and scars covering his body. He found his eldest daughter, Gwyn, near the bedroom door. Her entire body was covered in wounds and blood. They were definitely dead, with a noise in his head and absorbent cotton legs. Cruz realized there had to be a third person in the house. He began screaming as hard as he could. "It's Janice." Cruz heard a quiet voice announce that Daddy was turning around. Cruz was relieved to see Janice alive and hugged her. Noting that her hair was wet, he questioned why it was wet, and the girl responded that she had just gotten out of the shower and, as a result of the water, had not heard his call. Of course, her distraught father thought her response was strange, but he concluded that Janice wished to wash away the horror she had witnessed. After all, many people exhibit unusual behavior when confronted with shocking circumstances. After ensuring she was unharmed, the man called the police. Police found a hammer, a baseball bat, a knife, and a broken wine bottle near the victims. In most cases, having multiple ways to commit a crime indicates that there is more than one perpetrator. The police handed over all of these items to the appropriate officers, hoping to find fingerprints on them before searching the house and gathering evidence near and around it. They also advised Cruz and Lovala to thoroughly inspect the items to determine what was missing. The officers conducted a thorough interview with Janice, the sole survivor. She explained that she and Gwyn were in the room, while Louis was in the living room, when they heard screaming and the sounds of a fight. She and Gwyn ran over to see what was going on and discovered two masked robbers beating Louis with a hammer and a baseball bat, as well as a third man holding a knife. They were terrified of what they saw. They revealed themselves with a muffled shriek. One of the thugs ran after Gwyn. According to Janice, he did not notice her. She took advantage of the situation by running into the small bedroom, locking the door, and hiding under the bed. She lay there in shock, not daring to move. When she regained consciousness, she texted her mother, Lovala, and requested assistance. But her mother didn't respond. She was afraid to call the police because she didn't want to give herself away by ringing the phone or speaking. So, 12 minutes after texting her mother, she posted messages requesting assistance on her Facebook page. "Help. There are strangers in my home. I can only hide in my room right now. I do not want to die." One of those messages was seen by a neighbor who called Cruz 3 days after the terrible event, which shocked all residents of the town with its unfathomable cruelty. On December 15, the Philippine police established a special investigative team comprised of the best staff and specialists. The investigation team stated that a large amount of evidence and clues have been collected, and the case is currently classified as robbery and murder. However, they do not rule out other versions and will conduct a thorough investigation. According to other theories, the members of the investigation team expressed a growing belief that Janice was the key figure in the crime. Specialists compared evidence from the crime scene and witness statements to Janice's and discovered several significant discrepancies, leading them to classify the girl as a suspect rather than a witness. First, nothing was missing from the house, which seems strange considering the 3 bandits were planning a robbery. Cruz and Lavella stated that all valuables and money were in place. Despite the fact that the house had been turned upside down, only Gwen's cell phone remained missing. Second, the investigators discovered a plastic bag containing bloody pants and a shirt in a creek near Cruz's home. It was determined that the bloodstains on the clothing belonged to the murdered men. It appeared that the perpetrator, or one of the perpetrators, changed into clean clothes and fled following the murder. That is, he was unusually calm after committing the crime, which suggests premeditation and planning. A robbery went wrong, resulting in multiple murders. The perpetrator would most likely have panicked and attempted to flee as quickly as possible, rather than wasting time looking for clean clothes and changing clothes. Given that the murdered men's parents did not confirm that any articles of clothing were missing, it is highly unlikely that the perpetrator threw the bloody clothes into the stream behind the house. Furthermore, there were signs at the scene indicating that the crime was emotional rather than cold-blooded. The brother and sister's bodies contained an excessive number of wounds and fractures. Gwen even had a ear ripped off. The majority of the injuries were to her face. The autopsy lasted 2 full days. Such a scene appears to be motivated by anger, vengeance, or jealousy, rather than calculating. The perpetrator was clearly furious. The nature of the crime suggested a personal grudge killing. Third, the forensic medical report stated that the older sister died before the younger brother, which contradicted Janice's testimony because the younger brother was attacked first, and with as many wounds as Janice described, he was unlikely to outlive his sister, who had been bleeding for quite some time. Fourth, the murder weapons belonged to the family. The perpetrators had not brought them with them. The head of the family owned the hammer, which he kept in the laundry room drawer. Cruz was confident that only his eldest daughters, Gwen and Janice, knew where the hammer was kept. According to the parents' testimony, the baseball bat discovered at the scene belonged to their youngest son, who had kept it on the second tier of the bed under a blanket. Burglars who are suddenly caught off guard should not run around the house looking for a hammer and bat hidden in unexpected places. They either bring their own murder weapons or use available ones. It turns out that only the people who lived in the house knew where the 2 key tools for this crime were. Cruz and Lavella had alibis. That leaves Janice, who knows where the hammer and baseball bat are kept. Louise gave her his room, so she was aware of the unusual location of the item. So, even if she wasn't the murderer, she was likely an accomplice because the perpetrator wasn't alone. Fifth, when Lavella received a text message from Janice requesting assistance, she called back right away, but Janice did not answer and later stated that after not receiving a response from her mother, she published a Facebook post. Dispatch data confirmed Lavella's Facebook post was quite long, and the emoticons did not fit with the behavior of someone who was afraid to move. Sixth, shock and panic could not justify taking a shower rather than calling the cops. A person is usually most vulnerable in the shower, and the water muffles the sound of approaching footsteps. So why did Janice shower and wash her hair, despite her claim that she was afraid of the 3 unknown men, because they might not leave? If Janice was confident that the burglars had left and was not afraid to alert them by making noises, why didn't she call the police before taking a shower? Most importantly, the autopsy revealed that Gwen and Louis died around 2 p.m., which means Janice waited about 48 minutes to text her foster mother and an hour to post on Facebook. The room she hid in had been ransacked. It appeared that the perpetrators had examined every corner of the small room but had not noticed. Janice, how could this be? By the time Lavella entered the police station with Merlin's ID, the lab report had already been received by the investigation team. Janice's fingerprints were found on the murder weapons, a hammer and a baseball bat. Of course, the implements could have carried the prints of the people who lived in the house. However, given the other inconsistencies, she was the primary suspect. Janice was taken to the station for formal questioning on December 18. She was informed about the ID she had discovered, the results of the forensic examination, and all of the inconsistencies. Janice immediately confessed to the crime, which surprised the detectives. She admitted that she and Merlin had killed Gwen and Louis. Janice and Merlin were arrested shortly after making their confession. The only missing item from the crime scene was discovered among the young man's belongings. Both young men were charged with first-degree murder and committed to juvenile detention without bail. It is unclear how Janice and Merlin met or what their relationship was. It is only known that Merlin was the same age as the girl and worked in the church, preparing everything required for church services. The young people were Facebook friends. After studying their correspondence, investigators discovered that they intend to murder Gwen and Louise on December 1. That occurred 10 days before the tragedy. Cruz and Lavella were distraught and couldn't believe what was happening. Janice had always appeared quiet and well-mannered. They kindly took her in and treated her as if she were their own daughter, and their children adored her like a sister. Why? Why would she do such a thing? Janice attributed it to her envy of Gwen, a wealthy and family-oriented parent. She was envious of Gwen's easy success. In her opinion, the adoption was nothing more than cheap sympathy and a way for family members to validate themselves while exploiting her difficult life. I felt like a stray dog who had been picked up. If the mug gods had known how Janice truly felt, they would have attempted to help her understand, but they did not. Janice skillfully concealed everything behind niceness, and she made breakfast not out of gratitude, but because she felt obligated to. Janice was furious about all of the housework the gods made her do, believing them to be hypocrites who treated her like a servant rather than a daughter. The town erupted with outrage as soon as Janice's confession was made public. The residents couldn't believe that a 17-year-old orphan girl could commit such a heinous crime. As the outrage grew, people began to compare her to the heroine of the film Orphan, resulting in a drop in adoptions. The investigation team looked into Janice's background and discovered her mother and 2 younger brothers. It turned out Janice was not an orphan. Her family was extremely poor when she was a child. Her father gambled all of the family's money. The family was almost always starving. In 2013, the girl ran away from home while standing on the pier. She accepted the assistance of a concerned woman out of desperation. Having previously received food and warmth, for the first time in her life, she realized that the best solution was to forget about her parents and brothers forever. Her family was not looking for her. The lack of an extra mouth made their lives easier, but there was no money for searching. Perhaps her mother secretly wished her daughter was in better circumstances. Since then, Janice has realized that pretending to be an orphan is profitable because it allows you to get sympathy, food, and clothes instead of hunger and beatings, and she cannot be blamed for coming to that conclusion. Since learning the truth about the difficult childhood, the motivation has become clearer. Nobody could have predicted how far the Magwad family would go in adopting a traumatized and possibly mentally unstable child. When Janice told Gwen about her difficult life and the impending lack of payments and housing, she had fully expected an invitation to stay at her friend's house. She was used to playing on sympathy and was willing to pay for cleaning and caring for Louis. However, the girl did not expect the Magwad family to go so far as to adopt. It exposed numerous childhood traumas. Her entire time with the Magads had been spent observing other children's normal lives, longing for them while also feeling her own inferiority, abandonment, and carefully constructed psychological defense mechanisms. She was used to surviving and knew exactly how to do it. She suddenly had it all. Everything she'd ever desired, having never received enough care and love from her relatives. She had no idea how to accept such care or how to experience well. At her new family, she found it difficult to accept kindness as natural. She was constantly searching for a catch. She felt the usual fear about the future, but it was not reflected in reality. Her own experiences and emotional wounds influenced the care and love she gave to her adopted daughter. Instead of reassurance, Janice experienced tension. She wasn't sure how to be a daughter, but she knew how to be a hired worker. She explained to herself what was going on while completing the assigned tasks. This house really wanted a free worker, not a daughter. Everyone was just acting noble and reveling in their generosity. Tension turned to hatred and a desire for vengeance after being treated like a picked-up stray dog. The better Janice's family treated her, the more resentful she became. She felt strange and was envious of Lavella and Gwen. Lavella's love for her daughters made Janice jealous. Unable to deal with such emotions, love and care became a source of fear and hatred. She became enraged and frustrated, feeling even more inferior and misunderstood. This distorted perception fueled a desire for vengeance against those she believed had simply taken advantage of her trust. Numerous studies in child psychology emphasize the importance of psychological support for children who have been through difficult times and emotional trauma, particularly during the adoption process. Unfortunately, No one knew about Janice's past and the emotional traumas she had endured. The desire to assist the orphaned girl became a nightmare for them, a good family that was ruthless and irreversible. Gwyn and Lewis were interred in a private cemetery on December 20, 2021. More than 1,000 people attended the funeral, and everyone expressed their grief. Janice and Marilyn were tried separately, but the young men received identical sentences of 32 years in prison, with no chance of parole. When they are released from prison, they will be in their 50s, with a full life ahead of them. Gwyn Lewis Cruz and Lavella will no longer be victims of a horrific crime that has permanently shattered the Magwad family. Their act of kindness has been repaid in the most horrific way possible. It is extremely difficult to maintain kindness and strength after surviving the horror. Nonetheless, Cruz and Lavella succeeded. In August 2022, the couple opened a restaurant in memory of their late children, serving their favorite dishes. The couple is undergoing psychotherapy and intends to use their business to honor Gwyn and Lewis' memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story, set in 2003, is reminiscent of a thriller plot. The residents of the small town of Nome, Alaska's west coast, were shocked when the naked body of a local resident, 19-year-old Sonia Ivanov, was discovered on the outskirts. Nome's population at the time was slightly more than 3,000, and everyone knew each other by sight. The terrible discovery made residents wonder how well they knew their neighbors, friends, and co-workers. After all, maybe the murderer was one of them. Sonia Dora Nikyuk Ivanov was born April 13, 1984, in Unalakleet, Alaska. She was one of 6 children of her parents and belonged to an indigenous population, specifically the Inupiat, an Eskimo people. Sonia, who graduated from high school with honors, decided to attend college. After spending her life in a harsh climate, she wished to relocate to Hawaii, but she needed money, which she decided to earn on her own. Sonia relocated to Nome in 2002 from her hometown of Unalakleet, which had a population of approximately 600 people. She took a job as a secretary at a local hospital and began saving for her dream trip to Hawaii in the fall of 2003. Sonia was supposed to travel to Hawaii, but her plans were ruined weeks before she left. Sonia moved to Nome and began living in the same room as her friend T. Mayer. On the evening of August 10, 2003, they went out to meet their other friends. Sonia returned home shortly after 1 a.m., while her friend and roommate T. Mayer chose to spend more time with her friends. Nome residents knew each other. Sonia and her friends were not worried as she walked home. However, when Mayer returned home, she discovered that Sonia was not in her room. In the morning, she began calling her and Sonia's friends to find out where her friend was, but none of them knew. Mayer was one of those people who remained optimistic until the very end. She didn't report Sonia missing until August 12th at 5:16 p.m. About 40 hours after her disappearance, the police conducted an investigation and searched Sonia's room, discovering her valuables and some documents, leading them to the conclusion that the girl could not have simply left town on August 13th. The search began with local police officers and volunteers. The same day, at 8:30 a.m., one of the search teams discovered Sonia's body near a gravel pit on the outskirts of the city. At the time, the local police force consisted of 8 people, a chief and 7 officers in various positions. They all had one thing in common: they had no prior experience investigating such crimes. Realizing this, Nome's chief of police sought assistance from the state police. A team of investigators and forensic specialists were scheduled to fly in from Anchorage. While waiting for her, the local police did everything they could to preserve the crime scene. The rain was approaching, so they decided to cover the body with a tarp. A large number of photographs were taken beforehand in case the rain destroyed any potential evidence. On August 14th, Anchorage officers arrived on the scene and immediately went to work. Sonia's body was naked except for a sock on her left foot. She was wearing nothing. No clothing or personal belongings of the girl were discovered. During the initial examination, the forensic scientist discovered an entry wound from a bullet on the back of the head, hidden beneath the hair. After the work at the scene was completed, the body was transported for an autopsy. During the forensic examination, it was determined that the girl died from a bullet wound to the back of the head. Despite the fact that the body was naked, there was no evidence that Sonia had sexual intercourse before her death, nor were there any defensive wounds. Given that the bullet removed from her head was fired at close range, her death appeared to be an execution. While Anchorage officers examined the evidence, local police interviewed Sonia's friends and colleagues to determine who might have intended to harm her. However, this ultimately produced no results because the girl had no conflicts and could find common ground with everyone. The townspeople's tension grew as time passed because the perpetrator was most likely a well-known person who remained at large. 6 weeks after Sonia's death, on September 23, 2003, a patrol car with the tail number 321 was stolen from the local police parking lot. Officer Byron Redburn, to whom she was assigned, drove his personal vehicle throughout the city and surrounding areas in search of a stolen patrol car. He did it at night. Assuming that if a patrol car was stolen for entertainment, the teenagers would most likely turn on the flashing lights and be visible from a distance, Officer Redburn's personal car had a walkie-talkie tuned to a police frequency around 3:30 a.m. He heard his colleague, Officer Owens, who was on duty that night, request backup. Owens reported finding a stolen car near one of the mines and being shot at when he approached it. Redburn rushed to the rescue, and when he arrived, he discovered Owens. He was terrified, but thankfully uninjured. The shooter escaped by abandoning a stolen police car bearing the tail number 321. A few minutes later, more police officers arrived and the area was cordoned off. At dawn, a helicopter took to the skies in search of the man who stole the car and shot at a cop. However, the search was unsuccessful and the intruder escaped. The car with the tail number 321, in particular, piqued our interest. The window on the driver's side was broken. That appears to be how the hijacker got in. However, the envelope lying on the passenger seat was more important. Sonia's work pass, complete with her name and picture, was inside, along with a threatening letter. Among other things, it said, "I hate pigs, I hate cops, and I hate everyone." Sonia was simply a person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Every one of you should be more careful. I keep track of every move you make. You leave me alone, I will leave you alone. I will also shoot you in the head if you get too close. The author of the letter was unequivocally telling the police that they should stop investigating. Sonia skipped directly, implying that the person who left it was complicit in her death. There were no fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence on the envelope. What had happened only strengthened the suspicion that someone in the community, whom everyone must know, was playing a double game. In such cases, people lose confidence and become suspicious, even of those closest to them. A threatening letter was discovered in a stolen police car on September 24, 2003. Before we proceed, we must return to the night Sonia went home alone around 2:30 a.m., dated August 11, 2003. Two local residents, Florence Hambrose and her sister Dennett, were sitting on their mother's porch when they noticed someone walk past them on the sidewalk. That individual turned out to be Sonia. Dennett was a senior in high school and a knew Sonia because they both played in a City League basketball match. Sonia walked past the sisters about 5 yards away. They exchanged greetings, and Sonia continued walking. A block away, a car came to a stop next to Sonia. It was a properly marked police squad car. The sisters watched as Sonia leaned into the car and the passenger side window slid down. After a few moments, she opened the door and sat inside, but no one else saw her alive. On August 14th, city officials confirmed that the body discovered near the quarry belonged to Sonia Ivanoff. Florence, 32, knew she needed to report to the police that she and her sister had seen Sonia enter a police car that night. However, she was concerned that if she called the station, she would be speaking with the same man who had driven the police car that night, and then she and her sister might meet the same fate as Sonia. However, she realized that if she did not report what had happened, the perpetrator could avoid punishment. Florence contacted the police and told them everything. Over the next 3 weeks, she was anxious because no developments had occurred. Nobody contacted or interviewed her, which only fueled her distrust of the police. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that one of the investigators who flew in from Anchorage to look into the case found out about Florence's call. He immediately went to her house to record her statement. It was unclear why the woman hadn't been interviewed earlier. It was attributed to a backlog of work and a misunderstanding regarding phone calls. The new information significantly altered the course of the investigation, as the trail now leads directly to the police station, where, in addition to the chief, 7 other people were working. All local police officers were removed from the investigation into Sonia's death. It was necessary to determine which of the 8 local police officers had picked up Sonia before she died. The suspects were narrowed down to 2 after it was discovered that only 2 police officers, Officer Matthew Owens and Officer Stampless Goya, were on duty the night the girl disappeared. Owens and Bessie Pitt were questioned. Both officers denied making any contact with Sonia that night to determine which of them was lying. Officers were asked to take a polygraph test. The test was scheduled for September 24th and would take place in Anchorage. Owens and Bessie Pitt agreed to take the test and planned to travel to Anchorage by plane on September 24th. However, on September 23rd, a police car was stolen and later discovered by Officer Owens, who claimed that the perpetrator had shot him several times with a gun. On September 24th, Stan Bessie Pitt boarded a plane and flew to Anchorage, where he easily passed a polygraph test. Officer Matthew Owens needed a day to recover from the night shooting, so he did not fly to Anchorage. This made Matthew Owens the primary suspect, and investigators focused on him. A new polygraph test is scheduled for September 28th, and Owens failed. When asked to reconstruct the night's events, he was on duty. When Sonia went missing, Owens began to provide conflicting testimony. Interviews with witnesses revealed that no one in town saw him between 0:53 and 2:50 a.m. An investigation was conducted to recreate the events of the night of September 24th. Owens discovered the stolen car and was allegedly shot at. However, Matthew again provided contradictory testimony and was unsure of the details, leading investigators to conclude that the entire incident was staged on September 23rd. He was on duty and knew he was about to take a polygraph test, which he was certain he would fail. Owens, who had access to the parking lot's keys, stole another officer's squad car. He organized this performance to divert attention away from himself and to avoid taking a test for a valid reason. After analyzing the letter found in the stolen car, the police profilers concluded that the person who wrote it had most likely called the police officers pigs on purpose to make everyone believe he was not one of them. Only 2 people, Stan Bessie Pitt and Matthew Owens, would want to deflect suspicion away from themselves. Officer Bessie Pitt had gone to Anchorage to take a polygraph test, which he easily passed, leaving only one person who wanted to deflect suspicion. Matthew Owens. When Sonia's body was discovered, Matthew had the day off, but he still showed up at the crime scene, despite having no knowledge of it. Information about the discovery was not distributed through police communication channels for fear of it spreading throughout the city ahead of time. According to the investigation, none of the co-workers who discovered the body reported it to Owens, but he still showed up at the scene. After speaking with his ex-wife, detectives discovered another important detail. The woman recalled Matthew calling her on August 12th and asking her to pick up their 4-year-old son, who was visiting him that day early. This occurred at 4:30 p.m., and Matthew explained that he needed to arrive at work early because a girl was missing in town. It is important to note that this conversation occurred before Sonia's friend reported her missing. Owens claimed that his wife mistook the date of the conversation about Sonia, but this appears unlikely given that she recalls that it was his birthday. On October 25, 2003, Matthew Owens, 28, was arrested. Shortly after, he was fired from the police force and charged with tampering with physical evidence in the Sonia Ivanoff case, which involved a staged theft of a squad car. He continued to claim his innocence. Following his arrest, several women contacted the police, alleging that Owens used his official position to force them into intimate relationships while on duty. He threatened them with violence and told them not to even consider going to the police because the police station would believe him rather than some native woman. All of the women affected by the police officer's actions had two things in common. First, they were indigenous. Second, they were intoxicated during the incident. The official investigation revealed that the local police office had repeatedly ignored reports of violence and women who were harmed by Matthew Owens' actions, and the police department's inaction in general sued the city of Nome. Both cases were resolved outside of court. All of this led investigators to believe that on the night of Sonia's disappearance, Owens followed a familiar pattern. Perhaps he offered the girl a ride home, which is why she got in the car. But it's also possible that he pointed a gun at her and forced her to get in. Sonia, unlike the previous victims, had not been drinking. Knowing how things turned out for her, one could conclude that she refused to submit to Owens and meet his demands. He was afraid the girl would report him, so he decided to get rid of her. Owens, who was familiar with crime investigations, forced Sonia to undress for fear that his DNA would be found on her clothes. This is only the official version. Owens never made a confession. During the investigation, detectives discovered that he was seen at a hunting camp a few days after Sonia died, burning some items. According to court documents, police searched the fire pit for evidence, including eyelets. Sonia's jeans and shoes matched the brands she was wearing the night she went missing. A key that resembled the key to Sonia's house was also discovered during the search. However, due to the severe deformation caused by the fire, experts were unable to definitively determine whether it was the same key. During the investigation, Owens told the known police chief that he didn't know Sonia, but at least 7 witnesses testified otherwise. The murder weapon was never located. Naturally, the police officer did not commit the crime with his service pistol. Furthermore, according to court documents, the threatening note to the police was printed on a printer that Owens had access to. On December 6, 2005, a jury unanimously convicted Matthew Owens of the murder of Sonia Ivanov and sentenced him to 99 years in prison. In addition, he was sentenced to 2 more years for tampering with physical evidence. After 34 years, he will be eligible for parole. The Sonia Ivanov Act, signed into law by the Alaska legislature in 2007, imposes a maximum sentence of 99 years in prison for police officers who commit first-degree murder while on duty. Owens attempted to appeal the sentence several times but was unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2021 that involved 2 countries far apart. Shanae Brooke Edwards, 31, was an Australian citizen and a frequent traveler. One of her travels took her to the Eastern European country of Georgia, where she and I both enjoyed the frightening events that occurred to her. Shanae was born in 1989 in Warrnambool, Australia, where she lived with her parents and older brother Tyson. There is little information available online about her youth and upbringing. However, this is how her loved ones described her. Shanae was an adventurer who enjoyed being in nature, a keen hiker, a motorcycle enthusiast, a genuine kind-hearted soul, and an animal lover. She was a happy, free-spirited person. She moved through life, making the kinds of deep, genuine connections that most of us save for a select few. She was generous, patient, loving, and kind to everyone who crossed her path, to name a few. The homeless she shared cafe leftovers with during her shifts, and in Melbourne the orphaned children she taught, in Colombia the Cambodian children she taught English to, the Japanese students she tutored, and, most recently, the pregnant stray cat who adopted Shanae and decided to become a mother on her terrace in Georgia. Shanae visited Georgia, which had long piqued her interest due to its natural beauty and history, and Shanae's boyfriend, Mariel Said, was also scheduled to visit this Eastern European country in 2019. He was a Lebanese national whom she met on one of her trips. They had broken up for a while, but when she and I moved to Georgia, They started communicating online and realized they still had feelings for each other, so they decided to reconcile. El Said wanted to fly to Georgia, but the country's borders were closed to unvaccinated individuals. Georgia is an ancient, proud, and welcoming country known for its friendly people, the majestic beauty of nature and ancient temples, and its delectable cuisine. Shanae had high expectations for her trip to Georgia, and they were all met. She was content in the country and stayed there for nearly 2 years before her next trip. Winter I avoided. I lived in Tbilisi, Georgia's capital, and taught English, which helped her earn a living while also allowing her to travel around the country and discover new and interesting places. She eventually made friends who shared her passion for travel. On July 29, 2021, she shared this photo on her social media account, captioned with the word joy. The photograph was taken during a scenic motorcycle ride. Shanae was a big fan of motorcycles. The next day, July 30th, 2021, was sunny, so should I go hiking up Mtatsminda? Please don't be too harsh on me if I mispronounce the name of this place. Mtatsminda, which means Holy Mountain, is a major attraction in Georgia's capital. The Temple of Saint David Mtatsminda, located on the mountain's slope and surrounded by dense evergreen vegetation, is a popular tourist and city resident destination. On the 730-meter high mountain, there are observation decks that overlook Tbilisi, an amusement park, a Ferris wheel, and a restaurant. Shanae has rented a house near the mountain for the past 11 months. According to her friends, she frequently took walks in the woods and never encountered any problems or threats to her personal safety. On July 30th, 2021, she left the house around 3:30 p.m. Surveillance cameras caught her walking leisurely through the city streets toward the hiking trail. She was last seen near the Church of St. Michael of Tavir, which sits at the foot of Mount Mtatsminda and serves as a starting point for hiking. In the evening, she was supposed to meet some friends at a cafe in the capital, but she never arrived. Attempts to contact her by phone failed. She then denies that friends decided to file a missing persons report with the police. Around the same time, Shanae's friend in California sounded the alarm at 4:32 p.m. Shanae called her, and when she answered, she could hear her screaming, "Please let me go." "Okay, just let me go." You could tell Chennai was being attacked and wanted to be left alone. The call was disconnected. When her friend attempted to call back, no one answered. Different sources describe it differently. Shanae, a friend from California, did the following. Some news is out. Let's write that she posted to a Facebook group with members from various countries who are currently living in Georgia, asking someone to contact the police to report the disturbing call. Other sources claim she denies that her friend contacted the Georgian police and told them everything. Whatever the case, it is certain that within hours of Shanae's terrifying phone call, Georgian police became aware of it and immediately began to investigate the information they had obtained. Several hundred police officers and volunteers participated in the search. The search area was large, so numerous groups combed the slopes of Mount Mtatsminda. Police used search dogs and drones. Shanae could not be located before sunset. She hadn't returned home, her phone was turned off, and she hadn't gone to any of the nearby hospitals for assistance. This was not a good sign, as was confirmed the following day. Unfortunately, Shanae Brooke Edwards, 31, was discovered dead near a hiking trail on July 31st, following an extensive search. The perpetrator attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime, so he hid the body under tree branches while leaving the crime weapon. A knife was discovered not far from the body. Shanae's phone was eventually discovered on the mountainside. Upon further examination of the crime scene, police discovered an old, rusted shovel, a fireplace, used needles, and numerous empty bottles. Georgia's Interior Minister told local media that the police had some information that needed to be kept private in order to conduct the investigation. The ministry and police officers are doing everything possible to find the perpetrator. He stated that during the forensic examination of Shanae's body, 13 stab wounds were discovered, 5 of which were in the neck area, which indicated only one thing to the police. The perpetrator clearly intended to kill the young woman. Her neck showed signs of strangulation. Following her denial, authorities officially confirmed her death. The media reported that the crime was motivated by lust. The Georgian police, however, denied this information, stating that the forensic medical examiner found no evidence of a crime against the woman's integrity. Shanae's enraged boyfriend, Mauriel Said, has vowed to find the perpetrator and exact revenge, no matter how long it takes. "Right now, I only have one mission in life: vengeance." He stated, "I don't care if I spend the rest of my life behind bars, justice will be served, and the criminal will suffer as much as Shanae did." Shanae's death devastated her friends and was especially difficult for her family, who lived on another continent. The relatives had to deal with the issue of transporting the body home, while the police had to find the perpetrator. There is no doubt that the police are directly responsible for crime prevention and criminal investigation. However, in this case, there was another significant factor. Georgia's tourism revenue exceeds $1 billion per year, and the fact that one of the travelers died in a popular location in the state capital may have had a negative impact on the entire tourism industry. The police interviewed over 200 people, including friends, co-workers, Shanae's neighbors, and park employees, and they investigated visitor routes as well as video footage of her movements that day. One local woman reported to an expat Facebook group that she heard a woman screaming on the trails below Metal Man to park about an hour after she and I left home. Another woman in the group reported seeing a disturbing sight on the mountain. She claimed that she and I went missing the day before. She had seen a man aggressively copulating with a woman near the crime scene. At the same time, the laboratory investigated the crime weapon and discovered a male DNA sample on it. There were no matches in the Georgian police database, so the samples were sent to 194 Interpol member states to be checked in their databases. Interviews with witnesses revealed that Shanae had no enemies, no conflicts with anyone, and no contact with people of questionable reputation. This could indicate that she was a random victim of a crime with an unknown motive. The police worked meticulously. Genetic samples were obtained from several dozen people who could have been involved in the crime. All were rigorously analyzed. As a result of extensive and multifaceted investigation efforts, the list of alleged perpetrators was narrowed until a DNA match was discovered. 40 days after Shanae's death, Brooke Edwards, Georgia, police released the following statement based on evidence gathered during the investigation, which included testimony, surveillance tapes, genetic tests, and other evidence. According to the court's decision, the defendant, a man born in 1988, was arrested on September 8th of this year. Rafael Mursakulov, a Georgian citizen, was detained. His lawyer told reporters that Miraculous denies all of the charges against him, including robbery and taking Shanae's life. Brooke Edwards. He pleads not guilty. He had no involvement with the case. I have already seen him. We talked and decided on a position. He is exercising his right to remain silent. According to the lawyer, when information about the suspect's identity leaked to the press, Mursakulov's image was broadcast on television. Following that, a woman from Georgia and the capital posted on her Facebook page that her friend had been attacked by two wild beasts on Mount Mtatsminda a few months prior. Even though the police knew who the perpetrators were, the case was shelved. According to the woman's post, one of the attackers was Rafael Mursakulov. The author of the posts suggested that if the police had done their jobs properly, the Australian girl would still be alive. Rafael Mursakulov, according to the information he publicly shared on his Facebook page, was an activist for the ruling Georgian Dream Party. On September 10, 2021, a Tbilisi court refused to release Mursakulov on bail. While he was in custody awaiting trial, police officers obtained a testimony that was equally important to the irrefutable physical evidence. Following the attack on Shanae, Brooke Edwards, Mursakulov returned home and informed his brother and wife of the crime, warning them that if they told anyone, their young child would suffer the same fate as Shanae. In October 2021, the Edwards family released a letter describing Shanae and thanking everyone for their support. They expressed gratitude to Georgia for their financial assistance in repatriating Shanae's body, as well as the Georgian people for their ongoing attention, love, and support during this difficult and tragic time. The first hearing on the case occurred in February 2022. According to Georgian law, Mursakulov faced 16 to 20 years in prison. He chose not to exercise his right to remain silent and pleaded guilty to robbery during the trial, but he denied that he killed Shanae on purpose. However, the prosecutor did not believe so. In his opinion, the number of stab wounds indicated that the defendant intended to kill the victim. He stabbed Shanae Brooke 13 times, including 5 in the neck, indicating that he intended to kill her. Furthermore, the prosecutor stated that after breaking his knife, the defendant strangled the victim. In turn, the defense insisted on classifying the offense as robbery. Mursakulov pleaded guilty to robbery, which was his motive. His lawyer stated that he had repented for his actions. In addition, the defense claimed that Miracle had mental problems and acted abnormally. Meanwhile, the examination found him miraculously sane, so the court had the authority to impose a proper punishment on him, depending on the nature of the crime. According to the prosecutor, traces of potent drugs were discovered in Miraculous blood following the arrest, but this in no way mitigates his guilt. More sacrilege, in his final statement, admitted guilt and apologized to the Shanae Brooke Edwards family. "I sincerely apologize to the people of this country. I apologize to the woman's family. It's a loss I can't compensate for. Please forgive me. Whatever the sentence, I will remain silent and will not appeal it. I apologized," said Mursakulov, and wept. The alleged motive was the defendant's desire to take Shanae's iPhone 12. He was unable to do so because she threw the phone into a ravine. In any case, only 2 people knew what happened that day, and one will never speak again. The prosecution requested that the sentencing be postponed because Tyson Edwards, the victim's brother, wanted to be present. The family of Shanae Brooke Edwards issued a statement urging Georgia's justice system to sentence Raphael Mursakulov to life in prison. "We lost our lovely girl. Tragically, she disappointed and devastated many of her friends and family. We are proud of Chennai's accomplishments in many countries during her short life." According to the Shanae Brooke Edwards family statement, Raphael Mursakulov was found guilty during the March 9, 2022 trial. Shanae, brother Tyson, on behalf of the family, again requested that the defendant be sentenced to life in prison. Mercer Acula has apologized to Tyson Edwards, stating that he is not that type of person and that he simply got into this situation. As a result, Raphael Mursakulov, 33, received a 20-year prison sentence. According to Georgian law, the maximum sentence he can receive is 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. According to official statistics, over 10 million people go missing each year around the world. Approximately a third of them were discovered alive and unharmed. Almost half of them are discovered dead after a while due to accidents, and approximately 2 million people disappear without a trace each year. Even after years, the latter is rarely found alive or dead. Agnieszka Klevina's story received a lot of attention in the fall of 2014. When a young and very attractive woman who was having fun in a club with friends vanished into thin air, everyone who could have been involved appeared to avoid any responsibility. However, in 2023, 9 years after the tragedy, the case took an entirely unexpected turn. But let's get to the bottom of things. Who is Agnieszka Klevina? Our heroine was born on July 8, 1984, in the Latvian capital, Riga. She grew up in a normal family and is the youngest of her parents' 2 daughters. Greta, Agnieszka's own sister, was only a few years older than her, so the girls were always friendly and nearly inseparable. The parents worked hard to ensure that their daughters received a good education and had the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Agnieszka grew up to be a friendly, cheerful, and physically active young lady. She excelled in school, participated in sports, and had a large social circle. She aspired to combine her profession with tourism or entertainment because she enjoyed traveling and knew how to plan the perfect leisure time. Furthermore, Agnieszka had a bright appearance and a stunning figure, which drew men's attention and compliments. From a young age, the girl has had a large number of admirers who constantly draw her attention. Agnes worked in the service industry for a while after graduating from school, while also taking language classes and studying to be a tourism manager. At the age of 20, she decided to relocate from her native Latvia to the foggy Albion and settle in London. She believed that here she would have more opportunities to realize her full potential and talents. Her parents and older sister sincerely supported her decision. Soon after the move, the beautiful blonde met a young man named Michael Mills. He was 8 years older than Agnes, had a good education, ran his own thriving business, opened a small movie theater and entertainment complex, and was widely regarded as a successful man. He and Agnes quickly discovered a common language and began dating. Michael wooed Agnes beautifully and presented her with expensive gifts. They traveled together and made long-term plans for the future. The couple was genuinely in love and happy. It appeared that they would live a long and prosperous life. Agnes's closest friends recall that this was her first true love. She seemed to glow in the presence of her chosen one, and she hoped to become his lawful wife soon. In 2014, Klavina was offered a 3-month contract as an administrator at one of Marbella's largest and most popular nightclubs. Naturally, this job entailed a temporary relocation to another country, but the ambitious and purposeful young woman refused to pass up this opportunity. Michael couldn't give up everything and traveled to Spain with his beloved because of his job, but he wasn't opposed to her signing the contract. For Agnes, it was an excellent opportunity to try herself in a new field of activity, gain valuable experience, and possibly advance and develop in this direction. It should be noted that Marbella is one of the most well-known and attractive resorts on the Mediterranean coast. Here come vacationers from all over the world, mostly wealthy people looking to have fun and spend money. Here, you can frequently meet show business stars, as well as famous athletes and businessmen. Klavina, who has always been sociable, enjoyed working in such an environment before moving. She visited her family in Latvia and informed them that she had signed a 3-month employment contract. She also announced another piece of good news. After returning to England, she and Michael intended to marry. Dad, mother, and sister were genuinely happy for Agnes and wished her luck. Agnes arrived in sunny Spain in late May 2014, having packed only the necessities for 1 season. Her lover remained in London, but they spoke on the phone and via video link every day, telling each other about everything that was going on in their lives. Klavina actively maintained her pages on various popular social media platforms, where she shared daily photos, short videos, and stories. She had a large number of followers who closely followed her activities and work. Agnes clearly led an interesting, busy, and enjoyable life. After her employment contract expired, Agnes decided to stay in Spain for a few more months. It was the beginning of the velvet season at the resort, and this was a good time to make money. She consulted with her boyfriend, who supported her and promised to pay her a visit for a few days because they hadn't seen each other in a long time and missed each other a lot. Agnes almost immediately secured a position as a hostess at a high-end restaurant and renewed her lease. Michael paid her a visit in September, as one would expect. They were having fun planning their upcoming wedding and deciding where to go on honeymoon. Less than a week later, the young man returned to London, and Agnes had another month of work in Spain before flying to England to see her lover and visit her relatives in Latvia. Unfortunately, these plans did not come to fruition. On September 6, Agnes and her friends visited one of the region's popular nightclubs, the Costa del Sol. She had called her fiancé a few hours before, and he was aware of her plans and did not object to Agnes having fun with her friends. The young people had a good time together and took pictures, which Agnes posted on her online profile that night. According to those who saw her that fateful night, the bright blonde was dressed in a stunning short dress and carrying a small white clutch handbag. When the friends were about to leave in the morning, Agnes mentioned that she would stay a little longer and then take a cab. She was always serious and responsible, and Agnes hadn't drank much, so her companions had no reason to be concerned. When the friends said goodbye and left, Klavina was talking to a man who had bought her a cocktail and was clearly trying to win Agnes's favor. After that night, Klavina was never seen again, alive or dead. It appeared that she had simply vanished into the crowded nightclub. No one could remember when or with whom the blonde left the establishment or where she went afterwards. Agnes did not show up for work the next day, and when we attempted to contact her, we discovered that her phone had been turned off. Colleagues and friends were the first to alert authorities, but the police were slow to respond to their missing persons report. In the evening, A concerned Michael called his mother, Agnes, and explained that he had been unable to contact his fiancée all day, which had never occurred before. The next day, Agnes, his parents, and his fiancée attempted to contact the Spanish police to report his disappearance. They were told, however, that the relatives must file such a report in person. Otherwise, it will not be considered. Following these words, Michael and Kevin's family boarded the next flight to Marbella. Finally, the family filed a missing persons report only 5 days after Agnes vanished without a trace. The first thing checked was Agnes's rented apartment, but it appeared that the owner had left for a while and would return soon. Documents, money, and a few expensive pieces of jewelry were in their proper places. The refrigerator was stocked with prepared food, and on the bed were several outfits from which Agnes had chosen to wear to the club on her final night. Clavina had clearly not been in her apartment since the day she went out with her friends. Her phone was turned off. She had stopped posting on social media, and she had not responded to any messages. The police only began investigating the disappearance at that point, but valuable time had already been lost. Agnes's friends and family began to distribute flyers throughout the city featuring her photo and requests for assistance in the search. The story was also covered by the media and aired on television news shows. Agnes's pictures appeared on the front pages of local newspapers. The police discovered the first leads and clues after reviewing footage from CCTV cameras located both inside and outside the entertainment venue. However, there were some issues with this because all of the files had already been erased by that point, and the police had to seek assistance from specialists to restore them, but their efforts were not in vain. And one of the recordings made by a camera located at the exit to the parking lot shows Agnes leaving the club with a man around 6 o'clock in the morning, indicating that she does not have free will. This final footage, which showed Clavina alive, was to be studied in depth, but the closer the experts looked, the more frightening they appeared. Agnes was being led by a man of large stature, and it was clear that she was walking with him under duress because he was holding her tightly around the waist. Agnes appeared terrified, attempted to flee several times, and said something emotional, but her companion persisted in leading her to the parking lot, where he literally forced her into his tinted window Mercedes A63. When the big man pushed her into the cabin, another man was already inside. While the first man approached the driver's seat, Agnes managed to open the car door and attempted to get out and escape. But at that moment, the doorman standing next to her approached, and the driver gestured and said something. The doorman pushed Agnes back into the car, and the driver handed him something, presumably a cash reward for his help. Agnes's phone was turned off about 6 minutes after she got in the car and never turned back on again. It was also impossible to track the vehicle's subsequent movements, because there were no CCTV cameras along the way. It was clear that the men inside the cabin were the last to contact the missing beauty. Surprisingly, the case was treated with strict secrecy from the start. Everyone involved in the investigation signed non-disclosure agreements, and not only was information kept from the press, but Agnes and his loved ones were rarely given any information. For the first few months, parents and fiancés were kept in the dark. They were only told that the investigation was ongoing and that it was too early to make any conclusions. But, given that Agnes had not revealed any information about herself during this time, there was little hope that she was still alive. Michael gave interviews on a regular basis, asking for help in finding his fiancée. However, no one ever responded to his requests. Only 6 months later, the relatives were shown the exact footage from the club cameras, as well as the names of the 3 men who had last contacted Agnes. The large man who had forcibly removed the young woman from the club and pushed her into the car was identified as Wesley Capper, the son of a well-known British millionaire and a very powerful individual. In the car's passenger compartment sat his longtime friend Craig Porter, who had no particular occupation and was frequently on the police radar. The third was a dark-skinned doorman named Sion. During interrogation, Husman Porter and Husman stated unequivocally that they were innocent and that Agnes had voluntarily entered the car. According to Capper, he and a friend saw the lovely blonde in a club and approached her to get acquainted. She was allegedly already drunk, contradicting her friend's testimony, but she did not refuse a drink when they offered her one. Wesley then proposed that the party continue at his luxurious country house, which Agnes had already agreed to in the car. Agnes allegedly changed her mind about attending Wesley's private party and asked to be dropped off in the middle of the road, claiming she would take a cab to her house. The man claimed to have dropped the passenger off at the requested location, which was an unlit stretch of road with no CCTV cameras. But Craig Porter couldn't confirm or deny Wesley Capper's words because, according to his confession, he was also very drunk and didn't know when or how Agnes was in their car. Furthermore, he stated that he fell asleep as soon as they drove away from the parking lot, and when he awoke, the young woman had left the cabin. The third suspect, doorman Sion Guzman, also stated that Agnes Clavina was intoxicated but could not answer the question of whether she had entered the car voluntarily. He did, however, confirm that when the car touched down, the blonde opened the door and nearly fell out while driving. The doorman then slammed the door at the driver's request, earning a substantial tip when asked if he thought it was strange that the woman tried to escape by jumping out of the car while walking. Kimos Main stated that he did not believe it was an escape attempt. He believes she may have opened the door by accident while intoxicated. He also stated that Agnes did not scream or ask for assistance. The video clearly showed Wesley Capper forcing Agnes the car while holding her by the waist and wrist. Wesley's defense was that Agnes was dizzy, and he was holding her down to prevent her from falling. Sometime later, another curious, strange, and frightening video was discovered during the investigation in Sotogrande, in the south of Spain, near the port of Puerto. The luxury yacht of John Capper, a millionaire and the father of one of the suspects, was more than just there. The footage from September 10, 4 days after Agnes's disappearance, shows Wesley, Craig, and 2 other men boarding the yacht. They were carrying a large suitcase and a rolled-up carpet, which appeared to be quite heavy based on the footage. A few days later, the company returned to the port of Puerto do Caixa without any luggage. After seeing the footage, Capper claimed that he and his friends had sailed to Ibiza for fun. He claimed that the suitcase contained their belongings, and that what the investigation mistook for a carpet was bedding, which led to the location where everything ended up. He couldn't explain. A thorough search of Wesley's yard and automobile produced no results. It turned out that both had been cleaned and dry cleaned, removing any traces of DNA. However, long blonde hair was discovered in the car's trunk, but its origin could not be determined because this crucial evidence mysteriously vanished during the investigation. The prosecution revealed another intriguing detail during the trial. A few hours after Agnes was in the defendant's car, Capper called 911 several times, but each time he dropped the call without waiting for an answer, as if he was afraid or doubted the correctness of his actions. The man explained that he was drunk and made calls at random. The Clavina family's lawyers stated that Agnes was long dead and that her body was resting somewhere on the seabed, possibly in the suitcase that the suspects had brought aboard the yacht. Furthermore, he believed that the case had been deliberately delayed, giving the criminals plenty of time to dispose of all evidence that could prove their guilt. Captain Porter and Guzman were left in the dark just a year and a half after Agnes went missing. They were accused of keeping Agnes against her will and forcing her into a car. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, there was nothing else to charge them with. Furthermore, the millionaire and his friend were granted bail and quietly left the courtroom. Agnes and his relatives were understandably outraged, but the judge refused to back down. The 3 men were only tried again in 2019. Almost 5 years after Agnes's disappearance, they continued to deny their guilt, claiming that Clavina had entered the car of her own free will. The prosecutor asked that the doorman be considered an accomplice to the crime because he assisted the defendants in driving the victim away. Guzman could have been sentenced to 5 years in prison for his actions. In response, he delivered a fiery speech in which he claimed that he was one of the suspects because of the color of his skin, as well as a lack of funds to hire a good lawyer because all of his earnings go to a starving family in Africa. Capper and Porter's lawyers argued that their clients were only guilty of persuading Agnes to get into the car, not forcing her to do so. According to them, the young woman was dropped off on the road as she had requested, but while she was waiting for a cab to take her home, she could have been kidnapped and killed by third parties because Agnes was drunk and unable to resist. The judge's decision surprised and angered the relatives of the missing young woman because none of the defendants were punished at all. Guzman was cleared of all charges. Capper received a 2-year sentence for taking advantage of Agnes's drunken state to persuade her to get into his car, while Porter received a 6-month sentence for complicity. In reality, the men received suspended sentences and did not serve a single day in prison, but they paid Agnessy and his family a ridiculous sum of £10,000 sterling in compensation. Blevins' family was discouraged by the decision and filed an appeal. Then, while waiting for the court's decision, both defendants in the case broke the law again. Capper, who was heavily intoxicated with alcohol and drugs, killed a woman and fled the scene. Porter and his friend also drunkenly stole a car after beating the owner to a pulp. Despite this serious crime, Capper was only sentenced to probation. Thanks to his lawyer's brilliant defense, he paid a large sum of money in compensation to the family of the woman who was killed under his car's wheels, while he remained at large. Porter was less fortunate this time, and he was still sentenced to jail. However, there is no public information about the sentence he received. In 2021, almost 7 years after Agnes's disappearance, the primary suspect in the case was sentenced. Wesley had been living an immoral lifestyle all along, abusing alcohol and illegal substances, which had seriously harmed his health. At the height of the COVID pandemic, he found himself in a hospital bed, and just when he thought he had overcome the disease, he suffered a stroke. Capper died on July 26, 2021, aged 44. Agnes's parents filed another appeal at the time, but the suspect can no longer be prosecuted because he died, regardless of what the Supreme Court decides in this difficult case 9 years later. Agnes Clavina was never found dead or alive, but she was presumed dead at some point. Her parents, sister, and fiancé agreed with the lawyer's version that the criminals had placed Agnes's body in a suitcase, which was then loaded onto a yacht and dumped somewhere on the high seas, making it impossible to find. However, in the summer of 2023, 9 years after Agnes vanished without a trace, the investigation took an unexpected turn. So, in mid-June, a gardener at one of the Costa del Sol's elite golf clubs, Kita, discovered a strange object near the coast that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be an old, badly damaged suitcase. The man did not dare to open it himself and contacted the police. Police discovered human remains inside the suitcase. The examination revealed that the bones discovered belonged to a young woman who died around 25-35 years old. Furthermore, it was discovered that the suitcase containing the body had been submerged in water for approximately 10 years before being brought to shore. After reviewing all of the evidence, the police hypothesized that the body discovered belonged to Agnes Clavina, who vanished 9 years ago. To establish this unequivocally, a number of tests are required to compare Agnes's DNA to the remains discovered at the moment. Experts are working closely on this issue, but the investigation's findings have not yet been made public. If the suspicions are confirmed, the case will be reopened, and the remaining suspects will face trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. During the mid-2000s, this high-profile case shook America and received extensive media coverage. The horrific crime was investigated for years before the killer was apprehended. One of the primary reasons for the delay was a lack of a visible motive and disconnected evidence, and no one could believe that this man was capable of it. The investigation took nearly 6 years to complete the puzzle, and the investigator at the trial openly stated that he had never seen anything like this in his many years of experience. In this tragic story, Jason Young discovers a location, a love triangle, a double betrayal, and an ominous omen that no one initially noticed. Little is known about him. Jason is from Brevard, North Carolina, where he was born in 1974. He grew up in a normal family. After graduating from high school, he enrolled at the prestigious State University in Raleigh, the capital of his home state, and after graduation, he secured a position as a salesman in a major retailer. At work, Jason Young demonstrated himself to be a valuable and promising employee who could always be counted on, but friends described him as erratic and unpredictable. He was fickle in his relationships with the opposite sex and frequently changed women, earning him a reputation as a womanizer, which he took pride in. Michelle Marie, a young maiden known as Fisher, was born in New York in February 1977. The girl was raised alongside her younger sibling, Meredith, with whom she had been extremely close since childhood. Linda, their mother, spent a lot of time with her adored daughters, trying to help them develop their abilities and talents. Michelle has been interested in law and economics since she was in school, and she hopes to devote her life to these fields. After graduating, she applied to several universities at once and received a positive response from North Carolina's capital. The girl diligently studied at the Faculty of Economics and Law, eventually earning a master's degree in this field. Michelle was hired for a high-level position at one of the state's leading accounting firms shortly after graduating. Yesterday, the student was earning well, supporting herself, and making ambitious plans for the future. She chose to spend her 24th birthday with her closest friends and colleagues at one of the city's most popular entertainment venues. They weren't having much fun when a stranger turned around and knocked the birthday girl's glass of cocktail out of her hands. The guy immediately apologized, and to make amends, he bought Michelle another cocktail. That young man's name was Jason Young, and the attractive young Michelle immediately drew his attention. He sat down at her table, struck up a casual conversation, joked a lot, attempted to be witty and interesting, and at the end of the evening, asked her out on a date. Michelle liked the casual acquaintance, so she gladly accepted his invitation. Deciding that fate had sent her a gift on her birthday, the couple began communicating, and they soon realized they had a lot in common. They both attended the same university. Although Jason received his degree 3 years earlier, he supported the same hockey team, and we both enjoy the same music group. Young people quickly developed romantic relationships, but living together, let alone getting married, was out of the question. Jason was still living at his parents' house in Brevard when he began his relationship with Michelle. He would only see his girlfriend and rally on weekends, or during work trips to the state capitol. During one of these meetings, his sweetheart told him she was pregnant. This news came as a complete surprise to both of them, as neither was prepared for childbirth. Young people were eager to work, confidently moving up the career ladder, and had no plans to start a family yet. Jason agreed right away, but Michelle hesitated before deciding to keep the baby rather than have an abortion. Jason reflected on the situation for about a month before relocating to Raleigh to be closer to his pregnant girlfriend. After a few more months, the couple's relationship was officially legalized, though neither love nor pregnancy played a role in this. But Michelle doesn't have health insurance. Childbirth would have cost the couple a lot of money, but marriage gave them the option. To avoid such expenses, the couple's daughter, Young, was born in the spring of 2004. She was given the name Cassidy. Elizabeth, the newlywed mother, jumped right into domestic life and family chores, assisting her as a mother and younger sister. It should be noted that Michelle's family calmly accepted her decision. They were wary of Jason, but attempted to avoid conflict. In the same year, the young couple with a child moved into their own large home, located in a quiet and landscaped part of the city. Mother Linda, who came to visit her daughter and granddaughter and assist with household chores, was the first to notice a tense atmosphere in this family. His son-in-law was too emotionally unstable and could orchestrate a scandal literally in the same location. But Michelle did everything she could to smooth over all of the disagreements and, in public, appeared to be the happiest wife and mother. Only Mother Linda could tell the truth about what was happening, an ominous omen. Michelle became pregnant for the second time when Cassidy was only 2. She gently broke the news to her husband, but he reacted calmly and appeared even happier about it. Soon, the family drove to Brevard to personally inform Jason's parents of the happy news. They came to visit for only the weekend. And on the first day, they celebrated the upcoming addition with their relatives, and the next day, they left their young daughter with her grandparents for a few hours. While driving home, the couple stopped at a restaurant to celebrate the occasion. Jason, who was driving, oversteered, and the car veered off the road into a ravine. The couple was concerned about a few abrasions and bruises, but their lives were not endangered. However, Michelle miscarried due to nervousness. Because of this, the young woman was extremely concerned. Jason handled the accident, the loss of a child, and the spouse's strange indifference, all with surprising calm. All of this seemed very suspicious. Linda Fisher later described the accident as a bad omen that no one took seriously at the time. The young couple had a mutual friend named Michael Monty, whom they had known since they were at the same university. They had not seen each other for quite some time. However, in the spring of 2006, shortly before the accident, Jason met an old acquaintance by accident while on a work trip. He told his wife about it, and they decided to invite Monty to see him. The young woman eagerly accepted the invitation, but during her visit, she began to complain about her unhappy family life and relationship issues with her husband. At the same time, she was constantly complimenting Jason and telling his wife how fortunate she was to be pregnant. Michelle was not alarmed by the guest's behavior. She genuinely wanted to comfort and support her friend, but she saw what was going on as a call to action. Jason had never missed a chance to flirt before, but this relationship quickly progressed beyond flirting and friendly support. Jason Young and Michelle Manny started calling each other nearly every day and sneaking out to see each other. Jason always justified his absence with business trips, and his wife never suspected anything. Michelle told her husband in the summer of 2006 that she was pregnant again. This time, however, Jason was not pleased. The wife didn't understand what was going on. She felt the beloved was away from her, but she assumed this was due to the miscarriage a few months prior. Jason was constantly thinking about how to break free from marital bonds with the least amount of himself. Michelle's husband went on another business trip in early November, while she was 5 months pregnant. He drove 300 miles away from home in his own car, but he had reserved a hotel room about halfway through the journey. That evening, Michelle, who was pregnant, had a long phone conversation with her best friend, telling her about family problems and mentioning that she had a big fight with her husband the night before he left. After the conversation, she went upstairs, put her daughter to bed, and fell asleep beside her, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Jason arrived at the hotel and went straight to bed, claiming to be exhausted from the journey. In reality, he was scrutinizing all of the hotel's entrances, exits, and security camera locations, planning how to leave and then return undetected. Jason was preparing an impenetrable alibi for what he thought would be the ideal crime. During the early morning hours, Young called his wife's sister and asked for help. He explained that he wanted to give his wife a piece of jewelry for their wedding anniversary, but he had accidentally sent a page from an online store to the home fax machine. He was concerned that Michelle would discover his gift and be unimpressed. Meredith agreed to help her son-in-law, despite her dislike for him. When Meredith arrived at her sister's house, she entered through a secret door in the garage that only family members knew about, and it was never locked. The house was unusually quiet, although the landlady's papers, keys, and wallet were still in the hallway, indicating that she had not gone anywhere. Meredith went upstairs and noticed that the bedroom door was wide open, but neither her sister nor niece answered her call. When she entered the room, she witnessed a gruesome scene. Michelle lay on the floor by the bed, her skull fractured, in a pool of her own blood. Blood was everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Bloody footprints were visible on the walls, furniture, and the baby's body. Unfortunately, nobody could help the pregnant woman. She'd been dead for hours. Her sister rushed to call 911 when she heard rustling under the bed, looked down, and saw a small Cassidy staring at her in confusion. Cassidy was not harmed, but she was terrified. The girl witnessed her mother's death and then spent many hours near her body, as evidenced by the marks on the floor and the toys she brought her mother. Later, forensic experts discovered numerous bruises, abrasions, and fractures on the deceased's body, indicating a prolonged and brutal beating. Michelle had her teeth knocked out and her skull fractured with a blunt, heavy object. This instrument of crime was never discovered. A bloody pillow was found next to the body, with marks indicating that the victim had been smothered with it. Nothing was stolen from the house, implying that the night visitor had only one intention: murder. Furthermore, the locks had not been broken, and there were no signs of forced entry, implying that the perpetrator either had a key or was aware of the secret door, which was only known to family members. In such cases, the main suspect is always the deceased's spouse, but he appears to have a perfect alibi. He claimed that he checked into his hotel room, stayed until the morning, and then attended a scheduled business meeting. A check revealed that Young used his room keycard to enter in the evening and leave in the morning. But a thorough investigation quickly revealed a slew of anomalies and inconsistencies. For example, a hotel employee discovered early in the morning that the emergency exit was not only open, but also propped up with a cobblestone to keep it from slamming shut. When the investigation decided to check the surveillance camera pointed at that door to find out who had done it, it was discovered that the same camera had been deliberately turned off on the night of the crime. Furthermore, it stopped recording about 30 minutes after Jung checked into his room. The weirdness did not stop there. It turned out that during the night, a man who resembled Jason was getting gas at a station between the hotel and the crime scene, but he was asked to provide identification as required by the rules. He refused to pay with cash and left without waiting for change. The gas station attendant at the inquest identified Jason as young, but he continued to deny everything, insisting that he had slept in his hotel room that night. Another oddity was that on the day before the tragedy, young Jason called Michelle more than 24 times, and closer to the morning, he called his mistress 5 more times, with each conversation lasting no more than 15 seconds, implying that Jason was probably panicked. All of these calls were made outside the hotel, where, according to him, he had spent the entire night. He was also late for a scheduled business meeting with his partners and appeared confused. Despite years of investigation and a long-awaited verdict, none of this evidence, whether individually or collectively, proved that Young had indeed murdered his pregnant wife. For nearly 3 years, Jason lived the same life he had always known. Furthermore, he gained custody of his young daughter, which dealt a significant blow to his late wife's relatives. By that point, he had stopped concealing his relationship with Money, who had previously been friends with the murdered Michelle, heightening suspicion that she was responsible for this heinous crime. Jason was only arrested near the end of 2009. Despite overwhelming evidence, the jury failed to reach a verdict. However, the case was reopened in 2012 after more evidence was gathered and the testimony of witnesses who saw Jason Jung that night outside the hotel in various locations, including his rather conspicuous white car, which was seen parked on the night of the murder not far from his own house in an unlit lot. The case also included testimony from a child psychologist who described little Cassidy's strange doll play, during which the girl demonstrated how her father spanked her mother and then refused to get up from the floor. Manny testified in court. She admitted that Jason had cheated on his wife with her but justified it by claiming that he was deeply unhappy in his family life, as he told everyone, and other former mistress of the defendant admitted that she was afraid of his outbursts of anger when he lost control and threatened to hit her. Following a lengthy trial, Jason Young was found guilty of brutally assaulting his pregnant wife. For this crime, he was sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole. In 2014, convicted Jason filed his first appeal, which was denied. In 2018, he again requested a review of his case, but a panel of the State Court of Appeals denied it. Cassidy was virtually orphaned. Her mother was murdered, and her father was sent to prison for the crime. The girl is raised by her aunt and maternal grandparents. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2013. Jaden Parkinson, 17, went missing after leaving his hostel in Oxford, England. The police began searching for her as soon as they received a missing persons report. While investigating this case, the police discovered something they had never seen before. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the UK before. Jaden Parkinson was born September 26, 1996, in Folkestone, United Kingdom. She was the youngest of the family's 3 children. Her parents' relationship was far from idyllic. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother, claims her children have witnessed a lot of unpleasant things. Jaden was 7 years old when her parents divorced. The girl lived with her father but was very close to her mother. They lived in various locations and spoke on the phone every night. When she became a teenager, her life became a little chaotic. Samantha claimed that Jason's father gave her complete freedom. She joined a company where she began smoking and drinking. She lived with her father from time to time before moving in with her mother when she was 13. She ran away from home and approached her mother, expressing a desire to live with her. Ultimately, the family court allowed Jaden to remain with her. She had disagreements with several people at school, including teachers. She didn't like how someone was attempting to control her behavior. In her personal life, she was in a relationship with Benjamin Blakely. Jaden was only 14 when she met Ben Blakely. They didn't live together because she was still a child, but he kept nagging her and gradually changed her completely. Jaden began dating Ben when she was 15 years old. He was 20 years old at the time. Jason's mother was undoubtedly concerned about the 5-year age difference, but she had no control over her daughter's love life. Their relationship began as tender and romantic, but everything changed with time. There was no trace of their previous mutual understanding, and their relationship became extremely strained. Ben oversaw every aspect of Jason's life. She stopped wearing makeup and became increasingly withdrawn. Ben even decided what clothes she could wear. He caused Jaden to drift apart from family and friends. As a result, the girl left her mother's house and began living in a hostel for women experiencing domestic violence. Although Ben was forbidden from entering this hostel, he was still able to completely control her life. They frequently argued, and Jaden even informed the hostel staff that Ben was aggressive toward her. She couldn't do anything without his consent. He took her phone away, convincing her that all she needed in the world was him, his love and care. Ben forbade her from speaking with men. He had complete control over her social media accounts, and she had stopped attending school. Ben's level of control was so high that he even forbade her from leaving her room to use the restroom. Jaden used to call her mother every day. However, their communication has been reduced to 1 or 2 conversations per month. Samantha requested her daughter return home and end her relationship with Ben. However, the persuasion did not work. Ben dominated Jaden both mentally and physically. She was seen multiple times with bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jaden called her mother to tell her she was pregnant. She hoped that the child would force Ben to reconsider his attitude toward her and his lifestyle in general. She expected the baby to strengthen their bond and Ben to return to his former self, but he fell short. Ben stopped acting like a good boy, as is common in such situations. When he took complete control of Jaden, she fell into a trap. He made her drift away from her friends and family and rely solely on him. She did not have her own money. As I previously stated, he eventually forbade Jaden from leaving her room, even if she needed to use the restroom. Ben dated other girls behind her back, over whom he exercised psychological and physical control. Samantha once again asked her daughter to return home after learning of her pregnancy. However, Jaden refused. They met to discuss it, but Jaden remained adamant. The girl didn't want to cause her mother any more problems. When Jaden told Ben about her pregnancy, he became enraged and claimed that he was not the father of her child. He even threatened Jaden to share her naked photos and videos on social media. She reported Ben to the police a few days before Jaden went missing. She was afraid he'd post her naked photos and videos. Ben had approximately 30 photos and 13 videos of Jaden, which she did not want made public. On December 3rd, Jaden, you failed to return to the hostel for the night. Jaden is aware of the problems in his personal life. The staff attempted to find her. They contacted Samantha by phone, but she had no idea where her daughter was. The police received a missing persons report shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2013. I discovered that Jaden has personal issues. Investigators attempted to contact Ben to determine if he knew anything about her disappearance. He was aggressive and repeatedly hung up the phone, claiming he couldn't help Jaden and had no idea where he was. Jaden had a difficult childhood and occasionally quarreled with her family. She ran away from home several times but eventually returned. As a result, her disappearance did not seem unusual in the early hours of the investigation. On the same day, December 4th, police apprehended Ben Blakely. They took him to the police station, and it had nothing to do with Jason's disappearance. Jaden had reported Ben to the police a few days prior because she was concerned that he would post her intimate photos online. The investigators who spoke with him were unaware that the police were searching for Ben as a person of interest in the Jaden Parkinson disappearance case. He denied planning to post images of Jaden on the internet and was released on bail the same day. Samantha was distributing flyers featuring her daughter's photo. She also uses social media to raise awareness about the case in the hopes that someone has seen something or knows where Jaden is. Meanwhile, the police are checking surveillance cameras to find her last known location. They obtained CCTV footage from Jaden's hostel, which shows her leaving to meet Ben and never returning. The date was December 3rd. The next location where Jaden was seen was Oxford Railway Station. CCTV footage captures her walking inside with Ben. Nothing unusual is occurring in the video. After tracing their route, investigators discovered that Ben and Jayden took a train to Didcot, about 10 miles from Oxford. Jayden's last known location was the train station, and he did cut. The footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. Usually when Jayden ran away from home, she would contact someone from her family within a day or two to let them know she was fine. But this time was different, and Jayden did not contact her family or friends or post on social media. Since CCTV footage showed her boarding a train with Ben, he became the primary suspect in her disappearance. The police had no doubt that Ben knew where Jayden was and what had happened to her. The footage showed Ben returning to the train station alone, but no one saw Jayden alive again. A week later, on December 10, 2013, police arrested Ben Blakely. Investigators wanted to speak with him and find out where Jayden went after they left the train station building in Didcot together. It was also possible that Ben was holding her against her will somewhere. During the interrogation, Ben was very confident. He said he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was. Ben called Jayden his ex-girlfriend. He claims that he and Jayden split up, and she moved on to another man. Ben stated that's who the cops needed to talk to. He also stated that he didn't care where she was or what happened to her, because they had split up and he now has a new girlfriend. He advised the police to check her social media to determine her location and who she was meeting with. Although Jayden remained missing, Ben Blakely was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The police interviewed Jayden's friends to determine whether she could have gone somewhere. However, the investigators only discovered that Jayden became estranged from her friends after she began dating Ben. No one knew if she had a place to hide. During the ongoing search for Jayden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to investigators. He said that around 1 a.m. on December 4th, he picked up a passenger along a dirt road. He described him as a young man carrying a large, heavy suitcase splattered with mud. He couldn't lift it and asked the taxi driver to assist him. All of these circumstances prompted the taxi driver to consider what was in the suitcase and whether he had witnessed the crime. Investigators discovered that the person who called the taxi used Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When the police questioned Ben again, the latter stated that he would not answer further questions. After analyzing his mobile phone's location records, the police discovered that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including an abandoned barn in the countryside where an attack took place because he picked him up that night. A team of investigators, criminologists, and dog handlers arrived to conduct an investigation. It was also revealed that Ben and Jayden had previously visited Didcot, where her mother lived. Next to the barn, the police discovered a bracelet similar to the one Jayden was wearing. Service dogs trained to find dead bodies began barking inside the barn. But Jason's body wasn't present, and it probably had something to do with Ben's suitcase when he got into the taxi. The police appealed to the public for assistance, urging anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in the Didcot countryside to report it. At the same time, police went door to door, interviewing residents of the houses closest to the abandoned barn. The video from the train station shows that Ben and Jayden did not bring a suitcase. As a result, the investigators wanted to find out where Ben got this suitcase. But what if the taxi driver misidentified Ben? The police discovered the answer to this question on December 14th. Investigators discovered Ben Blakely, his grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake living near the abandoned barn. When the police knocked on Ben's grandmother's door, the first question she asked was, "Are you hearing about the suitcase?" She stated that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days ago. He arrived in a hurry and said he needed a suitcase, then dumped its contents on the floor without explaining anything. Ben's grandmother says he returned it 2 days later and threw it in the barn. However, it was now dirty. She also mentioned 2 missing shovels, which reappeared in their original location. A thick layer of dirt had also settled on the shovels. Why does Ben need 2 shovels? Perhaps the man wasn't acting alone. Jayden was friends with 17-year-old Jake Blakely, and she met Ben through him. Witnesses stated that they saw Ben and Jake riding dirt bikes together. When the police began searching for Jayden, Jake Blakely was arrested on suspicion of complicity in the crime. They sent the suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn to the laboratory for analysis. The police wanted to know if Jason's DNA was on it. Based on all available evidence, investigators concluded that Jayden was killed in an abandoned barn. After some time, she was placed in a suitcase and taken to another location, where the perpetrator buried her. However, given the vastness of the fields surrounding him, finding Jason's body appeared to be a difficult task. The police used aviation in their investigation to determine the approximate location of Jayden's burial. They used aerial photography to identify 10 locations where the soil surface had recently changed significantly. The police investigated several locations but found no results. They could not locate Jason's body. Before the police searched all 10 locations of interest in the investigation, there was another breakthrough in the case. Jake Blakely began cooperating with the police, telling them to check his uncle's grave in a nearby cemetery. The cemetery next to All Saints Church in Didcot was one of the 10 places where the surface had recently changed, but it was at the bottom of the list because a soil surface change in such places is not unusual. The police cordoned off the cemetery after receiving a note from Jake Blakely indicating that Jason's body could be in his uncle's grave. Detectives have never seen such a method for concealing a victim's body. According to reports in the English press, Ben and Jake's uncle was buried in 2006. The new circumstances surrounding this case have sparked widespread media coverage. It was the country's first crime in which the victim's body was already buried. The forensic experts set up a tent in the cemetery and began their work. After a while, Jason's family received the worst possible news. Her body was discovered in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely. His uncle, she was naked, and the police were unable to locate her clothing. She also had all of her jewelry removed. The forensic examination revealed that Jayden had been beaten before her death. Finger marks on her neck suggested strangulation. The pathologist determined that asphyxia was the official cause of her death. While awaiting trial in prison, Ben Blakely altered his behavior strategy. After speaking with the prison chaplain, he and his lawyer wrote a letter admitting that he was responsible for Jayden's death. However, Ben insisted that the crime was not premeditated. According to him, he pushed Jayden during an argument, and she fell off a bridge near an abandoned barn. He tried but failed to bring her to her senses. He initially buried Jason's body in one location, but later moved it to the cemetery. He buried it in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy revealed no signs of such a fall. Her face was injured with blunt force, and as previously stated, asphyxia was the cause of her death. It implied that Ben Blakely was lying to absolve himself of some responsibility for what had occurred. Jason's father died of heart problems before the trial began on June 23, 2014. When Blakely appeared in court, it was clear to everyone that he had no remorse for his actions. He acted provocatively and shouted insults, indicating that he was unconcerned about the fact that he had killed Jayden and her unborn child. Ben Blakely testified during the 4-week trial that Burks was a violent and controlling boyfriend, and 3 of Blakely's previous girlfriends testified that he was controlling and violent to them while they were in a relationship. The jury heard that he would take their phones, hit them, and grab them by the throat if they responded or if he suspected they were cheating on him. The ginger-haired murderer's temper was on display during the trial. The judge warned him several times about his 4-letter outbursts in the dock and on the witness stand, during which he swore and shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Latham. His rages became too much for Jayden's mother and other family members, forcing them to flee the courtroom in tears. It was also too much for Judge Patrick Eccles, who confined Ben to the cells and continued the trial in his absence for 1 day. Although Jake Blakely is under the age of 18, Judge Eccles lifted the usual prohibition on reporting a juvenile's name because he believed it was in the public interest to do so. Jake has pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice, but claims he believed he was burying weapons or dead animals at the time. Ben had promised his teenage sibling an Xbox game console and £100 if he carried out the evil deed, according to the jury. The jury saw CCTV footage of Ben and Jayden entering the Oxford train station and boarding a train to Didcot. Blakely was also seen returning alone and looking down, attempting to hide his face. The prosecutor stated that the crime was premeditated. Blakely purposefully led Jayden to a location where no one would witness him killing her. What else could be the reason he took Jayden to an abandoned barn in another town? Jayden was eager to begin a new life after discovering she was pregnant. But Blakely was accustomed to having complete control over every aspect of her life, and he refused to let her go. He did not want to be a father either. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jayden's mother, supported the creation of a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she stated, "I don't want another mom to have to stand there and look at their daughter's body on a slab. I'll never forget it until the day I die." For a year before Jayden was killed, I thought he was after me. I hadn't expected it to be her. I assumed he wanted me out so he could manipulate her. He could get money from her. I recall him coming around one day after spitting at her and punching her in the face the previous day. He made it into the block of flats and was banging on the door. I refused to let him see Jayden, so he walked away and spat on me. Later that afternoon, Jayden went outside for a cigarette and I didn't see her for 2 weeks. He'd met her outside. She was at an age when she did not have any income or benefits. They were living rough everywhere. It became difficult to contact her. He'd cut up her SIM card or smash her phone. She didn't want to admit to herself that he was like that. Everyone had heard these stories before. She wanted to change him. He burned, beat, and starved her. She was a rebellious adolescent who didn't listen. I was told that since she was 16, it didn't matter where she went. If the police said it was fine for her to stay there, they didn't have to tell me where she was. I did not have a leg to stand on. However, when she was murdered, she was classified as a child. Where does that get lost? Why couldn't the police get her back home? She was safe with me. I believe she could have been helped if people thought she wasn't a bad kid. And I wasn't an angry mother with a misbehaving child on benefits who didn't deserve to be looked at or heard. I'm very angry with the government. It has to stop. Other girls were hurt before Jayden. If there was a register, she'd be sitting here with my grandchild right now. The register should be public and accessible to everyone, not just the police and social services. The number of times he was arrested. There would have been flags along the way, which could have saved her life. I'd also like to see a program in schools that promotes healthy relationships. Many people do not realize they are in a coercive or controlling relationship until it is too late. I simply want more protection for women like Jayden and the women who will become women in England. In my lifetime, a partner or ex-partner has killed one woman every week. I'm aware that I won't be able to eradicate it. But if I can prevent one girl from dying and one mother from feeling the way I do, Jayden's death will not be in vain. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning a verdict by a majority vote. Ben Blakely was found guilty of killing Jayden Parkinson on purpose by a vote of 11-1. On December 3rd, the judge told Ben Blakely, "You took Jayden Parkinson, a complicated but loving and vulnerable 17-year-old girl, into the open countryside near Upton in the dark of an early winter's evening. You strangled her to death." The judge also stated that Blakely's unreasonably jealous treatment of Jayden included physical and emotional abuse during their relationship. "You dominated and controlled her daily activities." The judge stated that you took her phone away so she could not contact anyone else. And when she arrived at the hostel, you insisted that she stay in her room, even prohibiting her from using the toilet and forcing her to urinate in a plastic bottle. Jayden was obsessed with you, her violent abuser, and found it difficult to emotionally separate from you. According to the judge, Jayden finally found the courage to end the relationship in November of last year, after Blakely threatened to post intimate photos online to humiliate her. Jake Blakely received 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. In July 2014, his older brother, Ben Blakely, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said, so, she was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Sierra to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Sierra's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Sierra's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Sierra decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Sierra would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Ciara showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house, he won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklairs were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said. "So I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Ciara told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Ciara and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Ciara as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Ciara's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Ciara left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Ciara never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Ciara's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Ciara would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly Locklear stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Ciara had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Ciara as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Ciara awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, No, there is no way my daughter would not do that. If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died. Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Ciara missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Ciara's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Ciara went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Ciara had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Ciara's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Ciara's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana, but couldn't confirm Ciara was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residents using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown, as the case is still being investigated. In March 2022, investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Ciara would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife," he told one of his children at the end of the call. "You know what it means to kidnap an adult. She isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Ciara's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, All I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track, Breland informed the judge. Breland stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Breland was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Breland's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1st. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police described Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On an early August morning in 2015, Tom Martins called emergency services. The caller urgently reported a violent altercation between his daughter and son-in-law. Tom revealed with a shaken voice, "He is bloodied, and I fear I may have killed him." In response, the dispatcher quickly summoned medical personnel. The phone was then passed to Tom's distraught daughter, who was trained in CPR. The dispatcher calmly instructed, "Stay calm, rely on your training, not your emotions. We need to revive your husband, and we are ready to begin Kipri." Meanwhile, first responders rushed to Winston-Salem's upscale neighborhood. They arrived at a $350,000 home known for its stylish gray shutters and well-kept lawns, only to discover Jason Corbett brutally murdered. This incident depicts the tragic story of a widower with 2 young children who was in desperate need of emotional support after losing his beloved wife. It also introduces a young woman who appears to be a beacon of hope and has stepped in to care for the children. Nonetheless, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of hurriedly integrating near strangers into close-knit family bonds. If Jason had been more aware of Molly's mental health history and had known her better, he might have reconsidered her close relationship with his children. Molly's meeting with Jason represented a new beginning, complete with a loving family and the children she had always wanted. Unfortunately for Jason, this relationship became a one-way trip with no return. Molly Martin's life was the embodiment of the American dream. She was born into a wealthy and educated white family and grew up in Farragut, Tennessee. Her early years were spent in a lavish mansion where she was the beloved little princess. Her neighbors remember her as a reserved, somewhat introverted girl who excelled at swimming despite frequent absences from school due to illness. Molly continued her education at Farragut High School, where she was a member of the swim team after her family relocated to the more upscale Fox Run neighborhood. Molly felt like a champion in her own world, even though she lacked the skills of her peers. Molly's parents, Sharon, a math doctorate from Emory University in Georgia, and Tom, an FBI agent and experienced lawyer, instilled a family motto. Achievements, whether real or perceived, are the only criteria used to measure success. The Martins were regarded as societal pillars, a family striving for prestige, wealth, and ideal heirs capable of maintaining their lifestyle. The children were raised with a win-at-all-costs mentality since they were very young. The main issue was that Molly, the beloved daughter and little princess, failed to meet these high expectations, unlike her 2 brothers. To maintain their societal facade, Tom and Sharon went to great lengths to conceal why Molly was perceived to be frequently ill with a supposed problem in her left foot, causing her pain and necessitating numerous hospitalizations and surgeries. In reality, Molly's mental health, not a physical illness, kept her from attending school in order to maintain their external image. Tom and Sharon kept their daughter's problems private, with few people knowing what happened behind the walls of their opulent mansion. Molly appears to have gotten into Clemson, one of America's top colleges, thanks to her parents' influence. In 2003, her photograph appeared in the Clemson University yearbook as a freshman, but all records of her disappeared. Molly started working at Knoxville's Vintage Beauty Salon in 2004, where she met stylist Jeremy Taylor. They began dating and spent a year and a half together. Despite their close relationship, Taylor only knew about Molly's leg health issues, which required numerous surgeries and frequently prevented her from working. Nonetheless, he admired her dancing and ballet abilities, never questioning the extreme strain on her foot. After breaking up with Taylor, Molly joined a dating site and began a romantic correspondence with Keith Megan on February 22, 2007. Keith and Molly had their first date nearly a year before they met the widowed father of 2. Molly first told Keith about her bipolar disorder and other related issues. Keith, who suffered from chronic fatigue and depression himself, encouraged her and moved in with her a month later. Molly found work as a nanny and went to therapy, and everything appears to be going well. The fairy tale came to an end when she developed a severe staph infection. The infection medication interfered with her bipolar medication, causing a dramatic shift in her behavior. According to Keith, Molly used to take 16 pills prescribed by her psychiatrist daily, plus an additional 10 as needed. The majority of these were for her bipolar disorder and manic depressive psychosis. Molly stopped sleeping, and their relationship quickly deteriorated. Molly decided to become pregnant in an effort to save their relationship. She had always stated that children would make her happy. Keith later revealed this during an interview. Eventually, she became pregnant. I was terrified because I knew how many medications she was taking. I was very scared. Keith recalled Molly miscarrying early in the pregnancy on September 16, 2007, and how devastated she was. But honestly, I felt relieved. I assumed it was for the best. Molly was admitted to a psychiatric unit in a medical rehabilitation center in Atlanta, Georgia, 5 months later. In February 2008, after her condition had not improved, her parents paid for the treatment. A few days after her discharge, she told Keith, "I want to work as a nanny somewhere in Europe." He took it as a sign of her relapse and dismissed her online advertisement for a nanny position. However, she quickly informed him that she had found work in Ireland and would be leaving for a while. Jason Corbett responded to her advertisement, unaware of the nanny issues that would arise. Jason Corbett was born February 12, 1976, in Limerick, Ireland. He grew up in a loving and supportive family. Jason's parents, John and Rita, raised 8 children, including his twin brother Wayne. The family prioritized emotional richness over material wealth, and despite financial difficulties after their father lost his job, they worked hard to provide a nurturing environment for the children. To help out, Jason worked part-time as a security guard at a school sports center. He was eager to earn money to treat his loved ones. Jason had always valued work ethics and the desire to help those around him, which made him popular among family and friends. Margaret Fitzpatrick, or simply Mag, was one of those who cared deeply about Jason. They knew they were meant to be together from the moment they met. After getting married, they eagerly began planning a family, both wanting a large, happy household. Their first child, Jack, was born in September 2004, followed by their daughter Sarah 2 years later. Megan and Jason were filled with joy as they raised their children, deeply loved each other and their children, and everything in their lives seemed perfect. Unfortunately, this idyllic life came to an abrupt end. On November 21, 2006, only 3 months after Sarah's birth, tragedy struck. Meg died in the hospital after waking up with an asthma attack. Jason, 30, was devastated by her death, which left him feeling lonely and sad. Only his devotion to his children kept him afloat. His family rallied around him, realizing the importance of being there for him during this difficult time. Jason was humble and kind, but he was concerned about relying so heavily on his family for assistance in childcare. This thought bothered Jason. He did not want to be a burden. Although his family never saw him that way, in 2007, he decided to hire a housekeeper. The first candidate, a Czech woman, did not click with Jason, so he let her go. Then he hired a Spanish woman, but the language barrier caused issues. Both women were looking for temporary work and did not want to stay in Ireland long-term, which frustrated Jason, who was looking for a dependable long-term helper. He eventually decided that the best option would be to find an English-speaking nanny looking for long-term employment. In early February 2008, he emailed 20-year-old Molly Martins. She sent a resume that, as it turned out, contained inaccuracies. Molly claimed to have graduated from Clemson University, but she had actually dropped out. She also claimed she'd been approved as a foster parent, which was incorrect. She didn't mention her recent psychiatric hospitalization or mental health issues. Jason thought he'd finally found the right nanny. The prospective housekeeper agreed to relocate to Ireland and look after the children. She lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, and flew to Ireland on March 10, 2008. The plan quickly fell apart. At customs, Molly encountered difficulties because of her one-way ticket, raising issues with immigration services. She couldn't say how long she'd be in the country and didn't have a work visa. However, she was able to resolve these issues and was granted entry after living in Ireland. 2 weeks later, the cheerful American called Keith and told him she would not be returning. They broke up on the phone. Sarah and Jack quickly became fond of and loved their new nanny. Jason was relieved to see that his life was becoming more stable. Molly took excellent care of the children, giving Jason peace of mind. Their relationship developed over time, and Jason began inviting the nanny out on dates. Jason and Molly, who started their relationship under unusual circumstances, encountered difficulties. The initial honeymoon period quickly gave way to reality. Jason, recognizing the flaws in the situation, found comfort in Molly's skilled interaction with his children. The couple became engaged in 2010. Jason adored his new partner. Most importantly, he believed his children had grown to love the caring Molly. Molly suggested moving to America after their engagement, citing a desire to return to her homeland. Jason agreed, knowing that the children would miss Molly. A year later, he moved to a factory in Lexington, North Carolina, and sold his home in Ireland. That same year, they were married in a lavish ceremony in Molly's hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee. Molly's father, Tom Martins, escorted her down the aisle, while little Jack and Sarah served as ring bearers and flower girls. Jason purchased a luxurious home in a popular neighborhood that included an 18-hole golf course, a club pool, tennis courts, playgrounds, and parks. He paid $58,350 cash for the house. The peculiarities began during the wedding ceremony itself. For some reason, Molly told her friends that she and Jason's first wife, Meg, were friends before Meg died of cancer. However, Meg died in 2006. Molly was not acquainted with Jason and therefore could not have known his wife. Meg died from a respiratory illness, not cancer. Unfortunately, the happy groom paid little attention to these conversations. Years passed, and the family continued to live in North Carolina. Jason joined the local golf club and got involved in the community. Molly worked as a swim coach. Men were drawn to Jason because of his friendliness, while women admired Molly's baking abilities and supermodel figure. They appeared to be the ideal couple, an attractive and sociable husband and a well-groomed and athletic wife. They were the most in-love couple you'd ever seen, constantly holding hands, kissing, and laughing. They just seemed extremely happy. A neighbor later claimed that Molly had been trained since childhood to present a prestigious image to the public, regardless of what was going on behind closed doors. In reality, the marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Jason refused Molly's repeated attempts to adopt his 2 children. While it appeared to be a normal desire for a woman who had taken on the role of mother, her insistence grew so intense and obsessive that Jason became terrified. According to his sister, Molly convinced neighbors that she was the children's biological mother and even told acquaintances about her pregnancy with Sarah. The couple was constantly arguing about the adoption issue. Jason felt unhappy because he missed his home, his friends, and the warm family evenings with his brothers and sisters. He seriously considered divorcing and returning to Ireland with his son and daughter, something he openly discussed with Molly. Her response was immediate and intensely emotional. After the argument, Jason even hid the children's passports, fearing Molly would dispose of them and prevent their departure. The more he considered divorce, the more desperate she became to keep him and the children with her. Jason lost his zest for life and began to gain a lot of weight, which irritated his younger wife. A husband who was overweight harmed their perfect public image. The night before the murder, the couple went to a neighbor's house for dinner, where Molly loudly criticized Jason for the amount of food on his plate in front of everyone. She openly stated that it was inappropriate for someone his age to eat so much. Jason departed silently. Molly and her father beat Jason to death the night after, on August 2, 2015. On August 1, Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon, arrived in North Carolina for a visit. The exact purpose of this visit remains unknown to this day. Some believe Molly and her father planned the visit to ensure Tom was present to help commit the crime, while others view it as a routine parental visit. Because Tom and Sharon arrived late in the evening, they decided to present the gifts to the children the next morning. This detail is critical. They prepared an aluminum baseball bat for Jack, and we intend to give Sarah a tennis racket. After dinner, Tom and Sharon retired to the basement guest bedroom, Molly and Jason to their first-floor bedroom, and the children to their second-floor rooms. Molly claims Sarah woke her up at 3 a.m. After a nightmare, Molly calmed her down and returned her to bed. By the time she returned, Jason, she claimed, was awake and enraged, resulting in a fight that ended in his death. As the alleged altercation began, Tom, a former FBI agent, reported hearing strange noises from his daughter and son-in-law's bedroom. Concerned, he grabbed the baseball bat intended for Jack and went to his room. When he entered, he claimed to see Jason choke Molly. Jason, noticing his father-in-law, tightened his grip and dragged Molly to the restroom, threatening to kill her. Tom pleaded with Jason to release Molly, but when his efforts were futile, he intervened to protect his daughter. Tom claimed that his initial bat strike did not prevent Jason from strangling Molly, so he continued to hit him. Jason eventually released Molly and attempted to grab the bat. A struggle ensued, with Jason ripping the bat away and knocking Tom to the ground. Tom claimed Molly was terrified, grabbed a brick from the bedside table, and instructed Jason on the head. Fearing for their lives, the father and daughter continued to attack the enraged man until they realized he no longer posed a threat. By calling the rescue service, Tom described the incident as a fight in which his son-in-law assaulted his daughter, and Jason urgently needed assistance. However, when emergency responders arrived, the scene revealed something far more brutal than simple self-defense. The bedroom walls and floor were covered in blood, with splatters on the ceiling and furniture. Jason's skull was shattered, leaving pieces of his scalp scattered across the floor. The medical examiner stated in the report that the number of blows was impossible to determine because pieces of the skull fell on the table during the autopsy. The first responding police officers noticed a stark contrast between Jason Corbett's horrific injuries and the fact that his father and daughter were unharmed, with their clothes intact. Despite Molly's claim of a life-or-death struggle, her thin bracelet remained intact. Another important observation was that some emergency responders noticed blood on the brick. Jason's body began to dry out, and he was cold to the touch, indicating a significant period of time before the emergency call was placed. And why would anyone keep a brick on their nightstand? Detectives investigated its presence in the bedroom. Molly explained that she planned to paint the brick with the kids and was looking at it before bed, thinking about the design. The case was based on appearances, external details, and the testimony of those involved. During questioning, Molly admitted to having endured years of severe abuse from her husband, keeping silent for fear of losing the children. She claimed she consulted lawyers who advised her to gather evidence of abuse for a custody battle, prompting her to place recording devices throughout the house. She gave these recordings to the detectives. During questioning, Tom claimed Jason had physically abused Molly on multiple occasions. However, the investigation discovered no evidence of physical abuse in Molly's relationship with Jason. At the trial, the defense claimed self-defense. Jason Corbett was portrayed as a drunk and violent man who emotionally and physically abused his family. The defense even found evidence that he may have killed his first wife, Meg. The family doctor testified about Jason's mood swings. He felt he was becoming increasingly angry for no apparent reason. When social workers interviewed the children, Jack and Sarah stated that their father was constantly angry and even hurt their mother. The prosecution presented expert reports indicating that, while Molly's audio recordings revealed Jason's temper, they did not demonstrate physical violence. Toxicology reports also revealed traces of a psychiatric medication prescribed to Molly and Jason's blood, implying that this could have caused his mood swings. Jason's family, who knew him as a calm and kind man, were taken aback by the defense's claims and insisted that Molly made up the story and likely drugged him with illegal drugs to create behavioral instability for her record. A bloodstain pattern analyst called by the prosecution testified that the blood spatter trajectory did not correspond to a self-defense scenario. The attack on Jason began as he was getting up, and he was defenseless, lying face down when he was struck repeatedly. Molly and Tom were convicted of murder in 2017 and sentenced to 20 to 25 years in prison, each. They filed an appeal a week later and were eventually successful in convincing the North Carolina Supreme Court to overturn their second-degree murder conviction in 2021. This leads to a new trial. They were released on $100,000 bail and left the Davidson County Jail within an hour of one another. In October 2023, the father and daughter entered a plea agreement for involuntary manslaughter. During the November trial, statements from Jason Corbett's now adult children, Jack and Sarah, who live with their aunt in Ireland, were heard. Sarah Corbett, 17, claimed that defense witnesses and attorneys distorted her words when she was 8 to help Molly Corbett and Tom Martins receive lighter prison sentences. Molly Martins showed me how to shoplift, vomit, and lie. She used to hit and starve my brother. She told me when I was 5 that my father had killed my mother. I adored Molly, and she manipulated me. Jack Corbett admitted in his statement that he lied to investigators when he was 10. I've lost so much of myself since that day. My words were used as a weapon to help Molly and Thomas avoid punishment for murdering my father. I've never seen my father harm Molly. He was a loving and honorable man, and they went to great lengths to tarnish his reputation. While my friends have fun at parties, I'm in therapy, learning to accept the fact that I lied and helped them get away. The children asked Judge Hall to sentence Molly Corbett and Thomas Martin to a maximum of 25 years. Perhaps their plea deal allowed them to avoid this sentence. In November 2023, the father and daughter were sentenced to a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 6 years, with credit for the 44 months already served. They were also told not to contact the Corbett family. Thomas Martin's attorney expects his client to be released in 7 months. Sarah collaborated with her Aunt Tracy to write and publish a series of children's books aimed at assisting children in coping with loneliness after the death of a loved one. Jack developed into a talented rugby player, singer, and songwriter. Both siblings continue to advocate for justice in their father's case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Luz Maria Lopez's case highlights Guatemala's high crime rate ranging from love to violent crime. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are committed here each week, half of which are considered domestic crimes and nearly 70 of serious crimes, go unsolved. According to The New Yorker, there were fewer civilian deaths in the Iraq war zone in 2009. The tragic events described today occurred in Guatemala, a beautiful but dangerous country. Luz Maria Lopez, an attractive young woman, had a romantic and promising story, but ended with ashes in a bag thrown down a sewer manhole. She was victimized by a domestic tyrant, whom she spent years forgiving over and over again, giving him the opportunity to change his ways. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this case, and the perpetrator could have avoided accountability. But let's go through everything in order. Who's on the loose? Maria Lopez, the heroine's birth name, sounds similar to Luz Maria Direco Lopez, Morales Lopez. She was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal Vera Paz, into the simple and modest family of Ada Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of her parents' 2 children, raised alongside her older brother Omar. An intestinal obstruction nearly killed the girl when she was an infant to save her life. A complex operation was performed, and doctors made no guarantees, but the baby's mother prayed for her recovery and believed that her daughter would recover so quickly, which she did, and the surgery itself, at such a young age, fortunately had no effect on the girl's development. Luz Maria enjoyed sports, especially gymnastics and athletics, as well as classical choreography during her school years. She was a creative person who could easily connect with others and quickly make friends. The girl also studied well and had a talent for the humanities. After graduating from school, Luz Maria pursued higher education at a prestigious state university. She chose law and later decided to specialize in criminalistics because the field has always piqued her interest. A fateful encounter. When Luz Maria was a student, she and her mother went to a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Vera Paz. It was her older brother's 25th birthday that year, and her parents and sister wanted to give him a special gift, a motorcycle, which he had long desired. In the showroom, they were greeted by a polite and attentive young consultant named George. He showed the buyers the entire assortment and made some recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but later decided to reconsider and consult with the family head. They left with the car dealership's business card, and Maria left her phone number for feedback. The girl soon received a call from George, the same salon consultant, but the conversation was personal rather than about the upcoming purchase. George called Maria several more times before daring to ask her out to a coffee shop. He knew he liked the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he had no idea how to approach her. It should be noted that Luz Maria admired this handsome young man. So, when he proposed a meeting, she agreed. The guy was a year younger than her, but they didn't mind the small age difference. Almost immediately, they began a romantic relationship that quickly developed. Both felt it was true love at first sight and expected a long and happy life ahead of them. After only a few months, the couple made the decision to live together. Despite their parents' objections, the young couple married quickly. 6 months later, the lovers held a wedding, inviting only their closest friends. Surprisingly, the problems began the day of the wedding, the institution where the banquet would be held. There was an issue that nearly derailed the vacation. The couple had to overpay significantly to ensure that the wedding took place on time. Who is George? There is little public information available about who was chosen to be Luz Maria. He is known to have been born in the 99th grade in the town of Santa Catalina Latina, located in central Guatemala. George was the eldest of 2 sons, raised alongside his brother Pablo. His family was on the verge of poverty, so the boys and his children were not spoiled with nice clothes and expensive toys because the money was only enough for the basics. However, George did not aspire to a better life, so he didn't bother studying or looking for a good job. The young man, as they say, simply went with the flow. People who knew George described him as a withdrawn, uncommunicative, and occasionally aggressive individual. George struggled with emotional control, which led to a lack of friends and poor relationships with the opposite sex. Nevertheless, when he met the girl of his dreams, he made every effort to win her heart. And then he was in a hurry to marry, afraid she would change her mind. By the way, Luz Maria's parents have always been suspicious of her son-in-law. There was something about this young man that they didn't like, but they couldn't say what it was and couldn't stop their daughter from marrying him and having an unhappy marriage. Soon after the wedding, the young wife became pregnant, but because she had not yet completed her university education, she was unable to find a good job. Nobody wanted to hire a girl with no experience who was in an interesting position, so she had to make do with casual labor. Her husband had lost his job by then, but she was not in a hurry to burden him with a new job. When the couple had a daughter named Alice, their finances were tight. Both spouses were unemployed, and they had no money to pay for rented housing, let alone buy food and other necessities for the household. Then George persuaded his wife that the only way out for them was to temporarily relocate to his parents' home. Luz Maria refused for a long time, but they had no choice but to leave the street with a baby in their arms. The young woman eventually consented. Ada was aware of her daughter's family problems and persuaded her to return to her hometown on several occasions, but she insisted that everything would be fine with her husband and that there was no need to worry. The mother decided to pay a visit to her daughter and granddaughter one day, but when she arrived at her son-in-law's parents' home, she discovered a frightening picture. Luz Maria was in a terrible state. She only ate once a day, and a small Parquet family decided it was unnecessary to feed their unemployed daughter-in-law. Luz Maria was breastfeeding her young daughter. So malnutrition could have an impact on both her and the child's health. However, the meager food was only one of the many difficulties Maria encountered at her mother-in-law's house. As it turned out, her husband's younger brother repeatedly humiliated and even beat her. This guy was irritated by the child's crying and the presence of children's items in the house, so much so that he repeatedly threw them at Maria, launching a baby bottle at her and hitting Alice, who was in her mother's arms. George witnessed all of this but never stood up for his wife and daughter, treating them as if they were strangers. Ada persuaded her daughter to take her granddaughter back to her parents' house, but George soon appeared on their doorstep, asking his wife to return and promising to find work. She agreed, but only after the young people were able to rent an apartment and live independently of George's parents. Win or lose, Maria defended her diploma. She was able to realize a long-held dream by landing a job in the city prosecutor's office. As a bright, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began to advance up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved significantly, to the point where the couple could afford to buy a car for 2. However, this was solely due to the wife's efforts, as she worked hard, spared no expense, and was well respected by her superiors. George was still searching for himself and preferred to live at the expense of his wife, who was envious, lazy, and a domestic dictator. The young husband had an explosive temper, and the situation worsened over time. He didn't want to be interrupted by temporary part-time jobs, and even then, he preferred to sit at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends and spending what his wife made. In addition, Jorg was pathologically jealous and attempted to control his beloved's every move. He did not allow her to make friends, eat lunch with colleagues in cafes, or simply be somewhere. Without him, he was constantly checking her phone, looking at call history and reading messages, as well as assisting her in setting up accounts and social networks at home. When left alone, the husband acted no better. He created scandals out of nowhere, constantly clarified relationships, and blamed his wife for all of the problems and family troubles. They lived in his parents' house. Jorg never stood up for his wife, instead watching as she humiliated, insulted, and sometimes even beat his relatives. George occasionally used his fists to enforce his will and saw nothing wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing that she would endure anything and would never leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams coming from the couple's house and noticed signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Lopez repeatedly attempted to leave her husband and file for divorce. Luz Maria moved her daughter out of her parents' rented apartment, but her husband repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Despite her parents' advice to leave the abusive man, she forgave him and gave him another chance. On December 15, 2020, after another fight with a man handling a Luz Maria, 3-year-old Alice got into the car and cried in front of her mother. George arrived a day later, but it wasn't clear whether he wanted his wife or the car back. He stated that he had found a job and that their lives would now change, and he vowed that he would never raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him again and accompanied her husband to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that her husband had not only failed to get a job as promised, but also stole her earnings, leaving the family destitute. Ada felt sorry for her daughter and offered to give her some money so that she and her granddaughter could cover their expenses until her daughter's salary arrived. The women agreed to meet in the morning of January 19. However, Luz Maria did not arrive at the appointed time. Furthermore, she did not respond to phone calls or messages, which was unusual for her. Aida decided to visit her daughter's workplace the following day, but there she discovered that Maria had not arrived for the second day and that no one had been able to reach her. At the same time, George, who was looking for his wife, arrived at the prosecutor's office. He claimed that they had quarreled again and that Luz Maria had gone to her mother's house and was not answering her calls because she was offended by him. Ada immediately sensed something was wrong and assumed her son-in-law was lying, so she went straight to the police to begin the search for a missing Maria as soon as possible. The same day, an alert system was declared nationwide under the codename Isabel Cloudiness in the original alert. This meant an emergency search for a young woman who had been reported missing. When the massive search began, the missing woman's husband was the first person identified as a suspect. Although he was the only suspect in the case, Luz Maria had no enemies, so there was no reason to believe she was kidnapped. The last person to see her alive was George. Naturally, this guy denied his involvement in the case, claiming that he was knocked down while looking for his wife and is now outraged and annoyed that he has become the main suspect. At the same time, he was constantly confused in his testimony and couldn't explain why he didn't notify the police about his wife's disappearance on the day she went missing. And if he assumed she was at his mother-in-law's house, why didn't he call or go there? While police were searching for witnesses and combing the area, municipal workers accidentally discovered the body of the missing Maria. On January 22, several workers responded to a call regarding a clogged storm drain near the road. When they lifted the grate, they noticed a strange, large plastic bag with something black inside. As they got closer, they realized they were looking at charred human remains. They immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and the officers who arrived speculated that the body found could be that of Luz Maria Lopez, who was wanted throughout the country. Despite the fact that the body had been severely disfigured by fire, forensic experts confirmed with certainty that the remains belonged to a young woman, her parents, and her brother. It is worth noting that the package was discovered on the same street as the building of the prosecutor's office where the deceased worked, but there were no surveillance cameras or lighting in the area. Despite the fact that the body was badly burned, Pathologists were able to determine that the woman had been severely beaten and that asphyxia was the cause of her death. Internal hemorrhages, several fractures sustained while she was alive, and caked blood particles in her nose and mouth were all evidence of this. There were deep marks on her neck that indicated strangulation. This is a strange message. Upon the discovery of the body, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation, and the victim's parents were certain that the son-in-law was responsible for their daughter's brutal murder. George was immediately arrested, and the motivation for his heinous act was being investigated. Psychologists and criminalists were also required to conduct in-depth analyses of this marriage and the family relationships. During the investigation, Ada Lopez provided a frightening audio recording that was sent to her anonymously by someone who lived in the same neighborhood as her daughter and son-in-law. Apparently, this person has repeatedly witnessed the couple's family scandals, and this time he decided to record their argument, not realizing that it would end in a violent murder. The audio recording clearly depicts a distraught Maria screaming and crying for help. In the background, Alice sobs. Ada was horrified at what she had heard. She stated that if the witness had called the police right away, her daughter might still be alive today. The man who recorded the audio did not only not call the police, but he also did not go to the house where the horrible screams were coming from. The police were also unable to locate the anonymous person. As a result, he was unable to serve as a witness in the investigation. The audio recording was included with the materials for the criminal case, and Ada gave a big interview in which she urged all citizens to be vigilant and report to the police about the revealed facts of domestic violence, rather than simply filming or recording them on a dictaphone. According to the woman, such simple actions can save someone's life. This high-profile crime sparked widespread public outrage, and thousands of people marched across the country to demand that the killer be held accountable. Despite being taken into custody almost immediately, George maintained his innocence, claiming that he personally drove his wife to work that fateful day, after which she vanished. Street CCTV footage showed the couple's car driving toward Luz Maria's workplace that morning. However, due to the tinted windows, it was unclear how many people were in the car. In addition, none of the recordings showed the car coming to a stop or Maria exiting the cabin. The couple's rented home revealed numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks. This implied that this was where the heinous crime had occurred. Suspicions were confirmed when microscopic burnt flesh fragments were discovered in the family car's trunk. During the search, the investigator was also interested in the couple's recent purchase, a double orthopedic mattress. More specifically, not the mattress itself, but the dense polyethylene with which it was wrapped. According to the comparative analysis, George had packed his wife's burned remains inside. There were also several witnesses among the family's neighbors who had repeatedly heard George insult his wife and threaten her with death. A few days before Maria's sudden disappearance, her husband had threatened to kill her if she left him and to hide her body so no one would ever find it. Based on the information gathered by expert criminologists and the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation of the pieces restored the gruesome picture of the crime. The murder happened on the night of January 19, 2021. The spouse had a heated argument the day before, and George once again used his fists to assert his authority. He had previously struggled to control his anger, but this time he simply went into a rage. He repeatedly hit his wife, causing her to scream and cry for help. The neighbors of the family heard the screams, but did not call the police. While beating George, he broke his wife's nose and injured her head. After that, he strangled her with his bare hands before attempting to dispose of the body. To accomplish this, he dragged the body out to the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. George did not expect his funeral pyre to be so smoky, and the stench of burning meat and hair to irritate his eyes. He was concerned that the neighbors would notice it, suspect something was wrong, and contact the fire department or the police. So he quickly extinguished the fire, wrapped the burned remains in plastic, and went to a secluded location where he believed the body would never be discovered. The most horrifying thing was that George committed all of these atrocities in front of their young daughter, who, due to her age, understood what was going on, albeit not completely. The child, who was 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed the beating and crime, as evidenced by his cries and screams, which were also captured on video. George, who was familiar with forensics thanks to his wife's textbooks, attempted to cover up the crime and establish an alibi. He discovered a section of road with no lights or video cameras, and dumped his wife's body in a drainage sewer. They are going unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her workplace along the same route he always took, as if he had dropped Maria off there. The next day, he began simulating an active search for his wife by contacting her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. Trial and verdict. The criminal lawyers pushed to delay the trial as much as possible while also attempting to derail the investigation. They insisted that all of the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, with no single piece of evidence conclusively proving George's guilt. Defense attorneys attempted to have George's detention changed to house arrest, claiming that he was deeply depressed as a result of being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, the data obtained from Maria's phone proved to be the most important piece of evidence. The gadget had been with her husband the entire time, and on the first day after the crime, he sent several messages to various people, attempting to create the illusion that a loose Maria was still alive. Also, after tracking the smartphone's movements throughout the day, it was clear that it was constantly in the same locations as George's phone. However, the lawyers attempted to turn this evidence in favor of their client, claiming that he discovered his wife's phone and drove around the city with it in search of her. But no one could explain why George was sending messages from it and calling it from his own cell phone. The bruises and scratches on the defendant's body discovered on the day of his arrest served as further proof of his guilt. Experts recorded these marks on photographs, indicating that the victim clearly resisted. The most visible was a scratch on his neck, but only fragments of George's epithelium under the murdered's fingernails were discovered because they had been destroyed by fire. Despite the large number of contentious issues, the prosecutor requested the highest possible punishment for the perpetrator. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the coronavirus pandemic. However, in October 2022, the defendant was found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife. The man was sentenced to 50 years in prison, despite not admitting guilt. Little Alice's custody was transferred to her maternal grandparents, who admitted that their granddaughter is now the most important part of their lives. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Paula Andre Salazar was born on September 6, 2015. In Venezuela, her mother, Andre Bermudez, was from Maturin, Monagas. Her father, Leonor Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Diamaquiro. The couple decided to immigrate to Ecuador with their child Paula in September 2016, 1 year after her birth. They hoped for a better life for themselves and their daughter. A month after moving to Ecuador's capital, Quito, the family's relationships deteriorated for a variety of reasons. Andreina broke up with Leonardo and moved to Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. She took Paula with her. Her best friend's mother lived in Cuenca, and she kindly offered to let her and the girl stay in the house while they looked for another place to live and work. Leonardo, the girl's father, returned to Venezuela to his hometown of Tucupita after a breakup and later immigrated to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for quite some time. The man's left arm was completely paralyzed following an accident he had suffered while riding a motorcycle at a young age. The man's inability to use his left arm made it difficult for him to find a good job, even in Ecuador's capital. After moving to Cuenca, Andreina almost completely stopped communicating with Leonardo, only informing him once that she had taken a job on a farm in Tucupita. Andreina began a new romantic relationship with Washington Andres Amara a few months after her separation from Leonardo. Andres was a local Ecuadorian, and more importantly, he owned the farm on which Andreina worked. Andreina grew up in a wealthy family. Andreina moved to the area with Paula when she was a year and a half old. Andres and Andreina welcomed a child on April 7, 2019. With a new baby, the family became happier and more united. However, everything changed when an event occurred on March 27, 2020, which completely altered the lives of everyone involved. At the time, the family was doing well, enjoying each day, and everything was going well on the farm. On one such day, everything appeared to be going well. Andres took Paula and drove her to the flower plantations. The girl became dizzy and vomited while on the way. Andres had no choice but to visit a public restroom. As soon as he and the girl entered, Paula vomited again. he decided to leave her alone for a few minutes and return to the car to get a change of clothes, because the girl's clothes were all dirty. When Andres returned, he discovered Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. The men rushed the girl out, attempted first aid, and quickly transported her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old girl was handed over to the doctors, she showed no signs of life. According to the doctor, Paula has died. After the doctors on duty performed an initial examination and assessed the girl's condition, they discovered that Andres' story was riddled with inconsistencies. For example, the doctors determined at first glance that the girl had bruises on her body and face, which could not be explained by the information her foster father provided. In such cases, medical professionals must notify the police. Indeed, the circumstances indicate that shortly after the police arrived, Andres was arrested as a suspect in Paul's murder. Although Andres claimed Paula drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed something much darker. First and foremost, the tests revealed that the girl had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital, which contradicted the man's version of events. Paula's foster father claims that he administered first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just minutes before transporting her to the hospital. The autopsy revealed that the girl died as a result of several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis. Paula's death was clearly not an accident, as her small body contained numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, the girl's father, learned of Paul's death on March 33, several days after the events. His mother, who was still in Venezuela, had informed him of his daughter's death over the phone. She learned it from Andreina's friend. It should be noted that after Leonardo left Ecuador, Andreina began a new relationship. She ended all communication with him. That is why, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of her tragedy. Until that point, he could only see her in the photos Andreina and his mutual friends had sent him. In addition, Andreina blocked Leonardo from all social media platforms, preventing him from communicating with Paula. She also cut off communication with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. Andreina even turned almost all of their mutual friends against the girl's birth father, informing them of his refusal to communicate with Paula, preventing Leonardo from learning of his daughter's death. However, Andreina's family informed him of a different cause of death. They told him about Paula, who died from COVID-related complications at the time. Ecuador, like the rest of the world, was placed under quarantine due to the pandemic. At the time, there were almost no deaths from the coronavirus in the country. Leonardo was undoubtedly suspicious that his daughter had died from COVID, so he immediately began researching virus-related deaths in Ecuador. These statistics were shared on social media and news sites. Leonardo immediately noticed that there were no children among the few coronavirus victims in Ecuador. Leonardo's relatives assisted him in his investigation, and one of them promptly sent him a newspaper article about the arrest of Andres, who was suspected of killing Paula. Leonardo then started calling Andreina every day, but it wasn't until 10 days later that she decided to call him back herself. During that conversation, Andreina rather coldly informed Leonardo that Paula had died of COVID and that she couldn't give him any more information because her lawyers had forbidden her to do so. Leonardo went on to create a Facebook page dedicated to Paula, as well as an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula, with the help of an acquaintance. The published posts sparked a massive backlash on social media. Their primary goal was to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice on the same day that Andreina called Leonardo. She arrived at the morgue to begin preparing for her daughter's funeral, despite the fact that the prosecutor handling the case requested more time to investigate the body. However, the girl's funeral took place on April 10, 2020. Andreina simply refused to allow a second autopsy on the girl because of the information she shared on social media. Andreina's friends and acquaintances contacted Leonardo and informed him of Paula's sad life in the years preceding her death. Leonardo had the majority of the information they possessed, which was based on isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio recordings, and other similar items. Witnesses claim that since Paula's mother moved in with Andres, the girl has been abused by both her stepfather and her mother. Andrea not only allowed her daughter to be treated this way, but she was also directly involved in the entire situation. Everyone claimed that they only saw Paula happy and cheerful when she was playing alone in front of her stepfather. The girl appeared depressed, shy, and suddenly became very frightening. The little girl once told people that she was aware that her mother and stepfather had beaten her for misbehaving. She even confessed to it as a form of punishment. Andres pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall. Paula described her stepfather as a monster, and she was clearly terrified of him. The little girl had nightmares all the time, and she had insomnia since she was a child. A couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time of moving into the stepfather's home, fall asleep alone. She frequently cried, but no one paid attention to her. In addition, her mother and stepfather forced her to tuck in by herself. Furthermore, her mother Andreina had taught her how to cook since she was 2 years old. This was absurd. Paula was forced to cook her own breakfast and dinner because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from the baby in the evenings. She just didn't want to take care of her daughter. Not only that, but Andreina was unconcerned about the girl having to deal with baking on her own, despite the dangers at the preschool where mother had placed Paula, a girl who constantly complained of leg and back pain and frequently stated that she could not walk. Her constant complaints, as well as the bruises on her body, compelled the teacher to take her to the medical center. Following an examination, they concluded that the girl was mistreated in her family. Teachers contacted the special police organization to investigate the girl's abuse of her family. Officials took up the case and decided to send the girl somewhere she could be safe while the investigation was ongoing. As a result, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle Andreina's brother. A hearing on the case was scheduled for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teachers scheduled to testify did not show up, and for whatever reason they were unable to attend this hearing. As a result, it was decided to hold a retrial on February 27, 2020. However, this time, all of us teachers simply did not show up. The court was forced to dismiss all charges against Bola's parents, and she was eventually returned to her mother. Exactly 1 month later, on March 27, the girl died, and it is unclear why the teachers refused to attend either of the two hearings. It is speculated that Andreina bribed the teachers or simply persuaded them that, while the girl had some issues with her parents, they were not liable for what she said about them. Following Paula's death, Andres was placed in protective custody during the investigation, but he soon appealed the decision. As a result, on June 12, 2020, the judge issued the restraining order and determined that Demand could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, which was held via video conference, Andres announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At the time, Leonardo was still running a social media campaign. He also asked his subscribers for financial assistance to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. He intended to file a complaint against Andreina. Andreina had not yet been charged and was free, according to Paula's mother, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leonardo was able to obtain adequate financial assistance as well as free legal advice from 2 Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro, who generously offered him their support and assistance in the lawsuit. Leonardo had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela, risking his life by floating on a raft and then crossing the entire border from Natchering to San Cristobal. He had to book private transfers because the pandemic had canceled all services, and he couldn't take his usual route to Ecuador due to the pandemic. Venezuela's maritime and land borders were closed, leaving only a few regular flights to 4 or 5 countries in the months that followed. Once Leonardo arrived in the state of Táchira, he had to cross the border into Colombia over treacherous terrain. He then took a bus to Hipaluxo and continued through the hills and plains until he arrived at the Rumichaca Bridge, which connects Colombia and Ecuador. Leonardo then took a cab and drove to Quito on June 30. He met with a lawyer as soon as he arrived, and the deceased girl's father filed a complaint against the ex-girlfriend, who was also named as a suspect in Paula's murder. On July 6, 2020, Envious was found to be addicted, and the woman appeared in court, where it was determined that she should not be held in custody, that a house arrest would suffice, and that she must report to justice twice per week. As a result, Andres and Andreina were each charged with murder. In November 2020, the maximum punishment under Ecuador's penal code was approximately 13 years in prison. The first hearing in the case was held at the time, and a specific date for the start of the trial had yet to be announced. During the hearing, Leonardo's attorney expressed concern about Andreina's possible escape, citing her previous attempt to commit suicide with bills. They also applied for Andreina to delay it with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge granted the lawyer's request and reduced the number of days the suspect had to appear in court to once per week rather than twice. However, a few days later, Andrina insisted on reconsidering the decision to wear an electronic bracelet. On November 16, an additional hearing was held to reconsider these decisions. Undoubtedly, all of these details slowed the trial, but the judge was able to set a date, which was set for December. The trial of Andres and Andrina did not receive extensive media coverage. However, much of the information made its way onto social media, and some of the facts went unreported due to the pandemic, which was a major topic in the media. The trial started on January 14, 2021. At the time, no decision had been made on Andrina's alternative forms of imprisonment, and Andres was held in the Regional Detention Center during a closed-door trial in which no media representative was present. In addition, some participants joined the hearing via video link. According to the doctor who performed the girl's autopsy, Paula had nearly all of her spinal discs rebuilt. Some of her ribs were broken, while others had fused. This indicated that the girl had previously broken ribs, which had eventually healed on their own. She also had nail stigmata, a condition in which the nails grow into the skin, resulting in bruises and scratches on her face, body fluid buildup in her lungs, scars on her head, and serrations on her column. According to the assessment, it was the later injuries that caused the infection to spread and eventually lead to sepsis, which resulted in death. The autopsy report also confirmed that Paula had died about 24 hours before Andres took her to the hospital. The number of internal and external injuries reflected the little girl's abuse, as well as her guardian's carelessness, as they had never taken her to the doctor. Furthermore, the girl was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, as well as having mineral and nutritional deficiencies due to Paula's injuries. Andrina, the girl's mother, attempted to persuade her family friends that the child suffers from a variety of psychological issues, which have resulted in a proclivity for self-torture, which Paula used to draw attention to herself. According to the girl's mother, when her younger brother was born, Paula lost parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and tried to manipulate everyone by crying. The trial also revealed that in October 2019, when Paula was supposed to remain in her uncle's custody under the board's decision, she instead stayed at her parents' house and only slept at her uncle's house for a few nights. In other words, if the police organization's measure did not have the desired effect, it was possible to establish that the girl began to be abused in 2017, only a few months after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador. It most likely began as soon as Andrina started dating Andres. More than 40 accusing party witnesses testified at the trial, confirming that Paula was subjected to abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. Andrina stated at the final hearing before the verdict was handed down that she accepted full responsibility for the child's abuse. The woman claimed she had beaten Paula with a belt and, on occasion, her fists. Through this statement, a girl's mother attempted to shift blame away from her husband. She stated unequivocally that he was innocent, had nothing to do with it, and had never mistreated Paula. Andrina also admitted that she chastised her daughter for causing problems with her new husband. Breaking up with her new husband meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only find with him. Her daughter's well-being came last. After learning about Paula's life situation, the judges were concerned about the couple's newborn son, but unlike Paula, this child was never abused. It must be established that Andres has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent and has never made a statement about the incident since being arrested. By February 3, 2020, Paula's trial had concluded, and the couple had been sentenced. Both defendants were convicted of murdering the girl, and the maximum sentence for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the accusing party demanded the maximum punishment for the perpetrators, but the chief judge decided to consider an aggravating factor, namely that Paula was only 4 years old, implying that she could not defend herself against her attackers as a result of a judge sentenced Andrina and Andres to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicts have 3 days to appeal their verdict. So, despite Andrina's 17-year and 4-month prison sentence, the couple was expected to file an appeal right away. She is still on house arrest while Nuss is in jail. The woman did, in fact, take advantage of her right to appeal, so the higher court must now confirm her prison sentence. In the meantime, the woman continues to follow the original measures. This is not the case for Andres, who was arrested while visiting the hospital with a dead girl. Undoubtedly, the fact that Andrina is still at large is causing public outrage and anger, particularly the anger of Leonardo, who is concerned that the woman will take advantage of the situation to avoid justice. If you were shocked by this story, please remember to subscribe to the channel. There are other equally shocking stories. From our end, we express our condolences to Paula's father and wish him the time he needs to recover from his terrible grief and obtain justice for Paula. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Envy and insatiable greed are powerful and dark emotions that frequently drive people to commit crimes. When combined with unbridled lust and an obsessive need to control others, these emotions can form a horrifying, lethal intent. It's a terrifying concept, made even more sinister when these emotions fester secretly within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and revolves around the Lyne family, a seemingly harmonious and large household. Their story evolved into one of the most notorious and bloody crimes in Australian history. The investigation's complexity and duration are noteworthy, as the perpetrator group was confident in avoiding justice. His meticulously crafted and brutally executed plan was nearly perfect. However, a minor, overlooked detail eventually provided the police with the necessary breakthrough. Let's start at the beginning of this story, exploring how a combination of greed, envy for others' success, and corrupt passion can drive someone insane, transforming them into a monstrous figure who didn't even spare children in their rampage. The Lyne family story depicts love, ambition, and a tragic ending. Min Lin and Yoon Lin. Lin's life story started in the late 1980s, during their college years at an Australian university. Both were native Chinese. They had each emigrated to further their education. Lily, through an exchange program, and Min, who was 2 years her senior, stayed in the country for a professional internship. After completing his bachelor's degree, their paths crossed in a university corridor, resulting in what they later described as love at first sight. They shared common roots and dreams, and while they felt like outsiders in a foreign land, their desire to start a new life in Australia brought them together. After graduation, the couple married and moved to the picture-scanned, tranquil suburbs of North Epping and Sydney. Their love grew into a large, tight-knit family that was deeply connected and committed to one another. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named June Brenda Lin, who was mostly known by her middle name, Brenda Henry. Their son was born in 1997, and Terry, their youngest child, was born in 2000. As the 2000s began, Min and Lin decided to start a business by opening a small newsstand. Their dedication helped transform this modest beginning into a thriving news agency with a publishing arm on Road Street. The Lin family's business thrived, allowing them to live a comfortable life with a large home, a luxury car, and prestigious private schooling for their kids. Min concentrated on business matters, while Yoon was dedicated to homemaking and raising their children in their community. The Lynes were well known for their hard work, kindness, and generosity. They were known as exemplary, caring parents who never argued. Brenda, their eldest child, was a stunning beauty and an excellent student with a compassionate heart for animals. Henry and Terry were both active and athletic, with a particular fondness for soccer. The siblings had an almost unbreakable bond, moving relatives from China to Australia. As the Lyne family settled in Australia and their financial situation improved, they began to invite relatives from China to visit, live, or even stay permanently. During the early 2000s, Min's parents were the first to relocate to North Epping, living nearby and caring for the children. Min's father also worked at the newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Min and Yun's parents moved to the Sydney suburb, where they purchased a small house. Irene, the Lin's younger sister, moved in with them and helped with housework and childcare. By this point, the Lin family business was reportedly generating close to $1 million in annual revenue. Their venture was more than just a shop or a publishing house. By the end of 2007, it had evolved into a local hub where people gathered over coffee to read and discuss the news. Min Lin's younger sister, Kathy Lin Nanashi, and her husband, Leon bin Robert Jai, also moved to Australia in search of better opportunities in the bustling city of Sydney. They had previously visited relatives in Australia and spent a short time in Melbourne before returning to China. This time, they were determined to stay in Australia permanently. Robert, a former successful ant doctor in China, decided to change careers and pursue entrepreneurship. The Exies opened their own restaurant in Sydney, investing all of their savings, but the business struggled and eventually closed. Subsequent attempts to open a cafe or snack bar were also unsuccessful. Robert struggled with his new ventures due to a lack of business acumen and financial management skills. Robert and Kathy eventually moved to North Epping to be closer to their family. Kathy found work, but Robert remained in a state of self-discovery, unsure of his next steps. The Lin and Xi families were linked not only by kinship, but also by a deep friendship. They saw each other almost every day, remained in constant contact, and frequently gathered for family meals. Their most recent gathering took place on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their last reunion. The Lin family home was the scene of a horrific massacre. On the morning of July 18, the Lin family's shop was unexpectedly closed, surprising their regular customers. The shop, which had been open 7 days a week for years, showed no signs of opening and no notice or warning on the doors. Customers and neighboring shop owners were concerned about this unusual occurrence. Following several unsuccessful attempts to contact Min, one of them called his sister Kathy to inquire about the situation. Kathy was surprised and alarmed because her brother had never closed the shop without prior notice, frequently having their father or father-in-law cover for him. She tried calling Min and then his wife, Yun, but was unsuccessful. Her calls to their home phone were also unanswered. Kathy and her husband Robert, who were worried, decided to pay a visit to Min's house to ensure everything was fine. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed the family car in the driveway and discovered the front door unlocked, but there was no sign of the owners. Inside, the house was strangely quiet, and calls for family members went unanswered. The house appeared to be undisturbed with no signs of forced entry. Kathy ascended to the second floor, calling out for her brother. She screamed in shock and horror as she opened Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, staggering back to face the gruesome scene in front of her. The room was covered in blood, including the floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. The lifeless body of Lin Lane, 43, was found near the bed, mutilated beyond recognition. Irene, 39, slept in the adjacent room with her young sister. The scene was equally horrific. Irene lay lifeless in her bed, her face a bloody pulp in the children's bedrooms. Henry, 12, and Terry, 9, had also been brutally beaten to death, with their bodies found in different corners of the room. Brenda, the 15-year-old daughter, had fortunately been away on a school trip the day before and was not present during the tragic night. The body of the household head, Min Lin, could not be found, raising the possibility that he was still alive, possibly injured, taken hostage, or escaped. Kathy called 911 right away, but she was so shocked that she couldn't explain what had happened. She screamed and cried into the phone, pleading with medics to arrive quickly and save anyone they could. However, first responders could only confirm that all of the victims had died at the scene of the massacre. The morning following a chilling discovery, following Kathy's frantic call to emergency services, Robert left to pick up the Lin parents, who lived about 10 kilometers away from the crime scene. The police and paramedics arrived in minutes, and what they found was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was too late for any member of the Lin family. Each had been killed with multiple blows to the head from a heavy, blunt object resembling a hammer. However, the lethal weapon was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Mainland's body was eventually discovered in his own bedroom, wrapped in a blood-soaked blanket, like his family. He had been beaten to death in a similar way. It appeared that he was the first victim, followed by his wife, her sister, and then the two boys. An initial inspection of the crime scene revealed no significant clues or leads. The lack of a lethal weapon, combined with the fact that valuables and money were left undisturbed, indicated that the primary goal was to eliminate the Lin family rather than robbery. Additionally, Multiple assailants were suspected, as it appeared unlikely that one person could single-handedly defeat so many. However, evidence suggested that the children were awake and desperately attempted to flee during the attack, as evidenced by bloodstains and splatters throughout the home. Interestingly, in addition to head injuries, all adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly to reduce resistance during the assault. Each room contained identical bloody shoe prints with a distinct tread pattern, but the shoe brand could not be identified solely based on its size. No foreign fingerprints were found, implying that the killer or killers used gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories about the identity of the perpetrator. Family, friends, and neighbors all agreed that the Lines had no known enemies. The motivation for such a heinous massacre of 5 people was unclear. The attack occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. on July 18. Brenda Lynn, the eldest and now sole survivor of the extensive Lynn family, was on a school trip to New Caledonia when the tragedy occurred. She learned about the horrific incident on social media and initially refused to believe it involved her own family, hoping for a mistake. Her Aunt Kathy quickly called, confirming the terrible news with tearful sobs. Brenda was quickly flown back to Sydney, where her new guardians, Kathy and Robert, greeted her at the airport. Brenda moved in with them after the Line family's home was sealed as a crime scene. Brenda, who was distraught, was taken to the police station the next day to be questioned. However, she was unable to provide any new information, claiming that her family had no enemies or ill wishes and had noticed nothing unusual prior to her trip. Brenda inherited a large fortune, including property and the family business, after her parents died. However, because she was a minor and still in school, her legal guardians, Kathy and her husband Robert, were in charge of the estate. Brenda's grandparents also offered support, but Kathy and Robert insisted on being her primary caregivers. Robert even threatened legal action if the elderly relative requested custody, claiming they were too old to care for a teen. Eventually, the dispute was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lynn's shop and publishing business, which had been temporarily closed, reopened shortly after disease control measures were implemented. Brenda hadn't yet taken over the business operations. Robert began actively reviewing the family's bank accounts, savings, real estate, and other assets, as well as conducting investigations and developing theories. Experts examined the crime scene multiple times, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their efforts, no solid leads emerged. They concluded that the killer acted alone and entered the house quietly, implying that either the door was unlocked or the perpetrator had a key. Tiller wore size 9.5 shoes with a distinctive ornate tread pattern. The lethal weapon, believed to be a hammer, was never discovered in or near the house because the killer used gloves. No fingerprints or foreign DNA were left behind. Only traces from the 5 victims were discovered. A strange and significant detail was that bloodstains were found on the doorknobs of each bedroom where the perpetrators occurred, indicating that the killer's bloodied gloves had touched them. However, there were no bloodstains on Brenda's doorknob, indicating that the killer was aware she was not present. As one of Australia's most high-profile cases, the tragic incident received extensive media coverage. With no substantial evidence or suspects, a variety of unlikely theories emerged. Rumors spread about Lynn's alleged vast fortune, resulting in their demise. There were theories about a botched robbery and the involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Given the area's history of burglary gangs, such theories were not entirely dismissed. The Lynch shop had been attacked months prior to the tragedy, and men had witnessed an armored car robbery a week before the fatalities. Though the criminals wore masks and Mine was unable to identify them, it was speculated that he had been eliminated as a potential witness. Months passed with the investigation at a standstill. No theories were substantiated, and no suspects were identified. The robbery theory was eventually dismissed because money and valuables were unharmed, and the killer appeared to have a single goal: to eliminate the household members. Furthermore, the power was turned off in the house on the night of the fatal incidents, indicating that the killer knew where the electrical panel was. The assailants' familiarity with the house in complete darkness indicated that they had been there before and knew the layout, possibly even obtaining a key in advance. While reviewing the perplexing case, an investigator listened to Kathy's emergency call for the 100th time, looking for any overlooked clues. Surprisingly, a significant hint was discovered in the recording. The recording captured Kathy's hysterical attempts to explain the situation. Her words were jumbled, punctuated by cries and sobs. When the operator confirmed that emergency services were on their way, Kathy unexpectedly mentioned her husband's name, adding something in Cantonese and addressing him directly. This detail piqued the investigators' interest, so they translated her words. Kathy had pleaded with her husband not to leave her alone in the house. This was significant because Robert had decided to pick up the Lynn parents on his own, leaving Kathy at the grisly crime scene before the cops arrived. Robert's behavior appeared highly suspicious. 5 people had just been brutally removed from the house, and the killer could still be hiding inside, making Kathy a possible target. However, Robert appeared calm and simply left, as if he was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wife, the primary suspect in new evidence. After several unproductive months, the police finally identified Robert Dye as the primary and sole suspect. He was discovered to have a key to his brother-in-law's home, which Mine had given him just in case shortly before the tragedy. Curiously, Robert never mentioned this during interrogations, and Kathy had no idea her brother had given her husband a key. Brenda unknowingly revealed this critical information to the investigators. Further investigation revealed that Robert's claim to be a successful ent doctor was a ruse. While he did have a medical degree, he had never held a steady job in the field. Rumors suggest that he fled to Australia to avoid prosecution in China for alleged bribery. In Australia, Robert struggled to establish himself professionally, spending the last of his savings on failed business ventures. After moving to North Epping, he became largely inactive, relying on his wife's income and occasional financial assistance from Kathy's family members. Once Brenda's guardianship papers were finalized, Robert pretended to inherit the Line family estate. His first move was to drive Yoon's parents out of the house Min had purchased for them. Despite the fact that it was legally in the deceased's name, Min and Kathy's parents remained in the house purchased for them. Given these facts and circumstances, investigators hypothesized that Robert was motivated by intense envy of his wife's more successful and wealthy relatives, with a long-standing plan to seize their property, money, and profitable business. Brenda and Kathy, despite living under the same roof as the perpetrator of the crime against her family, were not deemed immediate threats. Brenda was unaware of the true nature of her cohabitant, whereas Kathy was required by Robert to maintain control over the family's assets. However, the police were unable to arrest Robert because there was insufficient concrete evidence against him. The investigation team obtained permission to install several hidden cameras in the XEI household through interrogation, surveillance, and arrest, with the goal of gathering evidence to prove Robert's guilt. The breakthrough happened sooner than expected. Kathy made an unexpected revelation during an interrogation, mentioning her husband's preference for a specific brand of shoes. A few years ago, Robert bought 2 pairs of sneakers from a limited edition series that he really liked. He had worn out and discarded one pair, but the other was still neatly stored in its box at home. Notably, Robert wore size 9.5 shoes, which were the same size as the killer's. The key evidence was captured on one of the hidden cameras as Robert meticulously destroyed the box containing the aforementioned shoes. This footage prompted a warrant to search the suspect's home, where a new pair of size 9.5 sneakers was discovered. The tread pattern of the shoes matched the prints discovered at the crime scene. In addition, a small smeared trace of blood was found in his garage. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood stain contained the DNA of all 5 Lynn family victims, linking it to the crime scene. This evidence led to Robert's arrest, which provided the police with the concrete proof they needed to take action. An arrest, a trial, and shocking revelations in May 2011, 2 years after the tragic events, evidence led to Robert Xe's arrest. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that the blood in his garage appeared after they returned from the Lint house. He also dismissed the significance of the sneakers with matching tread patterns discovered in his possession, claiming they were brand new and that he had discarded the previous pair. While awaiting trial in prison for 3 years, Robert unknowingly shared cells with several informants. During one of these conversations, he confessed to meticulously planning the crime and carefully covering his tracks. He described purchasing the lethal weapon from a remote store without surveillance cameras and drugging his wife with sedatives and tea to keep her from waking up and discovering his absence. He disposed of the hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing in a way that ensured they would never be discovered. Robert denied everything during the trial, and the only evidence against him was the statements of his cellmates and the previously mentioned indirect evidence. As a result, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. The trial resumed in June 2016 with testimony from another informant who claimed Robert admitted to having an obsession with Brenda since she was 13. This prompted a re-examination of Brenda, who tearfully admitted that Robert had coerced her into a sexual relationship shortly after moving in with them. She had remained silent about the abuse for years, fearing retaliation. Robert XEXE was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 5 life sentences, one for each fatal crime, with no possibility of parole. His subsequent appeals were denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video discusses events that occurred on October 2nd, 2009, in the Canadian city of Laval. Natasha Cournoyer, 37, did not come to see her mother. She didn't answer the phone and wasn't home. It quickly became clear that none of Natasha's friends or co-workers saw her that day. Around 5 p.m., her relatives filed a missing persons report, and the police began their investigation. Natasha was a public relations specialist for the Correctional Service of Canada. First, the detectives decided to go to her workplace and interview her co-workers. When they arrived, Natasha's car was still parked in a nearby lot. At that point, a man was standing near her car. He was nervous and acted strangely. In his conversation with the police, he stated that he and Natasha were in a relationship and that he was there to figure out where she could have gone. The man's name was Michel Trottier. Natasha's car had scratches on its back door. However, it was unclear whether this was related to her disappearance or if the scratches had appeared earlier. There was no reason to suspect Michel Trottier of involvement in Natasha's disappearance, so the detectives continued their investigation. After speaking with Natasha's co-workers, they discovered she was at work on October 1st, 2009. It was the day before the disappearance. None of her co-workers noticed anything unusual about her behavior that day. She was in a good mood and friendly. As usual, nothing seemed to bother her. On October 2nd, Natasha needed a day off. She and her mother intended to resolve issues concerning a tombstone for her recently deceased father. As a result, on October 1st, she worked longer hours than usual and left the building around 8 p.m. Natasha, according to her friends, had no conflicts with anyone, and it was difficult to believe that anyone could hold a grudge against her. She worked in an office and had no contact with the prisoners. They described her as an open and unkind person. The police deployed a large number of officers to look for Natasha Cournoyer. The search even included aviation and canine services. They began by inspecting the area immediately surrounding the parking lot. However, they discovered no clues that could aid the investigation. Natasha's friends and family worked tirelessly to distribute flyers with her photo in the hopes that someone would see her or learn more about her disappearance. The first hours after a person goes missing are crucial. This is when witnesses or evidence are more likely to be discovered. Natasha Cournoyer lost valuable time because the police received the report on the evening of October 2nd, 21 hours after she had left her job. The search activities took place on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of October and yielded no results. Her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to Natasha's location. Michel Trottier, the man dating Natasha, believed she had been kidnapped. He approached a potential kidnapper via television, pleading with him to release his loved one. Meanwhile, the police conducted an investigation into Michel and Natasha's personal lives. They dated for 4 years and the relationship was far from perfect. The detectives discovered that Michel and Natasha had broken up several times before resuming their relationship. The police investigated all possible explanations for the woman's disappearance, reconstructing the events of Natasha's last day at work. The detectives gained access to CCTV cameras both inside and outside the building in which she worked. She entered the building at 9:04 a.m. Natasha drove to work and parked in an open lot. There were a few free parking spaces that morning, so she parked on the opposite side of the street. After reviewing the recordings, they discovered that Natasha left the building at 8:07 p.m. Another video confirmed that she went to the location where she parked her car, but the parking lot had poor lighting. Natasha eventually vanished into the darkness. After a few minutes, you could see the car's headlights turn on. The car began to move to the opposite side of the parking lot, rather than towards the exit. This location also had poor lighting. The car's headlights turned off when it came to a stop. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle began to move toward the exit. And it wasn't Natasha's car because she drove a Mazda, as evidenced by other Ford Windstar minivan records in the video. It also turned out that this car entered the parking lot at 6:35 p.m. and parked next to Natasha's car. Based on what they saw in the video, the police concluded that Natasha's disappearance was most likely a kidnapping on the 5th day of the search, October 6, 2009. That was no longer about a missing person, but about the loss of a person's life. They discovered Natasha's body in a vacant lot in the Point Trumbull neighborhood, about 20 miles from where she worked. The body lay next to a dirt road leading to the riverbank. Natasha's family and friends were devastated to learn of her death. They felt even worse after hearing the medical examiner's report. Natasha died due to strangulation. Before she died, someone hit her 9 times in the face, breaking her nose. Marks on her wrists and ankles indicated that she had been tied up at some point in her life. They discovered seminal fluid inside the body. It served as a source of DNA. While awaiting the results of the DNA analysis, the detectives attempted to identify the owner of the minivan seen on the day Natasha vanished in 2009. There were 2 motels near where she worked 10 days after the body was discovered on October 16, 2009. The police went to both of them and checked the cards that guests fill out at check-in. The police discovered that a man who identified his vehicle as a Ford Windstar was staying at the Lido Motel on the day Natasha Cournoyer went missing. The man was identified as 48-year-old Claude LaRouche, a registered sex offender who had served 2 prison sentences in 1993. The court sentenced him to 1 year in prison and 2 years probation for forcing a 19-year-old acquaintance to engage in sexual intercourse. In 2005, the court sentenced LaRouche to 40 months in prison for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old girl who miraculously managed to escape his grasp and run into a neighbor's home. Consider this: for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old child, he was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Please leave a comment below with your thoughts on this punishment. Is it not too soft? LaRouche regained his freedom in November 2008. He began working as a carpenter and married a woman with 2 sons in 2009. They all live in the same house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the parking lot where Natasha Cournoyer went missing. So, as I previously stated, the detectives discovered that Claude LaRouche stayed at a motel the night Natasha disappeared. They summoned forensic experts to the room where he was staying. They discovered badly rubbed dark red stains on the carpet and sent samples for analysis. On the same day, the detectives went to the address where LaRouche lived to speak with him. Because of the nature of the previous cases for which he had been imprisoned, the police already had his DNA. However, they needed time to compare it to the DNA discovered on Natasha's body. The man denied knowing Natasha Cournoyer, but admitted to frequenting the Lido Motel because it was cheap. According to his story, he was dissatisfied with his intimate relationship with his wife and frequently rented a room in a motel, where he called women offering sexual services for money. When asked where he was and what he was doing on October 1st, the day Natasha went missing, LaRouche said he had no memory of anything, including his stay at the Lido Motel. LaRouche attributed this memory lapse to an excessive use of illegal substances. However, the memory returned to him quickly, albeit incompletely. On November 5, 2009, a month after the body was discovered, the detectives returned to his house, but this time they did not speak. The DNA analysis determined that the seminal fluid in Natasha Cournoyer's body belonged to Claude LaRouche. Natasha's DNA was discovered in the motel room he rented and on the inside of his car. According to Montreal police, the victim did not know the suspect, and there was no link between the crime and the coordinator's work as a communications officer for the Correctional Service of Canada. "I believe that with the arrest of this suspect, citizens will feel safer on the streets," said Montreal Police Inspector Daniel Rousseau. The arrest caught LaRoche and his neighbors off guard. They described him as friendly and polite. The following day was November 6, 2009. Claude LaRouche became a suspect in the Natasha Cournoyer case. He initially denied his guilt, but after realizing there was sufficient evidence against him, he admitted to killing Natasha. However, he insisted that he did not want to do this and that her death was an accident. The trial took place in 2011. It presented two versions of what happened, one from the defendant and his lawyers, and one from the prosecutor. Let's start with Claude Lucia's version. His testimony revealed that that evening, he was waiting in the parking lot for an illegal substance vendor. LaRouche was sitting in his car when he noticed a woman appear beside him. It was Natasha. He attacked her, pushed her into the interior of his car, and then shut the door. He then talked to her, and Natasha agreed to accompany him to the motel. Memory lapses prevented Claude LaRouche from recalling why he stood on the other side of the parking lot for 20 minutes, and he miraculously remembered only the moments that could not be used against him. According to LaRouche, while they were in the motel room, Natasha offered to satisfy him in exchange for letting her go. He agreed after Natasha completed the task LaRouche had assigned her. They argued during this quarrel. LaRouche lost control, attacked her, and then strangled her. Then he cleaned the room, placed Natasha's body in his car, drove home, and went to bed. When the substances he had used stopped working in the morning, he realized he had done something irreversible and decided to dispose of the body. He cut up Natasha's documents and bank cards and threw them out the car window as he drove the body to the location where they discovered it. Once again, I emphasize that this is Claude LaRouche's version. The more he spoke, the more questions his story prompted. According to his words, the day after he removed the body, he returned to it and covered it with a blanket, fearing Natasha would freeze. Another day passed, and he returned to the body to get the blanket. LaRouche was concerned that the blanket would obscure Natasha's location. If we summarize everything he said, we can conclude that he did not remember something due to his clouded consciousness, and that some of his actions were irrational. Most importantly, he did not want to end Natasha's life. LaRouche attempted to persuade the trial participants of this. The prosecution's version was based on material evidence, but they also had a witness who claimed to have been walking his dog near the parking lot on the day Natasha Cournoyer vanished. He saw Claude LaRouche try to attack a girl who was jogging. However, when LaRouche noticed a man with a dog, he quickly left. Around 7 p.m., he attacked Natasha Cournoyer. An hour later, the prosecutor suspected that LaRouche had tied Natasha up and driven her to a motel against her will she never made it out alive. In June 2011, Claude LaRouche was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. During the trial, it was discovered that 2 weeks after his attack on Natasha Cournoyer, LaRouche attempted to strangle another woman, Dominique Martel, who bit his finger and fought back. Claude LaRouche was declared a dangerous criminal during the trial in this case, which means his sentence is indefinite under Canadian law, and he has little hope of being released soon. Natasha led a quiet and happy life. She had dreams and goals. This life was stolen from her by a man who had previously committed serious crimes, but his heir set him free. This man had a criminal record and lived among the people. How does a man who attempted to kidnap a 7-year-old girl end up in society? Why wasn't anyone keeping him under control? Natasha's family and friends are not spared from these questions. After all, if the system had worked differently and LaRouche had been where he belonged, Natasha would still be alive. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. situation for several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep around 4 a.m. Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911 and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her as the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance. A police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" and he thought he saw Jana nod ever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only 1 being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancée's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room: a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially, they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005. 1 year after the murder, the state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone. And it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Hawaii. Dana Ireland, 23, left her parents' house in Pune on the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1991, never to return after discovering her disfigured bicycle shoe and hair clumps. Bystanders dialed 911. However, Dana was not present. The investigation went on for several decades, and despite a trial and a verdict, the case has not been closed. The evolution of DNA testing methods was crucial in this case. The Dana Ireland case is likely the most well-known investigation in Hawaii's history. Dana Marie Ireland was born on December 12, 1968, in Fort Belvoir, Fairfax County, Virginia, USA. She was the youngest daughter of John Ireland and Mary Louise Crank. In 1991, her sister Sandra was 7 years older than her. Dana was 23 years old when she and her parents visited her sister in Hawaii on December 24th. In the afternoon, she rode her sister's bike. Later, people discovered her bike shoe and clump of hair by the side of the road. But Dana herself was not present. The bike's appearance indicated that Dana had been hit by a car. The impact was so severe that both wheels were deformed, and the steering wheel and seat came off completely. Unfortunately, the hope that the man who hit Dana would take her to the hospital rather than abandon her to die was false. The reality proved to be far scarier than anyone could have anticipated. Dana was discovered 5 miles from her bike. She had severe injuries to her body and head and was naked below the waist. As a result, one can conclude that someone not only hit her with a car, but also exploited her weakness. Nightmares haunt nurse Jerry Gallagher. She can't shake the memory of Christmas Eve 1991 on a seaside fishing trail in Wawa when she was led to Dana Ireland. Gallagher and her husband Randy lived on Saddleback Road, a rough, unpaved road that cuts into the coastal jungle 25 miles southeast of Hilo, at 6 p.m. On Christmas Eve 1991, a friend named Brian knocked on their door to contact Gallagher, a licensed nurse. He wore a Christmas hat with blinking lights, but his mood was anything but festive. He drove her to Dana's location, which was a mile away from Gallagher's house. Dana was naked from the waist down, and the inner side of her legs was covered in bruises. Gallagher recalls trying to help the injured young woman with a first aid kit. She bandaged her wounds. The most severe injury was to the back of her head. She asked the woman. "Her name is Land," she appeared to say. Gallagher inquired about who had attacked her. However, Dana was unable to speak coherently. "Please give me the key so I can drive home," Ireland asked. Gallagher attempted to keep her awake. An ambulance arrived more than 2 hours after the girl was struck by a car. The lack of phones in the area caused a significant delay in receiving assistance. The medical personnel of the police and fire departments were preoccupied with other cases. However, their own mistakes contributed to a 34-minute delay. The dispatcher who received the call about the injured young woman provided the incorrect address for where they found Dana, resulting in a loss of valuable time. I considered driving her to the hospital, but I was worried about paralyzing her. Gallagher says he's had nightmares about it. None of us anticipated that it would take so long. It took an unbelievably long time to get help to her. She would have survived if they had sought assistance. An ambulance carrying Dana Ireland arrived at Hilo Hospital at 7:56 p.m. At this point, John and Mary Ireland were already looking for their daughter, whose disfigured bicycle lay by the side of the road. They heard about an injured woman discovered 5 miles away. However, they were unaware that this woman was Dana. We assumed someone had hit her and transported her to the hospital. Mary later recalled that John instructed her and his eldest daughter Sandra to go to the hospital while he remained near Dana's bike. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Dana's mother and older sister were already present. Doctors fought for Dana's life for 4.5 hours, but they were unable to save her. She was pronounced dead at 12:25 a.m. The official cause of death was blood loss from extensive traumatic injuries to the head, pelvis, and abdomen caused by a car accident. Dana's family went home and listened to the radio the next morning. They thought a car had hit their daughter, but the radio said Dana's death was not accidental. When John spoke with a local police officer, he was told nothing about Dana being hit by a car and that someone had taken advantage of her vulnerability afterwards. He had asked a police lieutenant if the attack was intentional. "You're listening to rumors," the lieutenant informed him. Dana's death was a shock to her family. Her death irreversibly altered their lives. However, they would later discover that another challenge awaited them: years of searching for suspects and trials. The police launched an extensive investigation, which local newspapers described as intense. The police discovered a T-shirt belonging to the criminal at the crime scene. Investigators then seized as evidence a sheet containing traces of sperm on which Dana was lying when she was brought to the hospital. Dana was also carrying seminal fluid in her body. Furthermore, a bite mark on her body resembled the teeth of the person who had attacked her. As a result, the authorities had the criminal's DNA sample, but it was from 1991. It didn't really help the investigation process. Another possible clue was the tire tracks where they discovered Dana's bike. Investigators interviewed residents in the hopes of finding witnesses who saw Dana being hit by a car, but no one witnessed this incident. Perhaps for some reason, they remained silent. The location of the bike and Dana's discovery was not a densely populated area, but rather a secluded location with a bad road where cars rarely traveled due to a lack of witnesses and evidence to help find the criminal. The investigation has come to a dead end. Anyone who provided information about the case would have received a reward, the amount of which increased over time. However, there was no breakthrough in this case. Later, in May 1994, John Gonsalves contacted Hawaii County Police. Gonsalves was involved in a high-profile case involving illegal drugs. Despite facing decades in prison, he received a suspended sentence. The reason for such leniency was that he informed the police that his half-brother, Frank Pauline, knew important information about the Dana Ireland case. According to Pauline, the attack on Dana was carried out by brothers Albert Ian Schweitzer and Sean Schweitzer. The Schweitzers lived next door to the Paulines, and they didn't get along. Frank Pauline claimed he was present when Schweitzer attacked Dana. They ran over Dana Ireland, loaded her into the trunk, and drove her to another location. He informed the police, so Albert Schweitzer, Sean Schweitzer, and Frank Pauline became the primary suspects. Following the latter statements, there was a 30-year period of events, so let's get to know Frank Pauline better. Frank Raymond Pauline Jr. was born April 27, 1973, in Fremont, California, to Frank Cesar and Patricia Pauline. Pauline was living in Pune, a few miles from where they discovered her, when the attack on Dana Ireland occurred, at the age of 20. Frank already had 3 sons. He first ran into trouble with the law when he was 9 years old. On February 8, 1983, he was caught in a burglary. You can see his entire track record up to the point of maturity on your screen. In February 1994, as he grew older, the gravity of his crimes increased. He received a 10-year sentence for harassment and robbery just over 2 years after Dana's death. These charges were unrelated to Dana Ireland, but they made it clear that Frank Pauline will not stop his criminal activities. During the sentencing hearing, prosecutors referred to him as a walking crime wave due to the number of crimes committed. Following the hearing, Pauline lived up to his new nickname. He walked out of court before being taken into custody to begin his prison sentence. He is classified as a fugitive. He was recaptured in Honolulu. A few days later, 3 months after Pauline was sentenced to 10 years, his brother, John Gonsalves, contacted the authorities and informed them that Frank had information about the Dana Ireland case. Pauline and Gonsalves decided that providing information about the Ireland case would help the first person avoid prison and the second get out earlier. Of course, the stepbrothers were untrustworthy sources of information. However, following a conversation with investigators, the case against John Gonsalves for illegal substances was closed. In the end, he received a suspended sentence. After Pauline stated that he had information about the Dana Ireland case, Big Island investigators went to Honolulu to speak with him, where the latter was in custody. They were interrogated for 90 minutes and asked to provide details about the day of the Dana attack. Because he claimed to have been present during the attack, they returned him to the Big Island, where he reconstructed the crime and showed detectives the locations he mentioned previously. Pauline told detectives that on December 24, 1991, brothers Albert E. and Sean Schweitzer picked him up at his home in a purple Volkswagen Beetle. Ian Schweitzer was driving, as he had previously stated. The trio came to a halt to take illegal drugs when they noticed a woman standing by the side of the road. We exited at an intersection heading towards Kappa Ho, and that is where we noticed a girl standing up. As we passed, my friend Ian looked to the side and said, "Whoa, look at that girl," then we continued down the road. Pauline explained that they turned around because Ian wanted to talk to the woman. They were driving back at about 4,045 miles per hour when Ian Schweitzer, the driver, failed to brake in time and collided with Dana Ireland. Schweitzer's left the car, loaded her into the trunk in front, and drove away. After a few miles, they came to a halt and pulled Dana out of the car. She was still alive. Pauline stated that, unlike the Schweitzer brothers, he did not get intimate with the victim. And yet, he said something that had serious consequences. He claimed that Schweitzer insisted he find a tire iron and hit the victim on the head to end her suffering. After that, they allegedly returned to the car and drove away. All of his testimony was on paper, and Pauline signed a statement stating that he testified voluntarily. Nobody forced or promised him anything, and he was not under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol. After Pauline began cooperating with the police, he was transferred to the Maui Community Correctional Center for his own safety, as prison officials claimed he was a problem for management and had received threats from fellow inmates. Frank Pauline retracted his story in July 1996, just over 2 years after Gonsalves' statement to the police, claiming that he made it up because his stepbrother asked him to help him avoid jail. He claimed that, although he was not present at the time of the attack, he knew who was responsible. He confessed that he was only there to make them believe him. "And my brother is telling me that the worst thing that can happen to you is that they charge you with perjury," Pauline stated. However, perjury was not one of the crimes charged against him on July 30, 1997. He was charged with the murder of Dana Ireland after signing a confession in which he admitted to hitting her on the head with a tire iron. Later that year, the Schweitzer brothers also faced charges. They denied any involvement in the case, saying they were with their family on December 24, 1991. It is worth noting that the police had reason to believe Pauline lied when he claimed he participated in the crime alongside the Schweitzer brothers. After all, when investigators took him to the Big Island, he couldn't show the exact location where they hid Dana or where people later found it. But Pauline signed the confession, resulting in charges against him. Realizing his stepbrother was wrong, He stated that the only thing he could be accused of was perjury. He retracts his confession. Meanwhile, Gonçalves followed the script. As a result, the police dropped the primary charge of illegal substance conspiracy against him. He testified against his half-brother, Frank Pauline, during the trial. DNA testing technology was less advanced at the time than it is now. Shortly after the arrest, authorities obtained DNA samples from Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers. The Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office also examined biological fluids from the gurney sheath used to transport Dana Ireland to the hospital, as well as swabs taken from her body. The police were taken aback when they received a report stating that the DNA of Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers did not match that of the criminal. Based on these findings, the charges against these three men were dropped. However, the investigation continued. They simply stated that someone else must be involved. Additionally, other evidence did not point to these three men. The Schweitzer brothers and Pauline's teeth prints did not match what investigators believed to be a bite mark on the victim's chest. The police discovered no traces of Dana Ireland's blood or hair in Albert Ian Schweitzer's Volkswagen, which he acquired only a month after her death. Perhaps pressure from the Ireland family, the public, and the press influenced how events unfolded. Albert Ian Schweitzer was 20 years old at the time of Dana Ireland's death, and his only criminal record included traffic violations such as resisting a traffic stop and racing on the road. Sean Schweitzer was 16 years old when Dana died, and Sean was 23 when the brothers were charged in the Ireland case. At the time, the police charged him with fourth-degree assault in an unrelated case, specifically inappropriate touching of a girl. In the latter case, he was sentenced to 180 days in prison and a year of probation. The girl was 15 years old when the incident occurred, and Sean was 16. Thus, despite the negative DNA test, all three suspects in Dana Ireland's death broke the law at some point. It, of course, did not help them clear their names. 5 days after Frank Pauline made his first statement to police, investigators raided the Schweitzer family home. They seized Ian's 1957 Volkswagen Beetle as evidence. Despite knowing Frank Pauline, both brothers told the police that they were not with him. Sean said he was at home on Christmas Eve, while Ian said he was either at home or at his uncle's house. Ian also told the cops how he got his car. First, I denied doing any bodywork on the vehicle. His car was purple when he first got it. But because it was not his color, he decided to paint it yellow. Schweitzer's lawyers believed Frank Pauline's accusation was motivated by family animosity. Despite this, the prosecutors moved forward on May 5, 1999, a few days before the statute of limitations expired for some of the crimes committed against Dana Ireland. The police received what they believed to be another breakthrough in the case. They received the statement from a prisoner named Michael Ortiz, who was Gonçalves' accomplice. He was in the same cell as Schweitzer before the police dropped the charges against him, in conversations with authorities. Ortiz claimed that Albert Ian Schweitzer confessed to him what he had done based on his testimony. Only 2 weeks later, Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers were charged again in the Dana Ireland case. Following this, some people harbored suspicions and distrust toward the authorities. After all, they obtained information from a questionable source just a few days before the statute of limitations expired. It seemed overly convenient. Frank Pauline was the first to appear in court. The trial was highly emotional. Pauline maintained his innocence, telling the court that he lied when he confessed to Diana's death. On the witness stand, Mary Ireland recalled receiving the first call about what had happened to her daughter. She said something terrible had happened. Ireland said she saw a bicycle, a shoe, and hair on the road. However, the witnesses who linked Pauline to the crime had questionable backgrounds, and some stood to benefit greatly from pointing the finger. Among those who benefited from Pauline's conviction was his half-brother Gonçalves, who testified for the prosecution. Witness William Chung, who also testified against Pauline, stated that Frank admitted his involvement in the crime. However, when asked if he saw Pauline in court, he pointed to another person. Although Frank Pauline was present, the jury also discovered Dana Ireland's bike shorts, top underwear, and Jimmy's t-shirt at the scene. Not one of those items contained DNA from Pauline or Schweitzer. to address the lack of scientific evidence. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita maintained that Jimmy's t-shirt and Dana Ireland's blood belonged to Pauline. "We are not afraid of the evidence, rather, we embrace it." Ashita stated that the same DNA technology works for both the defense and the prosecution. Pauline's lawyer objected, claiming the t-shirt was not even Frank's size. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that the evidence and assumptions presented during the trial were sufficient to convict Pauline. Despite forensic evidence indicating that Pauline made a false confession, he was found guilty and sentenced to 180 years. The next was Albert Ian Schweitzer's trial. He was aware that, despite the lack of physical evidence, Frank Pauline had been sentenced to 180 years in prison. Schweitzer was surprised when prosecutors offered him a plea bargain. However, he refused. Continuing to insist on Schweitzer's innocence, the prosecutor claimed that Schweitzer's Volkswagen Beetle struck Dana and then drove her to a fishing trail where she was discovered. All of this occurred despite several facts. First, witnesses saw another car, a pickup truck, near where they found Dana. Second, analysis of Schweitzer's car revealed no evidence of his involvement in this case, and E only became the official owner of Volkswagen in January 1992. Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison in 2000, based on the testimony of Michael Ortiz, who claimed to have heard Schweitzer's confession and the allegedly unusual circumstance of scratches on his car's bumper. Sean Schweitzer accepted a plea deal after his older brother was convicted. He and his family changed their minds and decided not to pursue his innocence, fearing that the justice system would fail them again. Sean Schweitzer eventually pleaded guilty to lesser charges of kidnapping and involuntary deprivation of life. Sean Schweitzer agreed to accuse his brother and Frank Pauline of Dana's death and submit to a polygraph test to demonstrate his honesty in confessing to the crime and reporting the details. As stated in court documents, the test was administered on March 24, 2000, by a polygraph examiner from the State Attorney General's office. Sean Schweitzer's account of what happened was not truthful. In other words, he lied about his role in Dana Ireland's death. However, despite failing the test, he was offered a plea deal, and here's why. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita gave the judge a different statement. According to court transcripts, Ashita stated that Schweitzer passed the polygraph, indicating that he was not deceptive in any of the questions. Sean Schweitzer was sentenced to 5 years probation, with 18 months of credit for time served. Sean told Hawaii News in an interview after his release that the agreement with the prosecutor's office was made by his family. In a single sentence 130 years later, his brother I recalled how he thought imprisoning both brothers was pointless. Ian stated that losing both sons would be even more stressful for his parents, and they would not survive it. He supported the family's decision and told Sean to follow the prosecutor's instructions to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Sean is still remorseful for making the deal and testifying against his brother. And as the months and years passed, he and his family struggled to deal with the stains left by this case. I endured years of disappointment and struggled to find work. Sean Schweitzer said that community members made comments about the case for years afterward. Dana's father, John, died in 2000, at 76. Following his daughter's death, he became an advocate for crime victims' rights. He also worked on passing a law governing the statute of limitations for violent crimes. Ian Schweitzer and his family refused to accept his wrongful conviction and continued to fight. In 2005, Ian Schweitzer sought a case review from the Innocence Project. 5 years later, in 2010, work on this project began to gain momentum. Law students, lawyers, and professors at the University of Hawaii studied old documents from the Dana Ireland case investigation. The prosecutors in Hawaii County allowed them to do their job. They allowed the Innocence Project to look into the case to see if the wrong people were convicted. Year after year passed, but the work to achieve justice continued. Dana's mother, Mary Louise Crank Ireland, died on October 10, 2016, aged 92. Throughout Ian Schweitzer's many years in prison, his parents attempted to visit him as often as possible. However, the visit ended when he was transferred from Hawaii prison to Saguaro in Loe, Arizona. The long flight and drive from Phoenix were difficult for them, particularly Linda Schweitzer, who was battling breast cancer at the time. That one time in Arizona prison, her son said something to her that still hurts. He said, "Mom, don't come back. I don't want to see you walk away from me." On January 23, 2023, 23 years after the jury found Albert Ian Schweitzer guilty, his legal team filed a motion requesting that the judge overturn the conviction based on new evidence and information. The court hearing took place the next day. A few hours after Ian's team filed the motion, a state deputy sheriff transported Schweitzer from Arizona's Saguaro Correctional Center and escorted him on several flights to Hilo. They made it in time for the hearing. After a long night at the hotel, his family met at the Hilo courthouse. The next morning, they were eager to see Ian Schweitzer, who had only arrived on the island hours before. He was wearing an Aloha shirt provided by his legal team. Schweitzer smiled when he entered the courtroom. His legal team presented new evidence in court. Nancy Den, a DNA expert, testified at the trial. They retested all of the items using advanced methods that had not been used in the previous tests. The technology was better explained and improved in the sense that we can now see things that we couldn't see before. In 2000, the authorities stated that there was too much Dana Ireland's blood on the t-shirt, which is why no DNA of Frank Pauline or the Schweitzer brothers was found on it. However, scientists who studied the Innocence Project evidence used modern technology to distinguish Dana Ireland's DNA from other DNA found on t-shirts. They discovered seminal fluid and sweat from the armpit on it. Nancy Dean, a DNA expert, testified that the DNA on the t-shirt and Dana's body belonged to the same person. However, this person was not Frank Pauline or one of the Schweitzer brothers. Following his statement, a tire tread expert testified remotely, telling the court that Schweitzer's Volkswagen could not have left tracks at both crime scenes. In his opinion, a larger vehicle, such as a truck, SUV, or van, left those tracks. Dentist Adam Freeman was the last to testify. Ireland had an injury on her left breast that prosecutors initially believed was a human bite mark. But Freeman claimed it was not a bite mark. This case exemplifies poor forensic science, as the bite marks are flawed. He testified late in the evening, and after the witnesses finished testifying, District Court Judge Peter Kubota announced his decision. The new DNA evidence, the tire tread evidence, the bite mark evidence, and Sean Schweitzer's recantation all demonstrate that in a new trial, a jury would most likely return acquittal. Kubota informed the court that Albert Ian Schweitzer's conviction has been vacated, and he will be released immediately. Ian Schweitzer was suddenly set free with those words, 23 years after a jury found him guilty and 25 years after he was arrested. The judge then addressed Ian Schweitzer with moving words. "You have 1/3 of your life ahead of you. You can either live it angry and resentful of the process or the people who put you there, or you can live it with newfound freedom." Kubota suggested that since you have your entire family here, you hug and love them, live a fulfilling life, and make the most of the next third of your life. Schweitzer, now free of the handcuffs, hugged his lawyers first, then his family members, some of whom he hadn't seen in decades. His mother cried in his arms. Ian, who was very young when his father went to prison, was present in court when they hugged. Sean, his younger brother, was also present, with a smile and open arms. Following Ian's acquittal, his brother, Sean's lawyer, is also seeking to clear his criminal record. Frank Pauline died in prison in New Mexico in 2015. On April 27, 2015, inmate Daniel Hood, who is serving time for killing 2 people, attacked Frank Pauline, hitting him 3 times in the back of the head with a rock while they were all in the recreation yard at the Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. They were cellmates. Hood attacked Pauline because he believed he was a snitch. The medical staff at the prison was unable to save Pauline, and his family's lawyer intends to file a petition for his posthumous rehabilitation. Ian Schweitzer claims that the transition from prisoner to free person is arduous, and that adjusting to life outside the prison walls is more difficult than he anticipated. He claims to struggle with anxiety on a daily basis. Schweitzer may be eligible for compensation for wrongful imprisonment, which allows rehabilitated individuals to receive $50,000 for each year spent in prison. However, the process is not easy, and his lawyers are working to ensure that he receives compensation. 3 decades later, the Dana Ireland case remains open, and investigators are hopeful that new methods of DNA testing and genealogy will allow them to find the person who destroyed the Ireland family's life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events described in this video occurred 6 years ago. On May 15, 2017, around 1 a.m., the Florida Coast Guard received a distress signal. According to the report, a yacht traveling from Cuba's Varadero resort to Florida collided with something and began to sink. There were originally 2 people on board the vessel, and when rescuers discovered only one of them, many began to wonder where things really were. Louis Bennett and Isabella Hellman met online in 2015. Louis was born in 1977 in England. He moved to Australia with his family at a young age, and by 2017 he held dual British and Australian citizenship. Isabella Rodriguez was born in 1975 in Colombia. Her family relocated to Florida in the 1990s, eventually obtaining residency and then US citizenship in 2002. Isabella married William Hellman at the age of 27. However, the couple divorced after 10 years. She met Louis Bennett online in 2015, and their online communication quickly evolved into a real-life romantic relationship. In July 2016, Louis and Isabella welcomed a daughter named Amelia. 6 months after the baby's birth, the couple bought an apartment in Delray Beach on Florida's Atlantic coast. The following month, in February 2017, Isabella married Louis. On April 30, 2017, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, while Louis owned a small solar panel company. After leaving her 9-month-old daughter with family, Isabella flew to St. Maarten, a small Caribbean island where she met Louis. They planned a honeymoon, returning to Florida on a sailing catamaran Louis had purchased prior to meeting Isabella. On April 30, the couple departed St. Maarten. They were in the British Virgin Islands on May 1 and off the coast of Puerto Rico on May 2nd. The next stop on their itinerary was Cuba, where they spent the majority of their time and planned to return from. On May 14, around 5:30 p.m., the catamaran set sail from Varadero, Cuba. 3 hours later, Isabella called her sister on her cell phone to say she'd be home tomorrow, but Louis had already signaled a distress call around 1 a.m. He contacted the U.S. Coast Guard and reported that the ship had begun to sink due to a collision with an unknown object and that his wife had gone missing. Around 4 a.m., a Coast Guard helicopter crew found the Bennett life raft. A catamaran was also discovered floating upside down at dawn, but it had not yet sunk. Bennett was taken to Key West Island, the southernmost point of Florida. During his interview with investigators, Louis stated that he and his wife took turns on duty and that the accident occurred when Isabella's turn came up. He was sleeping in his stateroom when he awoke to find that the ship had collided with something on deck and that he had not seen his wife. He started calling her name but never received a response. According to him, the mast was loose and could have thrown Isabella overboard. He also mentioned that when he last saw his wife, she was wearing a life jacket. Bennett was rescued by the Coast Guard, and a rescue swimmer reported that his backpack was unusually heavy. While inspecting the items he had loaded onto the life raft, the officers discovered 225 collectible coins whose origins had yet to be determined. The same day, May 15, Isabella Hellman was reported missing. A search and rescue operation took place in both the water and the air. However, on May 18, after 4 days of searching and no sign of the missing woman, the Coast Guard officially ended the rescue operation. Authorities suspected something was wrong when, less than 24 hours after the search for Isabella concluded, Louis Bennett requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead. His request was denied because issuing such a certificate is not within the Coast Guard's jurisdiction. Bennett told a television station on May 24 that he was leaving for Cuba, where he planned to rent a boat and continue his search for his wife alone. 3 days later, on May 27, he met Isabella's sister and informed her that he had just returned from Cuba. He stated that I met with authorities there and checked every hospital, but there was no sign of her. She has now been missing for 2 weeks, so I'm not holding out much hope for seeing her, so I have to accept that. This is completely devastating to me. She's my soulmate. I thought we would be together forever." The next day, May 28, Lewis and the police arrived at the house where his wife's family lived to pick up their daughter, but Isabella's family refused to give her up. With scandal and the assistance of the police, Bennett took his daughter after all. Throughout the argument, Isabella's sister Elizabeth insisted that Lewis was to blame for Isabella's death. Bennett's quiet demeanor and behavior following his wife's disappearance piqued the interest of Isabella's family and the police. Detectives repeatedly heard during interviews with the missing woman's family and friends that quarrels between Isabella and Lewis had become more frequent since the child was born. The couple's neighbors also testified. Isabella told loved ones that Lewis insisted on moving to Australia, despite her desire to remain in the United States. Bennett denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during an interview on May 30. He claimed that he and Isabella had planned a wonderful life together, but now he was alone, and their daughter would grow up without a mother. In parallel with the investigation into Isabella Hellman's disappearance, police began to investigate the origin of the gold and silver coins discovered among Bennett's possessions. Bennett had served as first mate on a yacht a year prior, and the captain had a stash of 617 collectible silver and gold coins worth approximately $100,000. Someone broke into the yacht while it was docked in the Caribbean and no one was on board, and stole all of the coins. The person who committed the theft could not be located at the time. However, now that the FBI has begun to investigate the origins of the coins, the captain of the yacht has identified the coins discovered on Lewis Bennett as part of those stolen from him. Based on this information, the FBI obtained a search warrant for Bennett's apartment. Remember that when the man was rescued, 225 coins were discovered in his belongings. On June 16, 2017, a search of the apartment revealed an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Bennett had successfully left our territory and relocated his daughter to England, where his parents lived. The man's financial situation was not ideal, and he was apparently forced to return to the United States because there remained an apartment worth $125,000 and other personal belongings. He was also eligible for insurance payments in the United States for a lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Lewis Bennett was arrested in Florida. He was accused of stealing coins and pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set Bennett's bail at $250,000. He was unable to pay $250,000, so he remained in custody. While awaiting trial, Lewis attempted to have his wife declared dead. This would have allowed him to dispose of his and Isabella's property, as well as the funds in her bank account. However, the judge twice refused to declare Isabella dead while the investigation into her disappearance was still ongoing. Bennett pleaded guilty in November 2017 to both stealing the coins and knowingly transporting them to the United States. Bennett's parents wrote a letter to the judge in the case, pleading for leniency and sentencing because his young daughter had already lost her mother. Bennett received a 7-month prison sentence on February 20, 2018, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, the verdict in the stolen coin case was announced. Bennett was charged with second-degree murder. Authorities claimed he intentionally caused the catamaran in which he and Isabella were traveling to crash. The prosecutor planned to base the charge on the staged wreck, claiming that Bennett orchestrated it to conceal evidence of the crime. Bennett, according to investigators, wanted to inherit his wife's fortune in order to pay off his own debts before moving to Australia with their young daughter, Amelia. Isabella confessed to being afraid of her husband via text message a few months before she died. Her text messages revealed that she felt Bennett no longer respected her, and when she returned home, she discovered an angry person. Isabella also stated that she was afraid to return home months before Ms. Hellman disappeared. "If you no longer like or love me, please let us work it out as soon as possible, because the way you treat me all the time is pathetic." An inspection of the catamaran prior to its sinking revealed that the portholes below the waterline were open, and the damage to the twin hulls appeared to be caused from within. The waterline is the point of contact between the calm surface of the water and the hole in a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI to assist with the high seas mystery determined Bennett's story could not be true after reviewing photos and video taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran before it sank. According to the analysis, it does not appear that the vessel sank due to accidental damage. According to court records, an associate professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, believes the vessel was intentionally scuttled. Coast Guard officers who discovered the sinking catamaran found no evidence of a collision with divers inspecting the vessel. They were hesitant to enter because it could have collapsed at any moment. Eventually it did. The catamaran sank at a depth of over 4,000 feet, and no thorough inspection was conducted. 2 years after her disappearance, Isabella Hellman was declared dead. In a series of orders, the judge confirmed what most people believe happened almost immediately after Isabella Hellman was reported missing at sea. According to Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Scour, Hellman is presumed dead on May 14, 2017. Ms. Hellman has yet to be found and has not been in contact with any of her family members. Ms. Hellman is undoubtedly deceased, according to all available evidence. The statement was issued in January 2019. U.S. District Judge Federico Moreno rescheduled Bennett's February sentencing hearing in Miami for May 28, saying he would not act until Isabella Hellman's family could visit her daughter Amelia, who turned 3 in July 2019. Bennett was charged with manslaughter as part of a plea deal, and the second-degree murder charge was dropped. While he could have received a life sentence for second-degree murder, the plea agreement now limits his sentence to 8 years in prison. Isabella's family described the deal as bizarre, but acknowledged that authorities had consulted with them when making the decision. According to a document signed by Bennett and filed with the court by the prosecutor, he was unsure whether he was looking for or calling for his wife. When he discovered she was missing, he did not send out flares or search for her on the catamaran or in the water. Bennett did not immediately ask for assistance. Instead, he loaded everything he needed onto a life raft, then attempted to stage a collision that caused the catamaran to flood before abandoning the vessel on the raft himself. According to the prosecutor's office, he called for help 45 minutes after coming to a stop and discovering that his wife was nowhere to be found. It is also worth noting that, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bennett has extensive experience sailing in open water, including emergency training, and has previously traveled from St. Martin to Australia. He was aware of the emergency procedures, but for some reason he failed to apply them. The prosecutor stated that he did not require Isabella to wear a life jacket harness or a personal locator. In essence, Bennett admitted to negligence, specifically handing over control of the catamaran to his wife, who lacked the necessary experience, causing her to fall overboard and drown. Bennett is an experienced sailor who's been certified as a coastal skipper by the Royal Yachting Association of the United Kingdom. This training covered emergency procedures such as overboard protocols, and nighttime sailing safety. The Department of Justice issued a statement confirming this. In contrast to Bennett, his wife had not received emergency sailing training, did not hold a sailing certification, and had significantly less sailing experience. Only Bennett knows what really happened that night on the catamaran, and he is unlikely to reveal it. Following Bennett's guilty plea, Isabella Hellman's family issued a desperate statement through her lawyer, pleading with him to show remorse. Specifically, this statement states that the pain he has caused them is unbearable and will never go away. Lewis can do nothing to alleviate the pain he has caused by removing Isabella from them. However, he has caused additional pain by denying them contact with his and Isabella's daughter Amelia. She was as much theirs as anyone else's, and they adore and miss her. They've only had 3 FaceTime chats with Amelia, and they haven't seen or hugged her in a long time. They want to hug, love, and be with her. She, after all, is an equal member of their family as he is. According to the statement, they want Bennett to do the right thing. On May 28, 2019, Lewis Bennett, 42, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his wife, Isabella Hellman. Bennett apologized to Isabella's family at the hearing. "I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to Isabella's family. I know they have endured unimaginable pain as a result of my actions, and for that, I deeply apologize. I made poor decisions that exacerbated a tragedy of such magnitude that I hope no one else ever has to go through it." Bennett stated this in federal court in Miami. He agreed to waive his right to appeal as part of the plea bargain. Bennett requested that he be released from prison early in order to continue raising his daughter. Bennett asked if he could be with his daughter as soon as possible. He wants to raise her in a way that respects his wife's wishes. However, Judge Moreno sided with the prosecutors and sentenced the defendant to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. After the verdict was announced, members of Isabella Hellman's family stated that they intend to visit Amelia, who lives with Bennett's parents in England. At this point, I think all we can do is hope that the visits continue. There will be more of these so that Amelia grows up knowing she has 2 loving families, according to Michael Quatros, the attorney representing Hellman's family. She has lost her mother, but not her mother's family. I believe that the ideal scenario would be for both families to be involved in her life as she grows up, so that she has as many people supporting her as possible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story first appeared in Mendoza, Argentina in 2016. On January 10, 2016, Marina Menegazo, 21, and Maria Jose Coni, 22, embarked on a long-awaited journey. However, it eventually became one of Latin America's most high-profile investigations in the last decade. In 2016, Maria Jose Coni, 22, studied economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menegazo, 21, studied speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both girls volunteered with an organization that assisted people who were forced to live on the streets for various reasons. Friends and acquaintances described them as 2 happy girls who were very close to their families. Marina Menegazo and Maria Jose Coni went on a trip with 2 other friends, but eventually separated. The girls departed on January 10th. Follow Maria Jose Coni's Instagram posts to see their route. On January 13th, the girls visited the Peruvian city of Cusco, which was once the Inca Empire's capital. The following day, January 14th, an image was published, also taken in Cusco. The image below was published on January 15th. The photo was taken from a railroad bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is an ancient Inca city, also known as the city above the clouds. It is one of Peru's most famous attractions and is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. According to the girl's Instagram activity, she spent several days in the area. On January 18th, Maria shared 2 additional photos from that location. On January 19th, the girl posted this image as a goodbye to Cusco. 4 days later, on January 23rd, the girls had already arrived in Ecuador. Maria shared a photo from Montanita Beach for the next 10 days. The girls first traveled along Ecuador's coast before heading into the interior. On February 4th, Maria shared an image from San Antonio, and on February 6th, a photo from Bonobos. On February 10th, Maria shared a photo of all 4 girls. The journey that began on January 10th was coming to an end, and it was a farewell post as 2 girls from this company returned home to Argentina. Maria Jose Coni and Marina Menegazo had about 10 days of vacation and were not in a hurry to return home. Instead, they returned to Montanita, which marked the beginning of their relationship with Ecuador. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo of herself and Marina. This was the last post on her Instagram account. On February 22nd, the girls contacted their families in Argentina. They said they'd be home soon. On February 25th, they had to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, spend the night at a friend's house, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, Chile's capital. They would then travel by bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. At the same time, the girls informed their relatives that they would be difficult to reach by phone for a few days due to a poor signal. Relatives became concerned when they were unable to contact Maria and Marina for several days and saw no activity on their social media accounts. Marina's sister was the first to raise awareness about this case on social media. She posted a photo of 2 girls with the caption, "My sister and her friend disappeared on Monday, the 22nd, in Montanita, Ecuador. Please share this information." The girls' families wanted to know if they had left the country and boarded the plane. However, they were unable to obtain a response from the airline representatives. The latter stated that they would only disclose this information if the families provided a court order. Furthermore, the friends at whose house the girls planned to spend the night before leaving said they did not show up, Maria and Marina's relatives contacted Ecuador's emergency services to report their disappearance. They also contacted the consulate of Argentina and requested assistance. The consulate got involved in the case on February 27th. Argentina's authorities sent fingerprints from both girls to Ecuador for a reason. On February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was discovered in Montanita and transported to Guayaquil. Fingerprints from an unidentified body were compared to those obtained by Argentine police. They determined that this belonged to Maria Jose Coney. This Saturday, February 27th, police discovered Marina Menegazo's body while investigating the location of Maria's body. It was just 43 yards from Maria's body. Both bodies were in plastic bags secured with duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, they did not find Marina's body right away because the criminal attempted to conceal it by placing something on top of it. The autopsy revealed that Maria Jose Coney died due to blunt force trauma to the head. Ecuadorian authorities described her injuries as genital, including a broken femur and toe. Furthermore, marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina, a man of God, died as a result of 6 neck stab wounds. She had the same spots on her wrists, indicating that she was tied up. According to reports, the girls died on February 23rd. Toxic, illogical analysis revealed that their blood contained a high concentration of the drug used in psychiatric treatment. Given the circumstances surrounding the death, the police determined that the girls did not voluntarily take this drug. Perhaps they didn't even realize they had taken it. It was possible that someone had mixed it into their food or drinks. But just 24 hours after discovering the second body, there was a new development in this case, which elicited mixed reactions from the girls' families. The President and Minister of Interior of Ecuador announced that the police had solved the case. Alberto Segundo Mina Ponce, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were arrested and pleaded guilty, providing details about the events. The police discovered bloodstains in the home of one of the accused, Mina Ponce. Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings were near the house. Aside from the quick arrest, the most unusual aspect was the two men's immediate confession. It resonated with those who followed the case. The men gave their version of what happened. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, stated that the girls left the hotel where they had rented a room on February 22nd. At 2 p.m., someone stole all of their money at the hotel, so they intend to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel's owner refuted this version, claiming that no one stole from the girls. Maria and Marina's families did not believe the story. After all, they had their credit cards with them. As a result, the girls would use them in times of financial difficulty. Nonetheless, no activity was on the cards. Perhaps someone stole their cash and credit cards. Nonetheless, we can access the funds in the account without the card. For example, girls could have paid for a trip online, but they did not. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, the girls entered one of the bars and requested a couple of glasses of water to quench their thirst. The bar owner confirmed this version, stating that she gave the girls water because they didn't have any money. It's unclear if someone stole all of Maria and Marina's money, which could lead to further developments. The minister cited the testimony of suspects who, I remind you, fully admitted their guilt. So Ponce claimed that on that day, around 8 p.m., Rodriguez told him about two Argentine girls in a bar. They approached the girls together and started a conversation, during which Marina and Maria revealed that they were hitchhiking to Lima due to financial constraints. This version also raises many questions. The girls had purchased airplane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile. Why would they save money on credit cards and try to hitchhike over 1,000 miles when they could miss their flight? As previously stated, they purchased tickets for February 25th. This conversation, according to Ponce, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds dubious, right? However, witnesses discovered by the local police confirmed all of these strange versions, as it was already late and the girls needed a place to stay the night but didn't have enough money for a hotel or hostel. Ponce invited them to spend the night at his house. The girls agreed, and the police located a taxi driver who confirmed driving Maria and Ponce to the home. This image depicts the house where Ponce lived next, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities. Ponce returned to the bar and began drinking alongside Rodriguez. Marina and Maria were alone in the house during that time. The heavily inebriated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not present. The police discovered that the girls went to a store near the house to purchase soda. The exact type of drink is unknown. The police found another witness who confirmed this: a store cashier. If this is correct, it means the girl still had some money. Ponce testified that when the girls returned to the house, he remained in the room with Maria Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Ponce attempted to persuade Maria Coney to intimacy, but she refused and fled the house. Then he grabbed a stick and hit the girl on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream from another room. When he entered the room, he discovered that Rodriguez had taken Marina Menegazzo by surprise. Rodriguez immediately left the house, and according to Ponce, he began planning how to dispose of the bodies. Ponce attempted to clean up all traces in the house, wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from someone he knew and drove them to a wasteland near the ocean shore, about 440 yards from home. Let me reiterate that everything mentioned is the official version of the Ecuadorian authorities. At the same time, it was unclear where the marks on the girls' wrists originated. There was also no explanation for the toxic, illogical analysis that claimed both girls' blood contained traces of a powerful drug. Given the circumstances and inconsistencies in the case, the girls' family began to question the version presented by Ecuadorian authorities. They believe the case is related to human trafficking and that Ecuadorian authorities were covering for someone. Marina and Maria's families had multiple reasons for doubt. First, the girls ran out of money but did not use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Only 3 witnesses saw Maria and Marina that day: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold them soda. The town had 5,000 residents. Furthermore, the families were perplexed as to why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, despite being 43 yards apart. Maria and Marina sought assistance from Ponce and Rodriguez, which appears unusual. In Montenegro, there are many Argentine tourists, so it would be logical for the girls to approach someone from their country and ask for help. When Ecuadorian police brought him to the crime scene, the brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor. When he inquired about them, they mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, the syringes were not even visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the scene denied their existence. According to the family, the 2 men were merely a front for something larger, such as human trafficking. The authorities ordered a second autopsy and a new toxic, illogical examination. Furthermore, both defendants' versions of events changed several times. According to one version, Mina Ponce denied that he and Rodriguez had committed the crime. He claimed that the man who killed the girls was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin who lived in the area. He only knew the man's pseudonym, El Chamo. This man has been detained by the police. However, the latter stated that he had nothing to do with what happened and was willing to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample. He wanted to prove he was not in that house at all. Several DNA samples were discovered at the crime scene, including DNA from Mina Ponce, DNA from the 2 deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples did not belong to Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or to El Chamo, who was eliminated as a suspect after undergoing all DNA tests. The second autopsy, performed by Argentine experts, revealed that both girls were in such a state that they were unable to defend themselves. Before their deaths, they were both forced to be intimate. The autopsy also revealed other information. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, indicating she had been thrown out of a moving car. A new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls were under the influence of a potent psychiatric medication. This drug works by suppressing a person's will. What happened next had repercussions throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as so often happens, people blamed the girls for their deaths. Furthermore, They were blamed by both ordinary internet users and well-known public figures. The Ecuadorian Deputy Minister of Tourism was among those who blamed the girls for what happened to them. Maria Cristina Rivadeneira's era coincided with the news of Maria and Marina's deaths. Berlin hosted a tourism-themed fair. Rivadeneira told a German news agency that given the girls' travel patterns, something would happen to them sooner or later. She stated that she had never visited Montenegro because it did not match her social status. It was essentially victim blaming at the state level. And this is a very sad fact. Following Rivadeneira's interview, the Ecuadorian government apologized to the families of Maria and Marina and fired her. Hugo Narton, an Argentine psychiatrist, was among the most condemned, referring to the girls as favorable victims and claiming that such people encourage others to commit crimes. Following a barrage of criticism, the doctor claimed that people misunderstood him and that he never absolved criminals of responsibility. Guadalupe Acosta, a Paraguayan student, posted on Facebook on behalf of Maria and Marina in response to internet comments blaming them for their situation. It went viral, receiving 700,000 reposts in the first week of publication. "Yes, yesterday I was killed." The post began with the words, "I refuse to be touched, and they cracked my skull open with a stick. They put me in a black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape and threw me on the beach, where they discovered me a few hours later, but the humiliation was worse than death. After they discovered my lifeless body, no one asked who had ended my dreams and hopes in life. No. Instead, they began asking me useless questions. What clothes did you wear? Why were you alone? Why would a woman travel alone? You were in a dangerous environment. What were you expecting? They informed our parents that we had taken something forbidden and had done something wrong. After my death, I realized that I was not equal to a man. The fact that I died was my fault, and it will always be so. However, if the headline mentioned 2 young male travelers, people would express their sympathy. With their phony and hypocritical double-standard speech, they would demand the harshest punishment for criminals. However, it is different for women. I asked you on behalf of myself and other women who have been silenced by the world. I asked you for every woman whose life and dreams have been crushed. Raise your voice. Let us fight. I will be with you in spirit. And I promise that one day there would be so many of us that there would not be enough bags in the world to keep us all quiet." The trial started on August 8, 2016. There were numerous failures in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, significantly delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence recovered from the crime scene. The police discovered some of the girls' belongings, including biological fluids and phones, in the house where the crime occurred and nearby. During the trial, Ponce maintained his innocence and claimed he confessed under duress from the police, and this only strengthened the girls' family's suspicions that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez also changed his testimony, claiming that some Colombian drug dealers were responsible for the girls' deaths. During the first week of the trial, the prosecutor stated that he suspected other people were involved in the case after the police discovered 3 more samples of male DNA at the scene, in addition to Rodriguez and Ponce's DNA. The court sentenced Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum sentence under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced that they had arrested another person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. José Luis Pérez Castro, 34, was the name of this man. His defense claimed that he had lived in this house for a few weeks before the incident, and that the blood on the wall was the result of a dental infection. He allegedly spit on the wall. The lawyers also stated that the police discovered his DNA on the girls' bodies because they had touched a piece of furniture or items that he had previously touched. When this man's dentist appeared to testify, his defense began to crumble. Castro contacted him only 2 weeks after the police discovered Marina and Maria's bodies. He asked the dentist for a note about a dental infection. However, the doctor refused to write it because he discovered no health problems after examining Castro. In the end, the dentist simply kicked him out. The patient wanted a medical certificate, but he was in pain. There must be some kind of disease, but I didn't notice it when I went to the dentist. Did the man's defense crumble following these words? Contrary to prison rules, Castro appeared on social media while awaiting trial, referring to the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. "I'm waiting for this injustice to end. I have great faith that God will lead me out of this with victory," Castro wrote on his social media account. José Luis Pérez Castro, like Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez, was sentenced to 40 years in prison despite his repeated denials of guilt. The girls' families questioned the story presented by Ecuadorian authorities, despite the fact that the family had ensured that police officers from Argentina participated in the investigation. The Ecuadorian authorities' version has not changed in any way, according to assurances from Ecuadorian police that the search for other men whose samples were found in the house continues to this day. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivian Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design after graduating from high school. She was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4th, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m., and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren driver stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorkon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girl's deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, the Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. "We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime," said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., On March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Again in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually opened the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, he ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn's streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms. This seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service, and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-0 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.